Chapter 981. 3 days later, even if it's not the same wedding, I still want to go through the wedding ceremony with Brother Xian. Otherwise, I will be looked down upon. Rong Yin continued to raise conditions. Gu Xian pondered for a moment. Good. He and she will go through the wedding ceremony in the side hall. It's not worth anything. Just as he finished the word good, he suddenly seemed to be aware of something. He turned his head to look outside, and then his body stiffened. Yin Ziyuan was standing at the entrance, looking at them in a daze. Her face was slightly pale, and her red lips were tightly pursed. Obviously, she heard the conversation between Gu Xian and Rong Yin. Gu Xian's heart sank. Zun, why are you here? He was about to walk over quickly. Rong Yin threw herself into his arms, hugging his waist. Xian Gij, I'm a little dizzy. She looked like she would fall down at any time. Gu Xian had no choice but to support her. You were fine. Why are you dizzy again? He was afraid that he would neglect Yin Ziyuan, so he hurriedly asked her, Ziyuan, is there something wrong? You sit down first. Yin Ziyuan looked at them hugging each other, slightly drooping her eyes. Nothing, I just came to see. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. She strode out. Gu Xian was afraid that she would be sad. Hurriedly said, Then, you wait. I have something to say to you. Yin Ziyuan stopped but did not look back. What do you want to say? Are you angry? No. Yin Ziyuan replied with 2 words. She thought she would be angry and jealous. But no, she didn't feel jealous. She just felt a little tired. Perhaps she already knew that Rong Yin and herself would serve the same husband, so she subconsciously accepted it. She said to herself, she suddenly came here because she felt a little uncertain about her own feelings. She wanted to see him to make her mind firmer, but she didn't expect to see this scene. Was this the kind of life she wanted to live? She was jealous of this woman in the back residence. Just thinking about this kind of life made her feel vexed. Gu Xian wanted to stop her, but Rong Yin was wrapped around his body. He couldn't get away, so he could only watch her leave. Forget it. After the wedding ceremony with her tomorrow, he would coax her properly during the wedding night. After all, women were all made of water and were very easy to coax. He looked at the face beside him, and his head started to hurt. 2 women were enough to make him feel like he was in a terrible fix. How did those men with multiple wives deal with all this? With great difficulty, he managed to send Rong Yin away. He breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to go to the housekeeper to see if he had missed anything, a shadow flashed in front of him, and a person appeared out of nowhere. That person was wearing a black robe and a ferocious mask on his face, making it impossible for others to see his face. This person appeared out of thin air on a chair in the hall, lazily looking at him. His deep eyes fell on him, and with a smile that wasn't a smile. How does it feel to see 2 women fighting over you? This person's voice has obviously been specially processed. It was slightly hoarse, but it was extremely pleasant to listen to, with a taste of ecstasy. Gu Xian was a little surprised, and hurriedly saluted him. Benefactor, what brings you here? I came to see you, the person lazily said, and also to retrieve the thing that this lord and you agreed on. Gu Xian's face slightly changed, and he paused. Benefactor, forgive Xian for asking, but after Benefactor took away Xian's Guqin soul, will Xian not be able to play the Guqin anymore? The person's eyes flickered slightly. Why? Do you regret it? Chapter 982. He smiled coldly. I never force people. It's not too late for you to regret now. I don't need your Guqin soul, but I will immediately remove the curse on Yin Ziyuan. Let her really remember everything. Gu Xian's expression changed greatly. He quickly shook his head. No, I can't. Since you can't, then you have to fulfill your promise to me? The man in black pressed. Okay. Gu Xian's face was slightly pale. He didn't know what would happen if he lost his Guqin soul, but he had no way out now. He couldn't afford to lose Yin Ziyuan again and ruin this carefully planned wedding. Don't worry. After you lose your Guqin soul, you will still be a normal man. You won't feel any pain. You can even play the Guqin for fun. The man guided patiently. It turned out that he could still play the Guqin normally. Gu Xian was finally relieved. How do I get this Guqin soul? Gu Xian looked at the man who was like the Dark Knight. Xian doesn't know how to do it. Or should I get it myself, benefactor? The man said indifferently. It's not difficult. Just listen to my instructions. If he could get it himself without asking for the other party's permission, why would he waste so much effort? He instructed Gu Zian to sit in a position he specified. He stretched out his hands in the air, and a guqin appeared in his hands. Gu Zian only felt dizzy. The guqin was also ink black and looked a little strange. The man placed the guqin on Gu Zian's lap. He gently cut Gu Zian's finger with his finger. Drops of blood emerged from Gu Zian's fingertip and dripped onto the guqin. It was strange. Gu Zian's finger was cut, but he didn't feel any pain. After his blood dripped onto the guqin, it didn't flow. Instead, it quickly sank into the strings and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The wound on Gu Zian's finger also disappeared. Follow my instructions and play a tune. That person began to teach him the specific steps. Gu Zian was a man of his word. One command, one action. Less than an hour later, Gu Zian slowly opened his eyes. The zither on his lap was gone, and the black-robed man was nowhere to be seen. He slowly got up and moved his arms and legs. There was nothing wrong with them. It seemed that the black-clothed man did not lie to him. Although he had lost his zither soul, there was nothing strange about it. He recalled the strange zither again. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that the zither should be dark blue. That black-robed man also gave him a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. As he pondered, he quickly returned to his zither room. He picked up a guqin and began to play it. It was a familiar fingering technique and a familiar melody. He heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he still knew how to play the guqin, and he was quite good at it. Outside the door, an old servant who was always by his side listened for a while. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. The notes that the young master played were all correct, but it seemed to have lost its soul. It seemed to be a little rigid and no longer intoxicating. In a private room of a restaurant, Ning Xiuma, Shun Jiuli, and Yi Feng sat opposite each other. There were all kinds of dishes on the table. It was sumptuous. The dishes were cooked by the best chefs in the restaurant. They looked, smelled, and tasted good. Naturally, the wine was also the best. It was transparent amber in the wine cup. The wine was fragrant and intoxicating. Chapter 983. Yi Feng knew that Master Han liked tea, so he wanted to invite them to a tea house. However, the master simply said, "I'm hungry." Yi Feng immediately took the hint and led them to the best restaurant in Daliang City and ordered the best dishes. Ning Xiuma felt that the Almighty was not kind. Yi Feng was already so depressed, yet he still wanted to rip him off without batting an eyelid. Hungry? How could he still feel hungry when he was at the level of a master? How strange. Ning Xiuma had always thought that the Almighty was incomparably high and mighty in front of the world. He was above the common populace, and sometimes he would even save the world like a bodhisattva. However, she did not expect him to have such a wicked side. She felt that her definition of the Almighty had been refreshed again. "Almighty, I thought you didn't eat the 5 grains of the mortal world anymore. Why did you order so much this time?" Ning Xiuma asked him through telepathy. Shun Jili glanced at her. "If I'm not hungry, aren't you hungry too?" So, the Almighty ordered for her? Ning Xiuma was touched. She was indeed hungry, but there were too many things to do after coming here, so she did not have time to think about it. She glanced at the dishes on the table again. Indeed, 9 out of 10 dishes were her favorite. However, why was there a table full of more than 20 dishes? She would be full even if she tasted all of them. "Master, where are you?" "Wah, I'm so tired from rushing here." Kiran's panting howl sounded in Ning Xiuma's mind. Apparently, it had just arrived. It was 4 hours later than Ning Xiuma and the rest. Ning Xiuma told it the address. After a while, Kiran barged in amidst the exclamations of the diners downstairs. It was in such a hurry that it was covered in sweat. As soon as it entered, it pounced in front of Ning Xiuma. It almost stuck out its tongue and gasped for breath. "Master, I'm starving. He's too fast. I can't catch up with him. I'm starving to death." She stared at the table full of dishes and was moved to tears. "Master, you're so nice. You knew that Little Apple would be hungry, so you specially ordered such a big table of dishes for Little Apple." Ning Xiuma. She couldn't help but admire the Almighty's ability to calculate. He was able to accurately calculate the time Kieran would arrive so that she, the owner, could prepare food for him in time. Kieran had expended a lot of energy this time. Naturally, it was tired and hungry. Therefore, it ate 70 to 80% of the food on the table. Naturally, Ning Xuema was also very satisfied. Of course, she didn't forget her business. Almighty, what do you mean by strange? Shen Juli gently swirled the wine glass in his hand. Sleep without speaking, eat without speaking. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's eat first. Ning Xuema. Almighty, you're not purposely trying to trick Yifeng into eating a meal, are you? She looked at Yifeng. Yifeng was also very anxious. Perhaps it was because he had endured for so many years that he had cultivated an unusual calmness. Therefore, he didn't rush them. He only poured wine and served food for the two of them. Although he wasn't good with words, he still had the necessary etiquette. Ning Xuema had attended many banquets in her life. She had seen all kind of atmosphere, but she had never seen this kind of banquet. The three of them didn't talk much and just ate their own food. Shen Juli took good care of her from beginning to end. From time to time, he would serve her food. When he saw what she liked to eat, he would teleport the plate in front of her. He would only serve Kieran after she tasted it. Yifeng had a lot on his mind. He didn't eat much and just accompanied the two of them. Halfway through the meal, a person downstairs said loudly, "Student Gu Zian is here to visit Celestial Master Han." Chapter 984. Ning Xuema's eyes flickered. Gu Zian was quite well informed. He had gotten the news that Han Shangyue was in Daliang City so quickly. Yifeng's expression changed slightly. He gripped his wine cup tightly and said, "Master, do you want me to leave for a while?" Shen Juli glanced at him and said, "You don't owe him anything. Why are you hiding from him?" Yifeng did not say anything. Ning Xuema did not interrupt either. She crossed her arms and sat at the side. Although she had not guessed Shen Juli's motive, she could tell that he wanted to interfere in this matter. "Come in," Shen Juli said casually. Gu Zian walked in with large strides. When he saw Yifeng sitting there, he was a little stunned and his expression changed slightly. A hint of guilt flashed across his eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. He bowed respectfully to Shen Juli. He had personally come to deliver the invitation to Master Han and Madame Ru to attend his wedding tomorrow. Shen Juli sat there and looked at him. He raised his wine cup and took a sip. He said casually, "I am not interested in attending other people's weddings." Gu Zian naturally opened his mouth and begged. Master Han was a noble status. Since he had come to Daliang City, as the son-in-law of the city lord, he had to come and deliver the invitation. Gu Zian did not have much confidence when he came. After all, everyone knew that Master Han was famous for being difficult to invite. Master Han could refuse, but as the host, Gu Zian could not refuse. Of course, it was fine if he could not invite him. If he could invite him, it would add a lot of color to his wedding. Therefore, he was very sincere when he invited the other party to join him. Just as he was about to break his lips, Han Shangyue glanced at Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema was also a quick-witted person. She immediately said, "Guru, Yin Ziyuan and I have some friendship. For my sake, you should go." Shen Jili seemed to be moved. He said lightly, "It's not impossible to make a trip there." Gu Zian glanced at the wine jug. The wine jug flew up on its own and filled up a cup in front of Gu Zian. "That depends on your sincerity." Gu Zian was overjoyed when he heard that Zian was relieved. He immediately raised the wine cup in front of him and said, "Master, Zian is sincerely inviting the two of you. Zian will drink this cup as a sign of respect." "I was just about to drink it." "The two of you?" Shen Juli repeated with a faint smile. Gu Zian was also a smart person. He immediately understood what Han Shangyue was trying to say. After a slight pause, he could only say, "It's a slip of the tongue. The three of you, it's the three of you." Yifeng's expression changed slightly. Personally attend the wedding of his sweetheart? He was not prepared for this yet. He was about to subconsciously refuse when Ning Xuema glanced at him. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. He endured it and did not speak. Shen Juli said lightly, "This is the prince of the Sharkmen. Are you only going to say a few words of greeting?" Now that things had developed to this point, Gu Ziyan had no way out. He could only say, "So young Master Yi is the prince of the Sharkmen." Previously, young Master Yi lowered himself to be a secret guard in front of my wife. This Gu is also negligent. I apologize to you here. His words were like a needle hidden in silk floss. On the surface, he was apologizing, but on the inside, he was mocking Yi Feng's behavior of being a secret guard in front of Yan Ziyuan. Ning Xiuma could not help but glance at Gu Ziyan. She originally thought that this person had a bit of a scholar's pride and loftiness. She did not expect him to be so experienced in the ways of the world. He did not lose out to a wily old fox in the Jianghu and had a bit of a Philistine aura. Chapter 985. Him calling Yan Ziyuan wifey in front of Yi Feng was clearly a kind of warning and also a declaration of possession. The provocation was still very strong. Ning Xiuma could not stand it and was just about to speak when Shanjuli put a hand on her shoulder and said coolly, "This seat wants to eat that stir-fried heaven crystal fish." Ning Xiuma brought that plate of fish over and placed it in front of him. Only after serving did she come back to her senses. Great God had always been putting food in her bowl. Why did he suddenly let her serve food for him? With this distraction, she forgot about standing up for Yi Feng. Yi Feng over there said coolly, "For her, I won't feel aggrieved no matter what I do." Gu Ziyan choked and then said with a smile, "Young Master Yi's love and care for wifey is touching. But wifey having me, this husband, to dote on her in the future is enough. Young Master, Yi should also go and find his own happiness." Yi Feng lowered his eyes slightly and said coolly, "This he only hopes that she can obtain happiness. As for other things, there's no need to trouble child Gu to worry." A brief conversation. The two people's styles were immediately superior. Two people both loved the same woman. One was possessing her by hook or by crook, while the other was fulfilling the other party's happiness. Ning Xiuma could not resist shooting a glance at Yi Feng. She did not misjudge Yi Feng. This person was a true gentleman who was open and above board. Gu Ziyan sucked in a breath. "This Gu will give her happiness." Yi Feng raised his wine cup and said coolly, "You better remember this sentence of yours. Otherwise, this Yi will be the first to not let you off." His words were full of vigor. But Gu Ziyan let out a sigh in relief after hearing it. Yi Feng saying this meant that he was withdrawing. He made this request in the capacity of Yan Ziyuan's maiden family. Gu Ziyan also finally set his mind at ease and said with a smile, I definitely won't disappoint Brother Yi. In the future, when we, husband and wife, are in harmony, we will have to invite Brother Yi again." Gu Ziyan left the two invitations behind and left. He walked away triumphantly. Being able to invite Gu Ziyan as a guest at his wedding would definitely spread throughout the entire continent in the future. Then, Gu Ziyan's fame would also rise, and his title as the Zither Saint would become even more resounding and bright. Naturally, he would not be able to escape the glory, splendor, and wealth that he deserved. A vile character intoxicated by success. The little Qilin commented after Gu Ziyan left. Ning Xiuma frowned slightly. She felt that Gu Ziyan seemed to have changed. Originally, he had a pure and noble aura about him, but now that they met again, that aura had disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was filled with the aura of a merchant. If Yan Ziyuan really married him, would she really be happy? Ning Xiuma deeply doubted this point. She looked at Yi Feng and then thought about Gu Ziyan. She could not help but sigh. Was Yan Ziyuan, that girl, blind? She held a fisheye in her arms like a treasure, but gave up a real pearl. Yi Feng, are you really going to give up? Ning Xiuma felt unreconciled for Yi Feng. If Yi Feng had lost to a super outstanding person, then it would have been fine. But to lose to such a person, even she felt aggrieved for him. Yi Feng slightly clenched his fists. He also did not want to give up. He also felt that it was not worth it for Yan Ziyuan. But Yan Ziyuan liked that man. What would he do? He did not want to force her to do anything. He lowered his eyes and did not say anything. Who you like is not a problem of compatibility, Shun Juli suddenly said. His words were the truth. After saying this, he faintly glanced at Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma originally felt that his words were very reasonable. but when she saw him looking at her, she immediately became suspicious. Chapter 986. Did he think that the two of them were not compatible? TSK. Even if their identities were a little unsuitable, but wasn't she improving at a rapid pace? Was there anyone else in the world who improved as fast as her? She had potential. She was a dark horse. If she cultivated for a few thousand years, she might even be more powerful than him. She turned her head and looked at him with a faint smile. Even if you like him, you can give up if you don't think we're compatible. Oomph. Did he think she cared? Her luck with men was extraordinarily good. You can't give up. It's best if you like him. Shun Julie poured wine for her. Be good. Try this. It suits your taste. He then peeled a crab and placed it on her plate. Yifeng, the cold and aloof Master Han Shangyue, was actually serving a girl like this, and it was so smooth that it didn't seem out of place at all. Master Han Shanyue's possessive attitude towards Ning Shuima could be seen even by a blind person. Looking at Ning Shuima's attitude, it was obvious that she also liked this master. This feeling of mutual affection was so good. He actually wanted to serve someone like this. And he also wanted to put that person in his hands and dote on her. But it was a pity that that person was still ruthless towards him. He could only let go and fulfill her wish. Guru, you said that there was something strange about this matter. What was strange about it? Can you tell me now? Ning Shuima asked after eating and drinking to her heart's content. Yin Ziyuan was cursed by someone. Shun Julie said slowly, but it had an earth-shattering effect. Yi Feng's hand trembled, and he suddenly looked up. She was cursed? What kind of curse? Ning Shuima also raised her eyebrows in surprise. She was a doctor and was good at treating difficult and complicated diseases, but she was a layman when it came to curses. What kind of curse? The twin life curse. Shun Julie said lightly. The person under this curse will be dead set on liking the person under the curse, regardless of any gains or losses. Even if the person deeply hated that person, once under the curse, they will still like that person. If the curse is not broken, their liking will not change. You're saying that Yin Ziyuan was under Gu Ziyan's curse? He actually knows this kind of mysterious martial arts? Ning Shuima's eyebrows raised even higher. Yifeng shook his head. I've observed Gu Ziyan for 3 years, so I'm very clear about his background. His psychokinesis is not bad, and his talent in the art of music is extremely high, but the rest is sloppy and ordinary. He shouldn't have such mysterious and profound martial arts. Who said that Gu Ziyan was the one who cast the curse? He doesn't have that ability. To practice this technique, one needs to be at least at the 9th level of the earth rank. Gu Ziyan is only at the 6th level of the human rank. Naturally, it wasn't him who did it. Then someone is helping him. Ning Shuima immediately thought of the key question. That's right. The method of using this curse is quite complicated. The real caster will pass this curse to Gu Ziyan, and then transfer the power to him behind his back, allowing him to quickly cast the curse on Yin Ziyuan. Once the curse succeeds, the real caster will withdraw the power. So, the reason why Ziyuan is so dead set on Gu Ziyan is because of this curse? Yin Ziyuan hasn't been under this curse for a long time. It should be less than 20 days. Shun Julie's eyes were like torches as he mentioned the date. His gaze fell on Yifeng. As for before, it's because of her true feelings, her true liking. She also liked Gu Ziyan before. Ning Shuima and Yifeng both knew this. Yifeng smiled bitterly. I don't quite understand. Ziyuan originally liked him. Isn't it unnecessary for him to use this curse? Chapter 987. Shun Julie raised his hand and took a sip of tea. We can only find out after the curse is broken. Ning Shuima clapped her hands and said, maybe she used to like Gu Ziyan, but later realized that he was actually a scumbag and didn't like him anymore. Sigh, that doesn't seem to be entirely right. I heard that Yin Ziyuan tried her best to save Yifeng. How could she immediately put Yi Feng's matter aside after being hit by this curse and happily get married? Wouldn't she be puzzled by her previous actions of trying so hard to save him? Part of her memory seems to have been erased, Shun Julie said again. I'm afraid she doesn't remember that she was in a hurry to save Yifeng. Ning Shuima was surprised. Memories can be erased? Who has such a perverted ability? Shunjili was speechless. He didn't say anything, but he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. It seemed that he did have such a perverted ability, and he had used it on her several times. Fortunately, Ning Xuema's attention quickly shifted. It seems that Ziyuan might have fallen in love with someone else. So Gu Ziyan had no choice but to use such a wicked method. Is there a way to break this curse? Shunjili said, this curse won't last for too long, at most half a year. After half a year, the curse will be broken. Ning Xuema was speechless. After half a year, it will be too late. By then, Ziyuan might even have a baby. What's done can't be undone. No matter how much she hates Gu Ziyan, there's nothing she can do. She can only be depressed for the rest of her life. Yi Feng's eyes were burning. She died of depression in her previous life, so she can't do the same in this life. Shunjili looked at him. What are you going to do? I'm going to ruin their wedding. Yi Feng said firmly. If you ruin this wedding, she might hate you even more. Moreover, she might still like Gu Ziyan after the curse was lifted half a year later. What will you do then? I don't want her to regret it for the rest of her life. If she wants to hate me, let her hate me. If she still likes that man after the curse is broken, I will think of a way to help her. In this life, I only hope that she won't have any more regrets. Yi Feng really loved Yin Ziyuan. He had already given up everything for her. Ning Xuema was also moved by his feelings. She looked at Shunjili and asked, Great God, is there no way to break the curse for Yin Ziyuan in advance? Shunjili said indifferently, Yes, but it's a little complicated and not easy to do. Tell me about it. You need 3 flowers of ice flame, and these flowers must be immediately picked and mixed with the blood of the caster. Only then will it be effective. Shunjili explained. Ning Xuema frowned slightly. She already understood the structure of this world. She knew that the flowers of ice flame grew on the ice field thousands of miles away from here, and it was extremely rare. It was not easy to find. Although the ice field was called an ice field, it was actually composed of floating ice like the North Pole. It was not a real land and was surrounded by the sea. Usually, no one would venture there. No ships passed by there. It was a real no-man's land. Yi Feng was a sharkman after all. If he went there alone, the sea would not be a problem for him. However, the condition of taking the flower while it was fresh and mixed with the blood of the caster required him to bring Yin Ziyuan and Gu Ziyan with him. Would they be willing to go there obediently? It was impossible to think about it. Even if Yin Ziyuan trusted Ning Xuema more, if Ning Xuema told her the truth, she might follow to the ice field to ask for the truth. But what about Gu Ziyan? He would definitely not agree to it. He might even try to stop Yin Ziyuan from going there. Chapter 988. Yi Feng obviously also considered this point and frowned. Gu Ziyan's blood also needs to be fresh? Shunjili nodded. Yes, we must immediately collect blood from a living person after finding the flower of ice flame and feed it to Yin Ziyuan. Only then can the curse be immediately lifted. Yi Feng clenched his fist and said, Then I'll just kidnap Gu Ziyan. His kung fu was much better than Gu Ziyan's. It would be easy for him to kidnap that person. Why be so rough? Ning Xuema suddenly smiled. If you kidnap the groom of the wedding, Ziyuan will hate you even more. It's better to let them go voluntarily. Voluntarily? How is that possible? Yi Feng raised his eyebrows. Shunjili looked at her with his chin in his hand. Did you think of a way? Ning Xuema smiled slightly. I think we can poison Gu Ziyan and say that only the flower of ice flame can cure it. Also, it must be eaten while it is fresh. I guarantee that Gu Ziyan will go. Since Gu Ziyan will go, Ziyuan will be worried about him and will naturally follow him. Won't this solve the problem? This was indeed a good idea, without shedding a drop of blood. Shunjili raised his hand and poured a cup of tea for her. I don't know what kind of poison you want to give him. How? This. I have to find a slow-acting one that doesn't cause too much harm to the human body and looks scary. As for how to do it, we can only act according to the circumstances tomorrow. Shunjili shook his head. No, if you suddenly poison him tomorrow, what if he can't act up at that time and completes the wedding ceremony? At that time, what's done can't be undone. Besides, if you are present and he is poisoned, he may not believe you. Or if he believes you, He is afraid of long delays and insists on finding the medicine after the wedding ceremony. What should he do? Ning Xiumal paused for a moment. She felt that Shun Juli was right. She pondered for a moment and stood up. That's easy. I'll go and poison him now. He definitely won't be able to perform the wedding ceremony. Shun Juli grabbed her. What's the hurry? You don't have to do it. Ning Xiumal was enlightened. Could it be that you have already thought of this step and poisoned him just now? Shun Juli didn't answer, but stood up lightly. It's late. It's time to rest. He took Ning Xiumal's hand and walked downstairs. Yi Feng and Yin Ziyuan were not fated. Yin Ziyuan's fate was to marry Gu Ziyan, and Gu Ziyan would become rich. After the age of 30, he would violate his oath and take in countless concubines, while Yin Ziyuan would die of depression. This was the original fate of Yi Feng and Yin Ziyuan. What they were doing now was going against the heavens and changing their fate. The heavens were unpredictable, and changing fate would bring misfortune to those who participated, especially those who participated. Therefore, Shun Juli didn't want Ning Xiumal to really intervene in this matter, lest she be more unlucky. If the heavens wanted to take revenge, they could take revenge on him. Thank you very much, Master. Yi Feng fell to his knees behind him. You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank your friend Xiumal. Shun Juli left with Ning Xiumal without looking back. The next night, the streets of Daliang City were in an uproar again. The wedding that everyone in Daliang had been looking forward to was all talk and no action. In the morning, the wedding was still bustling with noise and excitement. Whether it was the wedding guards or the bride's dowry that stretched for miles, it was an eye-opener for everyone in the city. However, no one expected the groom, Gu Ziyan, to suddenly fall ill and faint in the wedding hall before the bride even arrived at the Gu mansion. Chapter 989. At that time, after the chaos, all the doctors in the city were invited to the Gu mansion, but no one could diagnose Gu Ziyan's illness. Just when everyone was anxious and didn't know what to do, Master Han Shangyue arrived with the recently famous miracle doctor Ning Xiumal. This Miss Ning was indeed worthy of her title as a divine doctor. She managed to wake Gu Ziyan up in just a few moments, but Gu Ziyan was still so weak that he could barely stand. Ning Xiumal told him that if he wanted to fully recover, he had to personally go to the ice fields to pick the ice flame flower and mix it with fresh sharkman's tears. Otherwise, he would be completely paralyzed in half a month and could only struggle on a sickbed for the rest of his life. As for Master Han, his words were firm. If the wedding continued, it would be detrimental to the groom and his life would be in danger. Unless the date was changed. No one doubted Master Han's words. City Lord Yin also didn't want his daughter to become a widow right after getting married, so he begged Master Han to find another auspicious date. Master Han wasn't easy to beg. If it wasn't for Ning Xiumal's face, he wouldn't have said what he said just now. The more he said, the more City Lord Yin believed him. In the end, he almost knelt down and begged on behalf of his daughter. Only then did Master Han give him face and tell him a date. And that date was 3 months later. Gu Ziyan and City Lord Yin both knew that Yin Ziyuan would only return to normal after half a year, so 3 months wasn't too late. Nothing would change. So City Lord Yin decided on the spot to postpone the wedding to the date 3 months later. Just like that, the bustling wedding came to an end, and it became the talk of the town. And Ning Xiumal's reputation as a miracle doctor became even more famous. Because Gu Ziyan's illness couldn't be delayed, City Lord Yin immediately arranged for a group of people to go to the ice fields. Although Gu Ziyan could walk normally, he had lost all of his psychokinesis, so he only had the ability of an ordinary person. He needed someone to take care of him, so Yin Ziyuan naturally volunteered to stay by his side. When Rong Yin heard about this, in order to show her virtuousness and love for Gu Ziyan, she naturally wanted to follow. But she was rejected by Gu Ziyan without any hesitation. Rong Yan's martial arts skills were just for show. If she went, not only would she be of no help, she would also be a hindrance, so he had to ask someone to take care of her. Rong Yan's heart was naturally unwilling. She cried in front of Gu Ziyan, as if they were parting forever. This made Gu Ziyan extremely annoyed, and from then on, he didn't like her. It was already late in the winter. especially flying towards the coldest northwest direction. The temperature was getting colder and colder. Naturally, the wind was also extremely cold. Ning Xuemal once again sat on Kiran's back, and Shun Juli sat behind her. This time, he didn't set up a barrier to resist the wind, so Ning Xuemal once again deeply felt the coldness of the winter. She closed her eyes slightly and circulated the psychokinesis of fire around her body to expel the biting cold. Shinjuli thought that once she felt the cold, she would automatically shrink into his arms, but he didn't expect that she would take the opportunity to practice. It had to be said that this was a good time to practice the psychokinesis of fire. Under the stimulation of the cold wind, Ning Xuemal's practice speed was twice as fast as normal practice. Shinjuli looked at her straight back, and his eyes flashed with a touch of relief. She was really a hard-working child. Even without his urging, she didn't forget to practice at all times. Kiran also flew leisurely. This time, it didn't have to rush, so it flew leisurely much faster than the big bird behind it. Chapter 990. In order to save his future son-in-law, as well as to make his daughter more comfortable, City Lord Yin had given up the carriage that the emperor had given him. Although City Lord Yin was only a city lord, because Daliang City was a frontier fortress, the emperor valued it greatly. In order to win him over, Lu Hinti had once given him a carriage that was even bigger than the one that Ji Yunhuang had taken when he left the Sun Moon sect. 3 people could easily sit in it. The carriage was carried by a huge red-crowned crane, which flew quickly and steadily. Of course, this red-crowned crane speed was still far from Kiran's. It could fly about 3,000 miles a day. With its speed, it would take at least 4 days to reach the ice plains. Gu Ziyan, Yin Ziwen, and Yi Feng were now sitting together in the carriage. The atmosphere in the carriage was slightly strange. Gu Ziyan and Yin Ziwen sat side by side, and the two of them whispered a few words from time to time. They looked quite harmonious. Yi Feng, on the other hand, sat opposite them. His eyes were slightly closed the entire time, and he didn't say a word. For some reason, Yin Ziyuan felt an inexplicable anger in her heart whenever she saw Yi Feng. She was very unwilling to be in the same carriage as him. She liked Gu Ziyan very much now, so she naturally cherished the opportunity to be in the same carriage as him. However, Yi Feng was like a big third wheel, which made her feel uncomfortable being close to Gu Ziyan. She wanted nothing more than to find an excuse to kick Yi Feng out. However, her fiancé, Gu Ziyan, required a drop of Yi Feng's Sharkman's blood every 2 hours to maintain his normal activities. Therefore, although she was very disgusted with Yi Feng sitting in the carriage, she couldn't kick him out. However, she felt that the heavens were treating her well for being able to sit next to her sweetheart like this without Rong Yin coming out to disturb them. She was, after all, an innocent and unaffected young girl. As long as she stayed by her sweetheart's side and whispered to him, she would feel satisfied. She didn't care whether they were intimate or not. Yin Ziyuan felt that her emotions were a little strange. She inexplicably hated Yi Feng and didn't want to see him. However, when she was talking intimately with Gu Ziyan, she saw Yi Feng sitting quietly with his eyes lowered. She felt even more angry and even a little sad. These emotions were intertwined, and even she couldn't tell what it was like. She would glance at him once in a while, and then look away with hatred compared to her. Gu Ziyan was more miserable. His love rival was sitting right in front of him, so naturally, he wanted to show the other party that he owned Yin Ziyuan. So, intentionally or unintentionally, he would make some physical contact with Yin Ziyuan. Sometimes, he would hug her waist, put his arm around her shoulders, or even hold her hand. His actions should have a certain visual impact on Yi Feng and make him feel sad. However, Yi Feng's forbearance was too good. No matter what Gu Ziyan did, Yi Feng always sat there expressionlessly. His handsome face didn't show any emotion. This made Gu Ziyan feel very unaccomplished. Gu Ziyan's forbearance was usually very good, but this time he didn't know if it was because he had lost his psychokinesis and because his sweetheart was sitting next to him, but he couldn't help but feel aroused when he made these physical contact with Yin Ziyan. Since arousal would cause changes to the body, Yin Ziyan was an unromantic young girl. She accidentally saw his robe gradually rising and thought that his illness was acting up again. So she asked him about it with concern. Gu Ziyan wasn't a thin-skinned person, but when his love rival was sitting right in front of him, this kind of situation made him feel very embarrassed. In shock, the part of his robe that was raised went back down. Chapter 991. Men were like that. The more secretive and untouchable a place was, the easier it was for them to get aroused. Even though he knew that he shouldn't do this, his second brother still couldn't help but raise his head again and again. Then, he held it back again and again. After a few times, he couldn't take it anymore. He was afraid that he would be stimulated to the point that he couldn't be a real man in the future. Therefore, he didn't dare to be too intimate with Yan Ziyuan anymore and became a gentleman. He talked to Yan Ziyuan politely and didn't even dare to hold her hand anymore. As for Yi Feng, although his eyes were closed, he could still hear every movement of the two people in front of him clearly. When he was sitting in the carriage, he was prepared to face their intimacy. Although he was calm on the surface, what about his heart? He smiled bitterly in his heart. It turned out that no matter how prepared he was, his heart would still hurt when he saw his sweetheart being intimate with another man. On Kiran's back, as the weather became colder, Shun Juli set up a wizardry barrier to cover himself and Ning Xiuma. As soon as he finished setting up the wizardry barrier, Ning Xiuma, who had been sitting there, fell into his arms unceremoniously. "I'm so tired." Shun Juli hugged the beauty in his arms and was in a good mood. He felt her pulse and felt that her fire psychokinesis had increased a little. She was indeed a genius. She was more talented than any of his disciples. He wasn't wrong about this disciple. Of course, his taste in choosing a wife was even better. Only she was worthy to stay by his side and laugh with him. With her by his side, he never felt bored again. He lowered his head and planted a kiss on her forehead, right on top of her cinnabar mole. Ning Xiuma felt an itch between her eyebrows from his kiss. She smiled and wanted to dodge, but her waist was held tightly by him. "If you're tired, take a nap. I'll wake you up when we arrive." Shun Jili patted her pretty face. Ning Xiuma yawned. She was really sleepy, but she still had a question. "Guru, why did you ask Yi Feng to feed Gu Ziyan a drop of blood every 2 hours? Did Gu Ziyan really need his blood to function normally?" Shun Juli said indifferently. "Otherwise, how could Yi Feng be in the same carriage as them?" "So you want to kick Yi Feng into their carriage? But isn't it a little pitiful for Yi Feng? He has to watch those two get intimate." Ning Xiuma could imagine the scene inside, even if she used her toes to think. She felt a little sad for Yi Feng. "With Yi Feng there, they won't go too far. I'm doing this to protect your friend's innocence." Ning Xiuma was speechless. That's true. If those two were allowed to stay in the same carriage, with Gu Ziyan's temperament, he might take the opportunity to get Yan Ziyuan. What's done can't be undone. So before everything was clear, it was better for Yi Feng to stay there. As for his feelings, he would suffer for the time being. At least he still had a glimmer of hope, right? "Guru, what you're doing is changing their fate, right? Look, after Yi Feng and Yan Ziyuan's fate is changed, will they be fated?" This was what Ning Xiuma was most worried about. Shun Jili shook his head slightly. After changing fate, their fate will become chaotic and develop in an unpredictable direction. Whether they are fated or not will depend on themselves. I can't predict it. So this was the effect of changing fate. Ning Xiuma stopped talking. After a long silence, she suddenly asked, "If you help them change their fate, will it affect you?" Chapter 992. When she was in the modern era, she had heard the fortune tellers say that if a peerless master in this field changed someone's fate, he or she would be in trouble. Therefore, in the spiritual realm, changing someone's fate was a big taboo. No one was willing to take this risk. Shun Juli ruffled her hair and replied, "You're overthinking it. Let's sleep." The little girl knew how to think for him. Not bad. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He had lived for so long, but he had never really cared about anyone or anything. It was rare for him to care about someone so much. Naturally, he was willing to do something for her. Besides, it was not like he had never done this kind of thing before. When he was bored and in a good mood, he had done a few things to change someone's fate. Indeed, he would be punished by the heavenly Tao. However, those punishments were nothing to him. He could deal with them easily, because this matter was not very urgent, and Gu Ziyan and Yin Ziyuan's physiques were not very good now. They would usually find an inn to rest after flying for a day. Gu Ziyan originally wanted to share a room with Yin Ziyuan, but Ning Xiuema easily broke his fantasy with one sentence. "Ziyuan, you and Child Gu are not married yet. I will share a room with you." Yin Ziyuan still did not understand the matters between men and women. She was still worried about Gu Ziyan. Ziyan's body is weak. He needs someone to take care of him. It's just a nap. He's just a little weak. It's not like he can't take care of himself. Why would he need someone to take care of him? Besides, Child Gu is a famous gentleman. If you two live together without marriage, people will criticize you. Don't you think so, Child Gu? Ning Xiuema's words completely cut off Gu Ziyan's thoughts. He could only cough and agree with Ning Xiuema. "Very well. Ziyuan, you're tired too. You and Madame Ning should rest early." Thus, the two women shared a room, while the other three men each had a guest room, sleeping separately. Ning Xiuema was indeed tired. Not long after she lay on the bed, she fell asleep. She had another night of messy dreams. When she woke up the next day, she was pleasantly surprised to find that she actually remembered some of her dreams. Of course, she only remembered a few vague bits and pieces. For example, she vaguely remembered that in her dream, a fox demon had willingly agreed to be the maid of a man in white who had a very high status. However, because she had never done this kind of rough work before, she appeared clumsy and clumsy. Not only did the white-clothed man not enjoy her service, he also had to frequently serve her. Because the man in white was a perfectionist, he couldn't bear to see the people around him with disheveled clothes or messy hair. So he often helped her tie up her hair and dressed her up beautifully. He also couldn't bear to see her spoil his fish. She clearly loved to eat fish. Every time he cooked, she would watch from the side. Originally, the white-clothed man cooked the fish for himself. Later on, he couldn't bear to see her greedy look, so he simply cooked for her and won a few praises from her, of course. The white-clothed man didn't buy her praises. He would use his poisonous tongue to mock her, making the little fox demon choke on her words. The white-clothed man's cooking seemed to be a hobby that came occasionally. He didn't cook often. However, the little fox demon was a picky eater. She liked the fish he cooked and often pestered him to cook for her. Perhaps it was because the fish he cooked had people who liked it, which made the white-clothed man feel a sense of accomplishment. So when the little fox pestered him, he would cook for her a few times. The result was that she only ate the food he cooked. She couldn't eat other people's food. Chapter 993. When Ning Xiuema woke up, she hugged her knees and thought about it for a while. Then she let out a long sigh of relief. She could finally remember a little bit of the dream. Although it was only a few fragments, and she still couldn't remember the faces and identities of the people in the dream, it was still an improvement compared to before. She turned her head and found that the moonlight flute had come out of the storage bag on its own. It was releasing a soft glow next to her pillow. Her heart skipped a beat. Was it because of this flute that she could remember a little bit of the dream? It also had the ability to cure her only strange illness. Also, how did it manage to sneak out? Could it be that this treasure had a spirit? It came out of its own accord to help her cure her strange illness? She sat on the bed and looked at the flute over and over again for a while, but she couldn't find anything special about it. Because they had to leave early the next morning, Ning Xiuema didn't study the flute for long before putting it away and putting it aside. The further they flew in that direction, the colder the weather became. Especially above the clouds, the temperature was almost -20 degrees. It was true that a drop of water would turn into ice. Although cultivating in this kind of weather was hard, this kind of strong stimulation allowed Ning Xiuema's cultivation to grow even faster. According to Shun Julie's plan, he would let her cultivate freely for 2 hours and then set up an enchantment for her to rest. But Ning Xiuema wasn't willing. She would cultivate for 4 hours and then rest for an hour in the enchantment. After every cultivation session, her little face would be flushed red from the wind and her hands and feet would be cold like popsicles. But her entire body was excited and her eyes were bright like stars. Shinjuli was also worried that she would go astray if she was too eager to succeed in her cultivation. Hence, he would massage her for an hour after she finished her cultivation. Firstly, it was to check on her chi engine. Secondly, it was to adjust her chi that had gone astray in her body. In the end, Ning Shuama got used to his massage. Every time she finished practicing, she would simply fall into his arms and enjoy his massage for a few minutes like a lazy cat, chatting with him. Her fire psychokinesis grew very quickly and was already close to Earth rank level 3. According to Shun Julie's calculations, by the time they reached the ice field, her fire psychokinesis would have a breakthrough and enter Earth rank level 3. He can now practice some rather advanced fire element martial arts. Flying long distances in the air was originally a very boring thing, but the two of them didn't feel bored at all. Shun Julie also took the opportunity to teach her some corresponding spells when he was resting and massaging her. She was also a smart girl. She was able to learn a lot of spells and mnemonics very quickly. This made Shun Julie worry a lot less. As the two of them interacted like this, their feelings for each other naturally deepened. Ning Shuama no longer had any gap with him. When she lay in his arms, she didn't feel any psychological pressure at all. Even when he lowered his head to kiss her, she would hug his neck and respond to him. Of course, because they were on Kieran's back, the two of them didn't kiss too much. Although Kieran's head was facing forward and couldn't see the scenery on its back, it could still hear after all. Furthermore, with the great deity on its back, the little Qilin also reaped many benefits. Whenever Ning Shuama was practicing, the great deity would give the little Qilin some pointers, allowing the little Qilin to benefit greatly along the way. This group of people traveled during the day and stayed at the inn to rest at night. Ning Shuama still had dreams. Sometimes she could remember a little of the dream, and sometimes she couldn't remember anything at all. She didn't take it to heart. Chapter 994. The only thing that made her feel a little strange was that the person in her dreams had always been the little fox girl. She dreamed of her life in the valley with a man in white. Those fragments were very fragmented, but also very heartwarming. When Ning Shuama woke up, she felt as comfortable as if she had read a heartwarming novel, and every time she woke up from her dreams, she would find the moonlight flute by her pillow. Later on, she simply took the initiative to put the flute by her pillow when she slept, so as to avoid the trouble of it wandering out by itself. The further north they went, the colder it became, and gradually, there were no signs of human habitation. Especially in the last 2 days, the group flew over the ice sea, and below them were large pieces of floating ice. Naturally, there was no place like an inn to rest. Kieran was fine. It was a mythical beast, so it had strong endurance and endurance. It could fly for 2 days and 2 nights without any problem. But the strange red-crowned crane, carrying Yi Feng, and the other two couldn't do the same. It had to rest after flying for 3 to 4 hours, and it also needed to eat to replenish its strength. So later on, when the group rested, they would find a large piece of floating ice to rest. The environment here was really like the Arctic Ocean in Ning Shuama's time. The floating ice on the sea was bigger than the previous one. The small ones were like boulders, while the big ones were as big as an island. There was no problem for a few people and 2 beasts to rest on. The only problem was the cold. Ning Shuama was still fine. She had trained for a long time while flying in the cold wind. Her body's strength had increased by a large margin, so her resistance to the cold was not ordinary. Therefore, when she rested on the ice floe, she didn't feel particularly cold. It wasn't hard to endure. Yin Ziyuan and Gu Ziyan couldn't do it. Gu Ziyan didn't have much psychokinesis left, and Yin Ziyuan's psychokinesis was only about human rank level 4. In this extreme cold, although the two of them were wrapped in thick fur robes, they still felt terribly cold. Gu Ziyan tried his best to endure, suppressing the desire to shiver. Although Yi Feng was a sharkman who lived in the sea, the sharkmen lived in the warm Southeast Ocean. He also couldn't stand the extreme cold in the north. Fortunately, he had strong endurance and ability, so he could still walk in this extreme cold as if nothing had happened. He could also occasionally take care of the 2 people who were shivering together. But the 2 people didn't appreciate it and didn't want to accept his care. so Yifeng could only dejectedly leave. On this day, the group rested on a floating ice island. Icicles were everywhere on the island, and each one was like a deep blue crystal. It was quite a spectacular sight. Because they were close to the ice field, and it was the polar night, the sky was full of stars. Sometimes, the aurora borealis flashed in the far north. The scenery was beautiful that couldn't be seen in the Central Plains. When Ning Shumao was in the modern era, she had traveled all over the world, but she had never been to the North Pole or the South Pole. She didn't expect that after coming to this era, she would have the opportunity to visit a place similar to the North Pole. She felt that this trip was worth it and was in the mood to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Every time they rested, Shunjili would pull her to the other side to rest. He didn't sit with Yin Ziyuan and the others. The almighty storage space was always rich. Every time they rested, he would give her some hot food to replenish her energy. Kirin felt that it had worked hard and deserved to share the food. But it didn't expect that as soon as it expressed its opinion, it would be kicked into the sea by the Almighty, who made it go catch fish in the sea to eat. Although Kirin was resentful, it didn't dare to say anything in the face of the powerful Almighty. It could only go catch fish in the sea by itself. Chapter 995. Although Kirin was an aquatic mythical beast, it had no experience living in the ocean. When it first started catching fish, it didn't know what kind of fish it could catch and what it couldn't. It was also curious. When it saw that the electric ray looked strange, it excitedly tried to catch it. However, it was electrocuted and its scales almost exploded. It even caught a poisonous fish. Luckily, Ning Shuama reminded it in time, so it didn't bite it. Otherwise, it would have been poisoned. After a few times, Kirin gained a lot of experience. When it caught fish again, it could catch fish that suited its taste. It especially loved eating sharks. This kind of overlord of the sea could only wait to die when it met Kirin. After it became a Kirin, its appetite was not small. In addition, it consumed a lot of energy from the long-distance flight, so its appetite was especially big. It could eat an entire shark in one meal. The sea was rich in seafood. Not only could it catch itself to eat, but it could also catch a few big fish for the red-crowned crane and throw them in front of it as if it was doing a favor, so that it could fill its stomach. Kirin could quickly adapt to the climate here, but the red-crowned crane obviously couldn't. Every time it stopped, it shivered so much that its feathers were almost shaken off. Yin Ziwen and Lin Yiqian naturally brought a lot of dry food, but they were all frozen and hard. It was very difficult to chew on them. Ning Shuama wanted to share her steaming hot food with them, but Shun Jili stopped her and said lightly, "You can't give it to them." Ning Shuama didn't understand. She looked at the Almighty, but the Almighty didn't intend to explain to her. She wasn't that obedient. Without saying anything, she strode over and wanted to share some of her steaming hot buns with them. She didn't expect that when she walked in front of them, the buns had turned into frozen buns. She tried to use her fire psychokinesis to heat them up, but she didn't know why it was in vain. The buns were still as hard as rocks. She had no choice but to walk back and look at the Almighty. "What spell did you use on the food?" Shun Julie sat there leisurely and said, "It's a spell that can only be used on you." "All right, Almighty, you're a pervert." On the other side, Yin Ziwen was wrapped in 2 layers of fur, but she was still extremely cold. Gu Zian was also wrapped in a thick cotton coat. He hugged Yin Ziwen in his arms, and the two of them snuggled against each other for warmth. Yifeng was still dressed in a black robe. After sitting for a while, he raised his head and glanced at the 2 people cuddling together. Yin Ziyuan's little face was pale from the cold. Her little mouth was also a little blue, and her body was trembling slightly. It was obviously very difficult to endure. Yifeng's fingers tightened slightly in his sleeves. He really wanted to hold her in his arms and use Sharkman's original willpower to warm her. However, the hug she longed for was not him. Along the way, she was probably trying to avoid arousing suspicion. She almost didn't talk to him. She would rather stay beside Gu Zian and freeze like a cold signal bird than accept his care. As for Gu Zian, the only thing Gu Zian could do was to hold her in his arms. Yifeng stood up and looked around. Suddenly, he saw that there seemed to be a white moving on a piece of floating ice far away. He was Sharkman, and his eyesight was very good. After a while, he saw what the white dot was, a big white bear. Although bear meat wasn't delicious, it was hot. Roasting it would help to resist the cold. More importantly, this kind of bear lived in this kind of place. So the bear's skin must be very warm. The floating ice where the bear lived was quite far from here. If he wanted to hunt the bear, he would have to swim across a cold sea. Chapter 996. His body was adapted to the warm sea water in the south. If he jumped into the cold sea water, it would take a lot of courage to swim there. His scales might be completely frostbitten. He looked at Yin Ziyuan again and made up his mind. He didn't care anymore. If he didn't take action now, Yin Ziyuan might get sick from the cold. He silently walked to the shore and leaped into the air. He transformed into his true form of a merman in the air and jumped into the dark and cold seawater. The sound of him falling into the water startled Yin Ziyuan. She looked up and saw Yi Feng's dark blue fishtail in the sea. Her heart skipped a beat. She didn't know why, but she felt that this scene was a little familiar. Something seemed to flash in her mind, but when she wanted to grab it, it disappeared without a trace. What's wrong? Gu Ziyan noticed that her body stiffened for a moment and asked with concern. Why do you jump into the sea? Yin Ziyuan asked. She was obviously surprised. Gu Ziyan also looked into the water and answered casually, he is Sharkman. He should recover faster in the sea. Is that so? Yin Ziyuan's eyes flashed with uncertainty. She felt that it wasn't so simple, but she trusted Gu Ziyan very much. Since he said so, it should be true. A cold wind blew. She couldn't help but shrink her body and cursed. Why is this damn place so cold? Gu Ziyan hugged her even tighter. Bear with it. It will be fine when we find the ice flame flower. Okay? Yin Ziyuan nodded. Although she was nestled in Gu Ziyan's arms, his body was as cold as ice, so it didn't work. Some of the heat on her body was sucked away by him. I made you suffer this time. Gu Ziyan put his face on her neck and sighed. His face was cold. Yin Ziyuan couldn't help but shiver. She shook her head and didn't care. You are my future husband. I should be good to you. Ziyuan, I will not let you down in this life. Gu Ziyan promised her. Yin Ziyuan nodded. She wanted to say something, but stopped. After a while, she finally asked the question that had been stuck in her heart. Ziyan, you love me, right? Of course. Ziyuan, I love you more than life. What about Rongyuan? Do you love her? Gu Ziyan was startled. He looked deeply at Yin Ziyuan. Why do you ask? Yin Ziyuan glanced at Ning Xiuma's direction and sighed. Someone once told me that if you truly love someone, you would want to be with them for the rest of your life. You wouldn't be able to tolerate even half a grain of sand in your eyes. You won't allow a third party to come in. Gu Ziyan disagreed. Childish words. Ziyuan, forgive me for saying something disrespectful, but didn't your father also have a wife and concubines? How many men in this world will only marry one woman? Yin Ziyuan's face changed slightly. Her mother loved her father very much. It was because her father married Rongyan's mother that she died of anger. Now she seemed to be following in her mother's footsteps. Was she destined to be unable to get rid of the shadow of Rongyan and her mother? Rongyan's beautiful face flashed in her mind. She felt a little suffocated in her heart. She couldn't help but push Gu Ziyan's face to the side, slightly leaving his embrace. Gu Ziyan clearly sensed the change in her mood. He hurriedly hugged her tightly and coaxed her in a low voice. Ziyan, it's my mistake. I shouldn't have used father-in-law as a comparison. Don't worry, I don't love Rongyan. She is just my responsibility. I will only love you in this life. Chapter 997. Can't you just not marry her? In fact, there are many ways to take care of her. For example, we can find a good family for her. We can prepare a lot of dowry for her. Yin Ziyuan put forward her own opinion. Gu Ziyan secretly frowned. A few days ago, Yin Ziyuan was still obedient to him. He wanted to take Yin as a concubine. Although she felt uncomfortable in her heart, she did not raise any objections. She didn't even say a harsh word. What's wrong this time? Could it be that the curse on her body is about to lose its effect? It can't be. According to the benefactor, this curse can last for half a year. It's only been 20 days. In fact, I don't want to marry her. but I promised her father that I would take care of her for the rest of her life. That means I will keep her by my side for the rest of my life. You don't want your husband to be a person who doesn't keep his word, do you? But, Ziyun, you are a girl with a deep sense of righteousness. I know you will understand me and won't let me do such a treacherous thing. Don't worry, even if I take her in, I won't let her position surpass yours. She will always be a concubine, always below you. Well, there's no point in discussing this issue. Ziyun, let's not talk about this. Don't you like my phoenix with Guqin? When we go back, I will give it to you as a wedding gift. What do you think? Gu Ziyan changed the topic. Yin Ziyun slightly lowered her eyes and responded with okay. Then she didn't say anything else. That spell made her listen to his every word and be loyal to him. But when she heard his words, she still felt a little uncomfortable. What she wanted was his wholehearted love, not to compete with another woman for a higher position. But almost all women were like this. She was already lucky to be able to marry the man she loved. So, if there was a little regret, then there was a little regret. She couldn't help but glance at Ning Xiuma and slightly closed her eyes. Isn't Xiuma also Master Han's concubine? It seems that no matter how outstanding a woman is, she can't escape this fate. Ever since Ning Xiuma's cultivation had reached Earth rank level 4, her hearing had become extraordinarily good. She didn't want to eavesdrop, but her ears still reluctantly heard the conversation between the two people. In response to Gu Ziyan's words, she only had 4 words to say. Get lost. What responsibility? What rules? Wasn't that just an excuse to enjoy the blessings of having 2 wives? If her man dared to take a concubine after marrying her, she would cut off his little brother and kick him out of the earth. No, she seemed to be a man's concubine. That's not right. Her status as the Almighty's concubine seemed to have been removed. She was now the Almighty's disciple. However, the Almighty's attitude towards her was not that of a disciple, but that of a man chasing after his wife. She turned around and asked Shun Jiuli, Guru, what do you think after listening to Child Gu's brilliant theory? Shun Jiuli glanced at her and said lightly, What Tom, Dick, and Harry's comments are my thoughts. Ning Xiuma. She forgot that the Almighty was high and mighty. He didn't care about the gratitude and grudges of the human world. All the rules of the human world were bullshit to him. She hugged his arm. Guru, let's not care about his theory. Let me ask you, if there was a woman in this world who was your responsibility and you promised to take care of her for the rest of her life, but you didn't love her, would you marry her? Chapter 998. Shun Jiuli was a straightforward man. There is no woman in this world that I don't like and promise to take care of for the rest of my life. He would not look for trouble like this. What if? Shun Jiuli looked at her, as if he was looking at an idiot. Of course not. He had thousands of ways to promise to take care of a person for the rest of their life. He would not choose the one that would put himself in danger. Ning Xiuma was satisfied with his answer. She was about to ask something else when she suddenly heard the roar of a bear coming from afar. Her heart skipped a beat, and she looked up. She saw a man and a bear fighting on a piece of ice far away. Yi Feng, he went to hunt a bear. Ning Xiuma took a few glances from afar before her heart sank. It was a big white bear that looked like a polar bear, but was 3 times bigger than a polar bear. It was actually a level 3 Earth rank beast and knew how to use Earth magic. When it waved its claws, countless stones were thrown at Yi Feng like a storm. Yi Feng was a sharkman. He practiced water magic. Earth restrained water, so the big white bear's magic could restrain him. Therefore, Yi Feng was having a hard time fighting with it. This big white bear was the overlord of this place. Even the sharks in the sea did not dare to provoke it. Even the great white shark would take a detour when it saw it. It was used to running amok in this place. Who would have thought that someone would dare to provoke it? This place was deserted. The big white bear had never seen a human before. Of course, it had never seen sharkmen who were supposed to live in the warm sea in the south. Originally, it wanted to take a rest after gnawing on a huge fish that weighed a few 100 kilograms. Later, it discovered that there were a few figures that it had never seen before. It felt that it was quite strange, so it rode on the floating ice and wanted to take a look. It wanted to see what exactly dared to stay in its territory and not leave. At the same time, it wanted to show off its power. However, It did not expect that before it could see the face of the unknown object, Yifeng would suddenly jump out of the water and directly attack it with a water sword. Although Yifeng was frozen stiff in the water, his attack was still very fast. His sword pierced the big white bear's head. Yifeng's thunderous sword strike did not cause any damage to the big white bear's skin and flesh. It only caused a slight pain in its head. The big white bear was stunned. It had been attacked. The Overlord's dignity was actually being challenged. The big white bear was furious, and its roar was earth-shattering. His figure moved as if he was flying, and he began to fight with Yifeng. Ning Shuima stared at it for a moment before her eyes widened. Weren't bears supposed to be clumsy? Why was this one as agile as a monkey? The bear jumped up and down like lightning. It used a spell to condense large rocks to attack Yifeng. Yifeng was almost out of breath from its attacks, and he tried to find a chance to counterattack under the torrential rain of rocks. Yifeng was not used to the climate here, so when he came out of the water, his hands and feet were almost stiff. Therefore, he was at a disadvantage not long after the battle. Yifeng might not be a match for this bear. Ning Shuima turned her head to look for the little Qilin. She wanted to go over and help her or fly over to help her. However, she discovered that the little Qilin wasn't on the island. It had gone into the sea to catch some fish. It was probably too far away, so she couldn't even see its shadow. Ning Shuima had no choice but to ask Shanjuli for help. "Guru, let's go over and help." Shanjuli did not move. "There's no need to help. Yifeng will run away if he can't win. Bears can't catch up with sharkmen in the water." Chapter 999. Ning Shuima thought about it and felt that it was right, so she felt relieved. Why would Yifeng provoke that perverted bear for no reason? A question flashed through Ning Shuima's mind, but she immediately thought of something and her expression changed slightly. Bear skin. Yifeng must have seen that Yin Ziyuan was freezing, so he went to hunt for bear skin for her. If that was the case, with Yifeng's personality, he wouldn't give up so easily. The commotion over there was naturally heard by Yin Ziyuan and Gu Ziyan. Yin Ziyuan couldn't help but look over there for a moment. Her cultivation wasn't high enough, so she couldn't see the battle clearly. After looking for a while, she couldn't see anything and became impatient. Why did he go and provoke that bear for no reason? We still have to hurry on with our journey, but he just had to go and stir up trouble. Her tone was full of blame. Although Ning Shuima was her friend, when she heard her complaints, she couldn't help but feel unfair for Yifeng. "He went to hunt for bear skin for you." Yin Ziyuan was stunned. She was a young miss who grew up in the courtyard, so she didn't know a lot of life knowledge. She was puzzled. Why did he go and hunt for bear skin? Why did he go and hunt for bear skin? "Bear skin is warm, my young miss." Ning Shuima couldn't help but hold her forehead. "This kind of bear skin is the warmest. He saw that you were cold, so..." Yin Ziyuan was stunned. Her heart felt like it had been stabbed by a sharp thorn. But then something spread in her heart, and the familiar irritability rushed to the top of her head. She almost blurted out, "Who wants him to be a busybody? This person always likes to make his own decisions. Ziyuan, he should be used to being your secret guard. Protecting the master and making the master as comfortable as possible is the duty of a secret guard. He also did it for our good, so you can't blame him." Gu Ziyan put his arm around Yin Ziyuan's waist. His words seemed reasonable, but it was obvious that he was deliberately distorting Yifeng's feelings and deliberately treating him as a servant. He seemed to be understanding, but it made people want to slap him. Ning Shuima sneered. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He was not used to being a secret guard, but to protecting Ziyuan. Unlike someone who can't even deal with his fiancée. He only knows how to speak sarcastically when others put in effort. Gu Ziyan froze. He knew that Ning Shuima was not on good terms with him. She had barely spoken to him along the way, but at least she had not embarrassed him. He thought that she would tolerate him for Yin Ziyuan's sake, but he didn't expect her to speak so harshly to him now. He opened his mouth to refute, but he couldn't find the words to say. He was a little embarrassed, and after a while he sighed, "It's my fault. My body is in such a bad state, but I caused Ziyuan to suffer with me. I can see her cold, but I can't do anything for her." His words were too pitiful. Yin Ziyuan couldn't bear to see him embarrassed. Zian, you don't have to say that. I came with you willingly. Your body is in such a state, so naturally you can't do anything for me. I won't blame you. Zian, I knew you were a good girl who understood the principle of righteousness. Gu Zian breathed a sigh of relief, with an expression that said, only Yin Zin knows me well. The two of them were affectionate when Ning Xiuma said coldly, Gu Zian, there's only one thing you can do for her, and that is to shut your sarcastic mouth. Gu Zian, Yin Ziyuan couldn't help but say, Xiuma, you shut up too? Ning Xiuma's temperament was cold, and her eyes flashed with coldness. Yin Ziyuan, if you speak up for him again, I'll cut off all ties with you and never care about you again. Chapter 1000. Yin Ziyuan was speechless. Ning Xiuma turned around and walked away. She didn't want to stand with them anymore. She didn't want to be annoyed. If she didn't know that Yin Ziyuan was bewitched by a curse, which was why she was so infatuated with Gu Zian, she would have really cut off all ties with her just because she spoke up for Gu Zian without distinguishing right from wrong. Are you angry? Shun Jili pulled her to sit beside him. No. Ning Xiuma shook her head. She wasn't someone who got angry easily. She just felt sad for Yi Feng. The specialty of the twin life curse is that the person under the curse will be loyal to the person who cast the curse. No matter how bad the person is, they will always be good in her heart. She won't allow anyone to say anything bad about them. Also, the person under the curse will have a change in personality. Shun Jili used telepathy to explain the knowledge of this curse to her. Ning Xiuma sighed. This curse is really scary. Which pervert taught him this method? After I break the curse on Ziyuan, I must interrogate this Gu Zian properly. The two of them talked while paying attention to Yi Feng's movements. Yi Feng seemed to be fighting with the big white bear. Although he was losing, he didn't retreat at all. Oh no, he's injured. Ning Xiuma suddenly stood up. She was about to ask Shinjuli to send her over. However, Yi Feng stumbled on the big ice block and fell into the sea. The big white bear was also a vengeful person. It immediately jumped into the sea. After a while, the sea started to churn violently. It was obvious that Yi Feng and the big white bear were fighting fiercely at the bottom of the sea again. Ning Xiuma looked at Shun Jili. Shun Jili stood there unmoved. He just said calmly, he can give up. Yin Ziyuan sat there. She also looked at the sea. Naturally, she also saw the commotion there. Huge waves came one after another. She did not know why, but her heart was beating so fast, and she was secretly clenching her fists even tighter. That sea region was in chaos for a full hour, and then a huge bear head popped out and roared at the sky, shaking the clouds in the sky. Then it sank. The surface of the water gradually regained its tranquility. Who won? Why hasn't Yi Feng come out yet? Yin Ziyuan stared at the sea, her heart sinking bit by bit as time passed. Ziyuan, are you still cold? Gu Zian held her in his arms. Why are you shaking so much? Yin Ziyuan took a deep breath and did not respond to him. His eyes were still fixed on the sea. Gu Zian suddenly turned her around and looked into her eyes. Ziyuan, look at me. Yin Ziyuan was forced to look at him, but her eyes were trembling. She could not help but turn back to look. Ziyuan, do you still remember? When we first met, Gu Zian began to softly reminisce with her about the past. His voice was gentle and light, but it had a strange power to calm people's hearts. Finally, Yin Ziyuan's trembling eyes calmed down and became dreamy again, as if she was immersed in a beautiful future. She looked at Gu Zian with her eyes gradually focused and showed her infatuation. Then, when we go back, we will hold the wedding. Don't worry, I will give you an equally big wedding. You're going to marry me, right? I have always liked Zian, and I have always wanted to marry you. I want to be Zian's bride. Yin Ziyuan said dreamily. Wow, that's a good girl. Gu Zian kissed her forehead. He raised his head occasionally and met Shun Juli's cold, piercing gaze. Chapter 1001. Gu Zian shuddered and quickly averted his gaze. He was so nervous that his heart almost jumped out his chest. Shun Juli retracted his gaze and pressed his palm on Ning Xiuma's shoulder. Ning Xiuma was staring at the sea, waiting for Yi Feng to emerge. She had already deduced that Yi Feng had won the battle at the bottom of the sea based on the roar of the big white bear. Now, she was just waiting for Yi Feng to return triumphantly. Shun Julie's touch hurt her a little. She raised her hand and patted him. Stop fooling around. Her eyes were still staring at the sea. This girl was actually so nervous about another man. Shun Julie was a little unhappy. He put more force on his palm and said coldly in her ear, Xiuema, if your good friend can never break the curse, will you be very sad? Ning Xiuema immediately turned around. Of course. She looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean? Did something happen to Ziyuan again? Didn't you say that the curse will be broken soon? Her series of questions naturally represented her attitude. Shun Julie said lightly, if there are no accidents, the curse will be broken. Then why did you ask that just now? Ning Xiuema was unusually sharp. I want to kill someone. Shun Julie glanced at Gu Ziyan again. This was the first time he had scruples about killing someone. Ning Xiuema thought for a while and suddenly understood. She asked him softly, if I kill him, will Yin Ziyuan's curse never be broken? This girl was smart enough. Shun Julie nodded to show that she was right. He added, not only can it not be broken, but if the caster of the curse encounters an accident, the person who is cursed will also die. Pervert. Ning Xiuema cursed softly. Before Yin Ziyuan's curse was broken, he had to keep Gu Ziyan alive. Guru, who do you think is the pervert behind this? Shun Julie paused for a moment before he finally spat out 3 words, Shui Ilan. Ning Xiuema raised her eyebrows in surprise. It's him? Why would he do that? He glanced at the surface of the sea again to see if Yi Feng had returned. Shun Julie pulled her to sit down. There's no need to look. Yi Feng is fine. He's just a little injured. He then explained, Gu Ziyan is the reincarnation of a zither boy. He has a strand of zither soul in his body, which can purify and repair all zither strings in this world. Shui Ilan must be in urgent need of this strand of zither soul, which is why he helped him. He used the twin life curse to exchange for Gu Ziyan's zither soul. Ning Xiuema was a little suspicious. I think with Shui Ilan's personality, he doesn't seem like someone who likes to exchange with others. Instead, he just directly snatches it. Shun Julie looked at her with a faint smile on his face. You seem to know him well. Yes, if this zither soul could be used to snatch, Shui Ilan naturally wouldn't waste this effort. However, there's something strange about this zither soul. It must be Gu Ziyan who voluntarily forced the zither soul out of his body. Only then can it be complete and have the function of repairing zither strings. So that's how it is. So it's that bastard's doing again. Ning Xiuema couldn't help but rub her eyebrows. This Shui Ilan was really like a ghost that wouldn't go away. He always appeared around her from time to time. If he wasn't here to harm her, he would harm her friends, splash. With a sound, Yi Feng finally emerged from the sea. He was dragging a large bearskin behind him. It turned out that he didn't emerge from the sea for a long time because he went down to peel the bearskin. His face was a little pale. When he came to the island, he paused for a moment under the water. He closed his eyes slightly, then jumped up and flew up with the bearskin. Chapter 1002. When he landed, he staggered a little, but he quickly steadied himself. His eyes swept over Yanzun, paused for a moment, and then looked away. Yi Feng, how are you? Ning Xiuema had already keenly noticed that Yi Feng was injured, but he was originally dressed in black, and his whole body was dripping wet, so she really couldn't see where the bloodstains were. Sorry for making you worry. Yi Feng is fine. If you know that others will be worried, then don't try to show off. Yin Ziyuan suddenly interrupted in a sharp voice. Her voice was as cold as the surrounding seawater. Why did you go hunting a bear for no reason? Yin Zin didn't know why, but when she saw Yi Feng like this, she inexplicably became angry. Can you not make decisions on your own in the future? The more she spoke, the angrier she became. You caused everyone to worry. You wasted everyone's time. We still have to hurry on our way later. Her words made Yi Feng's face turn even paler. Ziyuan, don't be angry. Gu Ziyan stepped forward to smooth things over. His eyes lightly glanced at the bearskin. Brother Yi, you're so skilled. You actually managed to kill this ice field's little conqueror. I was lucky. Yifeng only answered him with 2 words, and then threw a large piece of bear meat at him. Child Gu, roast this meat. Eating it can help to resist the cold. Gu Zian looked at the large piece of bloody bear meat and frowned in disgust. The bear meat is very rough. I'm afraid you won't be able to bite through it. No, this kind of bear meat is quite tender, and it has a hot nature. It can be used to replenish the body's heat. Yifeng had already begun to clean the bearskin on the ice. He used the ice blade to scrape it while explaining to Gu Zian. Yifeng had already seen that Yan Xin didn't eat much, and in this place where a drop of water turned into ice, if she didn't have good food to replenish her energy, her body wouldn't last more than a few days. And she was definitely hungry. Gu Zian still didn't feel at ease. Hot nature? I'm afraid that it will affect my body. Yifeng finally stared at him. You can roast it for everyone to eat. Roasting meat was the most effortless. Gu Zian should be able to do it. Gu Zian choked. He looked at the bear meat on the ice and said, That's not a problem, but there's ice here there's no firewood to roast meat. Just as he finished speaking, dozens of firewood suddenly appeared on the ground. He raised his head in astonishment and saw Ning Xuan leisurely retract her hand. Don't worry about firewood. With me here, you can get as much as you want. Yifeng Zian, Yifeng Yu Yifeng why this time. Gu Zian couldn't find any other reason. He lowered his eyes and looked at his hands. This was a pair of hands that could play beautiful notes. These hands had not done much rough work. Ever since he relied on his zither skills to make a living, he had taken good care of these hands. Was he going to use these hands to do the rough work of cutting and roasting meat today? That gentleman stayed away from the kitchen. It was a bit degrading for him to do this. And the bear meat was bloody and looked a bit salty, and the weather was so cold. He stood in place, a little hesitant. Looking at Yan Ziyuan, he hoped that she could say a few words for him, or take the initiative to take over the rough work and be considerate of him, so that an elegant gentleman like him would have a good way out. After all, Yan Ziyuan was born as a young lady. She had lived a luxurious life since she was young, and there were many servants around her. Naturally, she wouldn't do such rough work. Chapter 1003. Of course, Yan Ziyuan did not want to take the initiative to take on this task. Not only did she not take on this task, but she also looked at him with sparkling eyes. Zian, you know how to roast meat, right? I can't wait to taste Zian's cooking. Gu Zian, he could not find a way out, so he could only force a smile and cook the bear meat. After all, he had been poor before. He had done this kind of work a long time ago, so he was not too clumsy when he did it. But because the weather was too cold, the bear meat only stayed on the ice for a short period of time before it turned into a piece of hard frozen meat. It was quite difficult to cut it. Gu Zian pressed the meat with one hand and cut it with the sword with the other. He felt pain in both hands. One was painful from the cold, and the other was painful from exhaustion. He raised his head and looked at Yan Ziyuan. He wanted to say something, but he held back. Yan Ziyuan was now focused on him, so she immediately said, Zian, do you have something to say to me? Gu Zian paused and shook his head. No. Forget it. He would educate her about women's ethics when he went back. For example, he should have a woman to serve him, wash her hands for her husband, and make soup for her in-laws. He should not say it now, so as not to make her feel disgusted. There were so many eyes looking at him now. Ziyuan, have a good rest first. I will roast the bear meat for you later to replenish your energy. Okay. Yan Ziyuan seemed to be a little touched. She squatted beside him to keep him company, and, at the same time, she was also a little warmer by the campfire. Yifeng, you are still bleeding. Ning Xiuma, who was not far away, said coldly, You don't even care about your life to hunt this bear? It's okay, I know what I'm doing. It's just a flesh wound. Yifeng said calmly. His chest and abdomen were injured. He had already healed himself at the bottom of the sea and stopped the bleeding, but when he jumped up just now, he pulled at the wound and it opened up again. Ning Xuema glanced at Yan Ziyuan and saw that she was looking at them. She looked at Yifeng for a while, then looked away. Gu Zian's fingers also paused, and he turned to Yifeng and smiled apologetically. Brother Yi, you have suffered because of us. Thank you. Yifeng did not look up. He only said a few words, "It's okay." Gu Ziyan took out a tube of medicine and asked Yin Ziyuan to give it to Yifeng. Brother Ye's injuries are not light. This medicine is the best medicine in Daliang City and is worth thousands of gold pieces. Brother Yi can use it to heal his injuries. Use it. Ning Xiuma flicked her finger, and a bottle of medicine with a red glow appeared in Yifeng's hand. Yifeng held the bottle of medicine and froze. Everyone's eyes were focused on the bottle of medicine. It was the most precious medicine in the Sun-Moon sect, and it was rumored that the ancestor had personally made it. It had an immediate effect on injuries and was listed as the best medicine in the world. The ancestor was lazy, and he made medicine out of a whim. He might not make a bottle even after many years. Even his direct disciples might not be able to use it even once. One could imagine how precious this medicine was. Not to mention thousands of gold pieces, even tens of millions of gold pieces might not be able to buy it. And now, Ning Xiuma had casually given such a bottle of medicine to Yifeng. Gu Ziyan's golden sword medicine was nothing compared to her medicine. Gu Ziyan's bottle of medicine froze before it could reach Yin Ziyuan's hand. He did not know whether to continue or take it back. Shunjuli glanced at Ning Xiuma lightly. Chapter 1004. This girl actually gave away the thing that he had just given her not long ago. That red glowing medicine really did have a golden glowing effect. Not long after Yifeng used it, all the wounds on his body quickly healed and the pain was no longer as unbearable. He immediately began to process the bear skin. After cleaning it, he cut out 3 pieces. Sharkmen were good at weaving. They could use starlight and moonlight as threads to weave beautiful shark's yarn. Yifeng also had this skill. He used Sharkman's origin energy to turn the starlight into threads and sewed the 3 pieces of bear skin together. An hour later, he had finished making the 3 bear skin coats. The big white bear seemed to have become a spirit. It loved cleanliness, so its fur was not as dirty as ordinary bear skins. Its silver white fur shone like satin under the starlight. The 3 bear skin coats looked warm and thick. They looked very good. He gave the 3 bear skin coats to Ning Xiuma, Yin Ziyuan, and Gu Ziyan. Gu Ziyan was feeling uncomfortable from the cold, so he naturally did not refuse. He quickly put them on. Yin Ziyuan held the bear skin coat and was stunned for a moment. Then she slowly put it on. The coat was very fitting. The thick bear skin did not seem too bulky on her body. This bear skin was indeed very warm. Not long after she put it on, she could feel waves of warmth coming from it. His hands and feet, which were originally cold, gradually warmed up. She did not know what to feel. It was warm and painful at the same time. Something seemed to be rising from the depths of her heart. "All right, the bear meat is done. Everyone come and eat." Gu Ziyan spoke and broke Yin Ziyuan's trance. He put a piece of roasted bear meat in her hand. "Come, try a piece first. See how your husband's cooking is." As soon as he spoke, the strange warm and sour feeling that had just risen in Yin Ziyuan's heart was chased away. Yin Ziyuan took a bite of the bear meat and praised, "It's very delicious. Ziyan, I didn't expect you to be so good at cooking." Gu Ziyan was a little proud. He glanced at Yifeng beside him, then raised his hand to ruffle Yin Ziyuan's hair. He said gently, "Ziyuan, if it weren't for this accident, you would already be my wife. You should change the way you address me." Yin Ziyuan blushed. "After all, we are not married yet." She stood up and gave the rest of the bear meat to the other 3. "Have a taste." Shunjuli naturally wouldn't eat it. He didn't even have the intention to take it. Yin Ziyuan did not dare to force him. As for Ning Xiuma, she did not want to eat the food that Gu Ziyan roasted. Besides, she was already full and had no appetite, so she waved her hand and refused. Only Yifeng could not bear to refuse the bear meat that Yin Ziyuan handed over. He took a bite and secretly frowned. The meat was a little overcooked, and there was a little too much salt on it. Not only did it not suit his taste, but it also did not suit Yin Ziyuan's taste. Yin Ziyuan was a picky eater. In fact, he doubted that Yin Ziyuan could really eat until she was full. "Is it delicious?" Yin Ziyuan looked at him eagerly, as if she wanted to get a compliment from him about her sweetheart. Yin Ziyuan was now in a state where she would be happy as long as she was with her sweetheart. even if she ate chaff and swallowed vegetables. Yifeng could not bear to make her sad, so he nodded and replied, "It's okay." Yanzuan was finally satisfied and returned to Gu Ziyan's side. She tasted the bear meat that was not roasted very well in small bites and ate it very happily. Chapter 1005. Yifeng was also eating slowly. After all, this was food given to him by Yin Ziyuan. No matter how bad it tasted, he would gladly swallow it without batting an eyelid. Ning Xuema looked at Yin Ziyuan and Gu Ziyan, who were snuggling up to each other. Both of them were wearing bearskin coats and were very warm. Gu Ziyan even had a faint blush on his face. Clearly, he was very nourished. Then she looked at Yifeng. He was sitting alone at the side. His black clothes were almost frozen into iron. Because it was too cold, his face was pale, and even his lips were faintly purple. He lowered his eyes and ate that piece of bear meat. No one knew what he was thinking. They couldn't let that scumbag get away so easily. Why should that scumbag wear the bearskin that Yifeng risked his life to get? Ning Xuema suddenly took a step forward. Her eyes were fixed on Gu Ziyan's face. She frowned and said, "Something's wrong." Yin Ziyuan saw her serious expression and was shocked. What's wrong?" Ning Xuema's expression became even more serious. "Child Gu's complexion doesn't look right. I'm afraid his illness is about to act up." Yin Ziyuan's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly looked at Gu Ziyan's complexion. She didn't understand medicine, so she couldn't tell what was wrong. "What's wrong? I think his complexion is very good. His cheeks are flushed and there are bleeding spots. His lips are faintly discernible." Ning Xuema said a lot of professional words in one breath. Yin Ziyuan was stunned. Gu Ziyan was also full of doubts. He couldn't help but touch his own face. Of course, he couldn't feel anything. He didn't feel that anything was wrong either. When he heard Ning Xuema mention his complexion, he said instinctively, "His face is red because of the heat and the fire, right?" Ning Xuema sneered, "What do you know? This is clearly the rise of the virtual Yang fire, attacking the Run and Du meridians." She said a bunch of professional words and finally came to a conclusion. "I'm afraid you can't let the heat get to you. Otherwise, the virus in your body will wreak havoc and cause your illness to flare up in advance. I'm afraid his life will soon be in danger. Xuema, what should we do?" Yin Ziyuan was anxious. "It's very simple. Child Gu's illness can only tolerate the cold and not the heat. Not only can you not eat the bear meat, you can't wear the bearskin robe either. Otherwise, your life might be in danger." Gu Ziyan was not a fool. He knew that Ning Xuema did not have a good impression of him. She might be lying to him, so he was still a little skeptical. Moreover, after he put on the bearskin, his body felt much warmer and more comfortable. How could he bear to take it off? Maybe Mrs. Ning saw wrongly? "I feel pretty good." Just as he said this, his stomach suddenly felt like it had been scalded by lard. It was so painful that he groaned. His body trembled as if he was suffering from malaria, and he fell to the ground with a plop. "Look, your illness is flaring up, right?" Ning Xuema took a step back, shook her head, and sighed. "You just don't believe me." Yin Ziyuan looked at Gu Ziyan's twitching body on the ground and panicked. "Xuema, what should we do?" "What should we do? You have to save him. Take off his bearskin robe first and let him dry here for a while. Maybe he'll get better soon." Yin Ziyuan immediately took off the bearskin robe on Gu Ziyan's body. She was afraid that it was not enough, so she let him lie on the ice. Ning Xuema took the robe and handed it to Yifeng. "Yifeng, you can wear this robe yourself. Child Gu does not have the fortune to enjoy it." Yifeng looked at Ning Xuema with a complicated gaze. Chapter 1006. Yifeng naturally knew that this was Ning Xuema's doing, but it made him feel a lot better. He put on the bearskin without hesitation. Naturally, he warmed up a lot, and his blood vessels that had been frozen by the cold sea water could finally flow normally again. Yifeng had given the bearskin to Gu Ziyan because he was afraid that Yin Ziyuan would be unhappy. He was afraid that she would throw a tantrum when she saw that there was no one she liked. After the scene just now, he no longer had any misgivings. Gu Ziyan had finally warmed up in the bearskin. Now that it was suddenly taken away and placed on the ice, he was frozen to the point of ecstasy. He was shivering on the ground. "Xuema, Shuima, why isn't he feeling well? Yen Ziyuan anxiously circled Gu Ziyan. It doesn't matter. When the heat poison in his body is absorbed by the cold air, he should be able to recover. Ning Shuima's tone was certain. Then, she glanced at Shun Jiuli. The goo poison in Gu Ziyan's body was planted by the Almighty, so he could naturally control his condition at any time. He didn't even move, but he cooperated perfectly with Ning Shuima. He still didn't say anything, but his fingertips moved slightly in his sleeves. Yen Ziyuan was an impatient person. She pulled Ning Shuima's hand and asked, Shuima, how can we make the heat poison in his body disappear faster? Ning Shuima looked at the turbulent sea water under the island and muttered, maybe it'll be better if we use seawater to bathe him. Damn it. She also wanted to let this Gu Ziyan have a taste of the ice sea. Yifeng saw that Ning Shuima was playing with Gu Ziyan. Although he was happy to see it, he was afraid that she would kill him and cause other accidents. He sent a message to Shuima. Shuima, I'm afraid his body can't withstand the water. He will freeze to death in the sea. Ning Shuima also sent a message to him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. She was a doctor, so she could understand the general condition of Gu Ziyan's body and his tolerance by checking his breathing. His body was not as weak as it appeared. This bastard looked weak. Firstly, he was acting in front of Yen Ziyuan. Secondly, he was delicate and didn't want to work, so he took advantage of the situation to pretend to be Brother Lin. I'm afraid he won't be able to swim by himself in this state. Yen Ziyuan muttered to herself. She then made up her mind. I'll take him down to soak. This silly girl, with her small body, if she soaked in the sea water, she would probably fall sick. Before Ning Shuima could say anything, Yifeng said, no way. If he wants to soak, I'll take him in. He would never allow anything to happen to Yen Ziyuan, and he didn't want her to suffer any more pain. Stupid. Why do you need to soak him in the water? Can't you just pour water on him? Ning Shuima couldn't help but facepalm. She didn't say that she was going to throw Gu Ziyan into the water. These two people were so quick to snatch this job. Yen Ziyuan's eyes lit up. She immediately looked at Yifeng. Yifeng, you can control water, right? Why don't you get some water and pour it on him? Pour water on him? I can do that. The little Qilin, who had just reached the shore, answered in high spirits. Without waiting for Ning Shuima and the others to respond, it opened its big mouth, and the seawater below automatically surged up and splashed down on Gu Ziyan, who was trembling on the ground to the point of almost losing consciousness. Shun Jiuli took advantage of the situation and silently withdrew the spell that had made Gu Ziyan unconscious. Gu Ziyan was shocked by the cold seawater and jumped up like a shrimp in a pot of oil. Cold, 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 cold. Chapter 1007. Gu Ziyan's hands and feet were frozen stiff. Just as he jumped up, he tripped and tumbled down. Because the weather was too cold, his clothes were already frozen. He couldn't stop the momentum of the fall and slipped far away. Yen Ziyuan didn't manage to catch him and could only look on helplessly as he screamed miserably and fell into the sea with a splash. Yen Ziyuan was scared out her wits. She subconsciously wanted to jump as well, but Yifeng stopped her. Don't be afraid. Let me do it. He turned around and was about to jump into the sea to save Gu Ziyan, but Kirin was one step ahead of him. She also jumped into the sea with a splash. After a while, Kirin used her head to push Gu Ziyan out of the sea. Gu Ziyan was choking and freezing in the sea. His face was pale, his lips were bruised, and his eyes were tightly shut. This time, he really fainted. Yifeng didn't wait for Yen Ziyuan to speak again and immediately performed first aid. He was very experienced in saving drowning people. After a while, Gu Ziyan finally woke up. As soon as he woke up, he shivered and stared at Yen Ziyuan's white bear fur coat. He couldn't wait to tear it off for her and put it on himself. Yen Ziyuan naturally knew that he was cold. She felt cold just looking at him with ice shards all over his body. However, for his health, she still advised him to endure it. Ziyan, your body really can't get too hot. You'll faint if you get too hot. You almost died just now. If I didn't let the cold air draw out the heat toxins in your body in time, you would still be unconscious. You have to endure it. As long as you find the ice flame flower, you will be fine after consuming it. Gu Zian's lips trembled a few times. He felt that he would freeze to death before he could find the ice flame flower. Now, from the tip of his hair to the soles of his feet, every cell in his body was screaming the word cold. Every blood vessel in his body was flowing with the word cold. Many parts of his body were so cold that he couldn't feel them. He couldn't even feel the existence of his little brother, cold. He had never been so cold in his entire life. He never knew that falling into the water in this weather could be so cold. He felt that all the joints in his body were about to freeze. Every time he moved, they would make cracking sounds. Because his clothes were already frozen stiff, he was like a robot that couldn't support his body. Ziyuan, help me get a set of clothes. Even if he couldn't wear the bearskin robe, at the very least, he had to change into dry clothes. Otherwise, he might really freeze to death. Yin Ziyuan, however, was afraid that her previous efforts would be wasted if she didn't do it well. She immediately looked at Ning Xiuema. Ning Xiuema scrutinized Gu Zian's face. She couldn't play with him anymore, or she would die, she nodded. You can change into dry clothes, but they can't be too thick. Yin Ziyuan ran to the front of the car and rummaged through the cabinets. After a while, she took out a set of lined robes and handed it to Gu Zian. Gu Zian wanted to cry, but had no tears. Give me a cotton one. If he wore a lined robe in this weather, he would freeze into an ice sculpture. Yin Ziyuan looked at Ning Xiuema again. Ning Xiuema smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Yin Ziyuan immediately advised Gu Zian, Zian, for the sake of your health, can you bear with it? Look at Mr. Han. He's wearing a thin robe, but he doesn't seem to be cold. Ning Xiuema turned around and glanced at Shunjiuli. The Almighty was wearing a long robe with the color of the moon. Under the starlight and the cold wind, his eyes were distant, as intoxicating as the moonlight. He was indeed wearing a thin robe. If anyone wore a thin robe on a cold day, Ning Xiuema would feel cold for them. She couldn't wait to find a leather coat for them. Chapter 1008. But when the great god was dressed like this, no one felt cold for him. It was as if he was supposed to be like this, like a celestial being on top of a snowy mountain. Although Yin Ziyuan couldn't see Shunjiuli's appearance clearly, she could still feel his aura. Although that person was traveling with them, he always felt like he was beyond the 9 heavens, separated from them by thousands of mountains and rivers. It made her feel like she was looking up at a tall mountain, and she never dared to treat him as a companion. How did Master Han cultivate this kind of temperament and strength of character? Perhaps only the venerable emperor could be compared to him. Ning Xiuema seemed to understand Yin Ziyuan's thoughts at this moment. Her man was praised by her good friend, and she was very proud. But her heart was moved, and she immediately took the opportunity to persuade Yin Ziyuan. The great god's physique belongs to the cold, and he can't be cold. His cultivation is shallow, and he often cultivated in places like the ice fields to improve his resistance to the cold. After a long time, his aura was revealed, and now he's not afraid of the cold. Yin Ziyuan's eyes lit up. She saw the interaction between Ning Xiuema and the great god with her own eyes. The two of them were so close, so it wasn't strange that Ning Xiuema knew about Master Han's past. So she believed that what Ning Xiuema said was true. She immediately persuaded Gu Zian, who was about to change his jacket into a cotton-padded one. She told him about Master Han's cultivation and then pulled Gu Zian's ice-cold hand. Zian, what Master Han could do, you're so smart, so you can definitely do it too. Just bear with it, and wait until you get used to it. Gu Zian was so cold that his joints were stiff. When he heard Yin Ziyuan's words, he almost burst into tears. How could he be compared to Master Han? He would probably be frozen to death if he got used to it. He didn't listen to Yin Ziyuan and limped towards the car. He wanted to rely on himself to take his clothes. Unfortunately, the Red Crown crane was too tall. It was almost as tall as a one-story building. If he was fine, he could easily jump onto the crane. However, his joints were as stiff as wood, and he could barely walk like a robot. There was no way he could jump onto a vehicle. He tried twice, but to no avail. He turned around and looked at Yin Ziyuan with a face full of despair. Then if you don't want me to die, Help me get a set of cotton robes. He was so cold that his tongue was almost tied up. Yin Ziyuan's heart softened when she saw how pitiful he looked. She looked at Ning Xiuma again. Ning Xiuma didn't say anything. She just glanced at Yifeng. Yifeng had also just jumped out of the frozen sea not long ago. When he came ashore, his limbs were also stiff. Even his hair was frozen into ice. However, he didn't say that he was cold. He even did this and that for them. He even hunted a big white bear. Compared to him, Gu Ziyan seemed so useless. Yin Ziyuan probably thought of this too. She tried to persuade Gu Ziyan to bear with it. Didn't Yifeng manage to bear with it? Gu Ziyan was so angry that he blurted out, Yifeng is a sharkman. He will be fine if he goes into the sea. Besides, he is full of love. He paused. Ning Xiuma chuckled. Child Gu, you're wrong. Yifeng is indeed a sharkman. However, he is a sharkman from the warm sea in the south. He is not from here. He is not used to this sea. As for being full of love, Child Gu doesn't really love Ziyuan. Can't he bear with it for her? Can't he be full of love? Chapter 1009. Gu Ziyan. He looked at Yin Zin, who had been looking at him. I'm sincere to Zin, but you guys make it sound so easy. Yin Ziyuan made up her mind and said, Ziyan, you have to bear with it. Otherwise, I'll accompany you. She raised her hand and was about to take off the bearskin coat. Yifeng's expression changed. No. Ning Xiuma raised her hand and pressed Yin Ziyuan's hand down. She said with a faint smile, don't be silly. Your physique is completely different from his. You can't bear any cold. Otherwise, if the cold enters your body, you'll have all kinds of problems. Child Gu is already very touched and happy that you accompanied him to this wasteland to look for medicine. How can he bear to let you freeze for no reason? If he gets sick from the cold, he'll be heartbroken. Don't you think so, Child Gu? The last sentence was naturally directed at Gu Ziyan. What could Gu Ziyan say at this time? He could only force a smile with his teeth chattering. Yes. Ziyuan, you don't have to take it off. I'll bear with it. Yin Ziyuan finally stopped insisting. The small storm passed just like that. 3 of the 5 people were wrapped in warm bearskin coats. As for the other 2, one disdained to wear it, and the other couldn't wear it. Therefore, Gu Ziyan, who couldn't wear it, could only rely on exercise to increase his body temperature in order to resist the bone-piercing cold. As a result, Child Gu Ziyan, who was originally gentle and calm, even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, jumped a few times on the spot, as if there were springs installed under his butt. His image was completely destroyed. Yin Ziyuan's gaze followed Gu Ziyan, and she couldn't help but glance at Yifeng. It turned out that he was just as cold when he jumped into the sea, but he was able to persevere without batting an eyelid. He even did so many things. Yifeng was like a silent mountain, giving people a feeling of wanting to lean on him. On the other hand, Gu Ziyan was like a blooming flower. He was beautiful and attractive, but he could wither easily. Yin Ziyuan shook her head. No, Gu Ziyan was the man she had always liked. He would be her pillar in the future. She shouldn't use him as an analogy. Compared to him, all other men should be dung. Her gaze continued to follow Gu Ziyan. Everyone rested here for 4 to 5 hours before making their preparations. The cold weather caused people's physical strength to be depleted abnormally fast. Those who did not abstain from food were hungry again. Ning Xiuma pressed down on Shan Julie's hand that was about to reach for the food and suggested, I heard that there is a type of fish here that is especially delicious. Yifeng, your grilled fish skills are pretty good. Why don't you show off your skills here? Little Apple, go down and catch the fish. When she suggested this, Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. He had told Ning Xiuma before that his biggest regret in life was that Ziyuan had never eaten the fish that he grilled for her. Now that Ning Xiuma said this, it was obvious that she was giving him this opportunity. He looked at Ning Xiuma gratefully and immediately instructed Kiran which fish was more suitable to catch. Kiran agreed and immediately jumped into the sea to catch the fish. It was good catching fish. After a while, it used its claws to catch 6 to 7 fish. It was the type of ice crystal fish that Yifeng wanted. Each fish was about 2 to 3 caddies in size. Its meat was fresh and tender. It was one of Yi Yu's favorite fish. This type of fish grew in the extremely cold sea. To sharkmen, this type of fish was an extremely rare delicacy. He had to use many things to exchange with other sea tribes to get one or two. At that time, Yi Feng couldn't bear to eat it himself, so he cooked it all for Yi Yu. Chapter 10:10. Now that he had seen this fish again, Yi Feng recalled the scene from back then and felt an inexplicable complicated feeling in his heart. Yi Feng's heartstrings couldn't help but tremble. He could finally roast the fish that she wanted to eat the most with his own hands. He had just slaughtered 2 fish when Gu Ziyan suddenly walked over, took the other 2 fish, and silently slaughtered them as well. Naturally, his technique wasn't as nimble as Yi Feng's. He scraped the scales off the fish's skin and ruined the fish's beauty. Yi Feng's heart ached for the fish, and he couldn't help but say, "You don't have to do it. I'll roast it for everyone to eat." Gu Ziyan glanced at him and smiled. "Brother Yi has been too busy for us recently. I can't bear to see Brother Yi so tired, so I'll roast the fish for us." After saying that, he took the 2 slaughtered fish and slowly roasted them over the bonfire. Yi Feng! He couldn't help but look at Yin Ziyuan. Yin Ziyuan was already squatting beside Gu Ziyan. Her eyes were bright as she watched him roast the fish, and her face was full of sweetness. "Ziyan, you're so thoughtful. I love eating the food you roast the most." Yi Feng couldn't help but cut his hand in a moment of distraction. Blood flowed out and flowed onto the fish that he had just slaughtered. "This fish is dirty," he said hurriedly, and threw the fish that was stained with his blood back into the sea. He stood facing the sea for a while, and when he turned back, his expression was still calm as he prepared the other fish. Although Ning Xiaoma felt sorry for him in her heart, this was not the time for her to meddle in his affairs. She didn't look at Yi Feng again, in case he felt even more embarrassed. For someone like Yi Feng, what he wanted was never the pity of others. Yi Feng and Gu Ziyan grilled the fish separately. Gu Ziyan also seemed to be holding his breath. The grilled fish was neither salty nor bland, and the control of the heat was also good. After grilling it, he handed it to Yin Ziyuan. Yin Ziyuan beamed with joy after taking a bite. This fish was much better than the bear meat. She immediately started eating in big mouthfuls, eating with great relish. Yi Feng's fish was also ready. He gave it to Shen Juli and Ning Xiaoma first. This time, Shen Juli did not refuse and took it. Ning Xiaoma also took the one that was handed to her. The taste was unprecedentedly delicious. She gave him a thumbs up. "Yi Feng, your grilling skills are comparable to that of a chef." She casually picked up the other grilled fish and walked over to Yin Ziyuan. "Ziyuan, come try this. Is it as delicious as I said?" Yin Ziyuan was slightly stunned. Just as she was about to take it, Gu Ziyan handed her another fish. "Ziyuan, I added another seasoning to this fish. Try it and see if it's different from the previous one." Yin Ziyuan naturally wouldn't refuse him. She took it and took a bite. She nodded. "Not bad. It's delicious." She smiled apologetically at Ning Xiaoma. "Xiaoma, these 2 fish are enough for me. I don't need to eat anything else. You guys can eat it yourselves." Ning Xiaoma was speechless. Yin Ziyuan didn't want to eat it, but she couldn't force it into her mouth. She could only take the fish and walk back. Yi Feng lowered his eyes and ate his fish. The food that was once so delicious now tasted like wax in his mouth. It turned out that the fate between him and Yin Ziyuan was so shallow that she didn't even have the chance to eat his grilled fish again. The grilled fish feast passed with everyone having their own thoughts. Chapter 10:11. After eating the fish, the few of them continued on their journey. Ning Xiaoma and Shen Juli were still riding on Kiran's back. After Ning Xiaoma finished another round of cultivation, she lay in the Almighty's arms and said gloomily, "Almighty, the fate between Yi Feng and Yin Zhen is really shallow." Yi Feng wanted to let Yin Ziyuan eat his grilled fish, but he couldn't even fulfill such a small wish. Shen Juli said, "In this world, most things don't go your way. Yi Feng and Yin Zhen originally had fate, but in order to let Yi Yu reincarnate, he sacrificed their fate. Then what we're doing now is there's still no possibility between them. It's hard to say. Right now, everything is unknown." Shen Jili shook his head. In any case, it's better than having no fate at all. Ning Shuima sighed deeply. She suddenly thought of something and looked up at the Almighty. Almighty, are we fated to be together? Shun Juli paused, looked down at her and asked, what do you think? Ning Shuima giggled. I guess it's fate. It seems like I can't avoid you no matter where I go. Our fates might be intertwined. There are so many fates that I can't count them all. Shun Juli was speechless. She made it sound like he would always stick to her. The fate between him and her. It seemed like even he couldn't see it. However, it should be fate, right? When she had just transmigrated, she had asked him for help. When he was cultivating in Tianshu Mountain, no one could go up, but she had barged in and even witnessed his most embarrassing moment, of course, since he had taken a fancy to her. Even if the heavens didn't arrange fate for them, he would snatch it back even if he had to snatch it. The person that Shun Juli wanted would never run away. Almighty, you like me, right? Ning Shuima put her arms around his neck. Once she had confirmed her feelings for him, she didn't want to delay any longer. She wouldn't try to resist him either. Fate was a very mysterious thing. Once fate came, one had to grasp it properly and not let it slip away. Opportunities were like this, and so was fate. Therefore, Ning Shuima wanted to confirm it. Shun Juli twirled the hair on her temples with his hand. Do you still need to ask? If he didn't like her, he wouldn't have followed her every step like he was her follower. This was the first time he had stared at someone so closely. Then when are you going to marry me? Ning Shuima's eyes sparkled. Shun Juli's fingers, which were twining her hair, paused slightly. His eyes were deep. Why do you ask this? Ning Shuima raised her eyebrows. Since the two of you are in love with each other, you should naturally get married. Let's have a couple and return home together. Don't tell me you never planned to marry me. Of course, he was going to marry her. However, he couldn't say it until the time was right. Looking at Ning Shuima's eyes that were as bright as stars, Shun Juli felt apologetic for the first time. He could only vaguely say, everything is up to fate. All right, you should practice and level up quickly. Ning Shuima wasn't so easily fooled. Up to fate? This is too general and too official. I want a precise answer. She thought for a while and suddenly thought of something. She narrowed her eyes and looked at him. Almighty, don't tell me you already have a wife. You only want to have a concubine with me? She suddenly realized that her understanding of the Almighty was still very shallow. Other than knowing that he was the overlord of the Sun-Moon sect, the number one person on this continent, and a friend of Rangjuishan and Yunshi, she really didn't know anything else. Chapter 10-12. This time, Shun Juli shook his head quickly. No, you think too much. I have never married anyone. As soon as he said this, a conversation with a vague voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Divine Lord, don't you like me? What do you think? I think you don't like me. Otherwise, why don't you want to be with me once? Be more reserved. Don't you feel embarrassed saying such things every day? I only say this to you. You're my husband. It doesn't matter if I say it a few more times. You, who taught you this? Stop it. Divine Lord, since we love each other, isn't it normal to be together? Come on, we need to get married. I'm not a casual person. Then let's get married. I want to marry you. Shinjuli's body slightly stiffened. The conversation that suddenly appeared in his mind was too vague. He almost couldn't tell if it was a male or a female voice, but strangely, it made his chest hurt. He frowned slightly. After so many years, this was the first time such a situation happened. He immediately tried his best to think about this vague voice, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember anything. There was only a blank. Even the conversation that had just rung in his mind had disappeared, leaving him unable to grasp any clues. He slightly frowned and shook his head. He didn't want to think about it anymore. He just wanted to grasp the present. As for the past, he didn't want to pursue it anymore. He pinched Ning Shuima's face. Don't think too much. Hurry up and practice. It seemed like he really had something that he couldn't say. It was so obvious that he was beating around the bush. Ning Shuima was a little uncomfortable. She looked at Shun Juli and didn't want to guess. She just wanted to get a definite answer from him. Do you want to marry me or not? Let's make it clear first. I don't want to be your concubine. If you want to marry me, you can only marry me. I want to be your wife. Do you agree? This girl was really difficult to deal with today. Julie was helpless. Idiot. You should let the man do the marriage proposal. Oomph. I'm the one who wants to marry you, and you still don't want to give me an answer. If I were to wait for you to beg me, wouldn't I have to wait for God knows when? Come on, answer me. Ning Xiaomo was like a bully who was forcing him to marry her. She almost grabbed his collar and forced him to agree. Julie was pestered by her to the point that he had no choice but to harden his heart and say, I will tell you when you reach Earth rank level 8. Ning Xiaomo. She felt even more uncomfortable. Was it that difficult to say yes? Why did he have to wait for her to reach level 8 before he could tell her? He was clearly delaying things. Even if the Almighty didn't want to say it, she couldn't force him to say it with a knife. Ning Xiaomo didn't want herself to think too much, but she had to. Could it be that he was just teasing her because he found her fun? Naturally, Julie could tell that she didn't look good, but he could only pretend that he didn't see it. He urged her, all right, let's stop chatting. You should practice martial arts. Ning Xiaomo's heart was burning with anger. She turned over and sat up in his arms, but she didn't want to meditate. She swung her small feet on Kieran's body. I don't want to practice martial arts today. She ignored Julie and only chatted with Kieran. Kieran was originally depressed because it couldn't get a word in, but now that Ning Xiaomo was talking to it, it was naturally happy. It was a talkative creature. If Ning Xiaomo asked one question, it could answer 10 questions. One person and one beast chatted, so it wasn't boring. Chapter 10:13. Julie was completely ignored by her. After flying for another day, the weather had become extremely bad. The north wind was bitterly cold, and the snowflakes were as big as plates. When they blew on their faces, they were as sharp as blades. In front of them was a vast expanse of ice. It was similar to the scenery of the North and South Poles in documentaries. Everywhere they looked, they could only see white snow. Snowy mountains, snowy valleys, snowy peaks. There were no other colors between heaven and earth. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice, and on top of the ice was a thick layer of snow. As soon as the giant crane landed, its two long legs sank into the snow. It was so scared that it screamed and almost flipped over the carriage on its back. In such extreme cold, Gu Zian was wearing a cotton coat. Even so, when he opened the carriage curtain, he was sucked in a large mouthful of icy wind. He choked and coughed for a while. Seeing such deep snow, he did not want to come out of the carriage. His gaze fell on Ning Xiaomo. Where's the ice flame flower? Ning Xiaomo only replied with one word, find it. Gu Zian was stunned. He looked around and could not see the end of the vast expanse of ice. How is he going to find it? How am I going to find it? How long will it take? He had not even started looking, but he was already worried. Ning Xiaomo smiled coldly. There are so many people running around for you. We are not annoyed, but you are? This sentence made Gu Zian choke. At this time, he knew that his life was in the other party's hands. This girl was not someone he could offend. He said embarrassedly, Madam Ning, you misunderstood. I feel bad for causing everyone to suffer in the cold. Since you feel bad, then stop talking nonsense. Ning Xiaomo was still angry and did not want to listen to his nonsense. As expected, Gu Zian did not dare to say anything. He felt that Madam Ning's anger today was too big. He could not help but look at Han Shanhua. This Mr. Han had been standing there the whole time, not saying a word. As for his expression, his skill was too shallow. He couldn't even see his face clearly, so how could he tell? Xiaomo, what are the characteristics of this ice flame flower? Now that we understand its characteristics, it will be easier for us to find it. Yin Ziyuan popped her head out. Ning Xiaomo naturally didn't want to embarrass Yin Ziyuan. The flower of ice flame, as its name suggests, grows in volcanic areas on the ice field. Let's look for volcanic areas. Yin Ziyuan was confused. She didn't know anything about this. She could not help but look at Gu Zian. Gu Zian was also confused. What kind of volcanic area is this? How can I tell? Yi Feng was, after all, a knowledgeable person. He nodded slightly. There must be geothermal heat in volcanic areas. The ice layer will be thin, and there will be surging sea currents. We can follow this clue. Then how do we find the undercurrent? Gu Zian asked, I can hear the sound of underground currents within a few miles. Yi Feng answered. Since that's the case, let's split up. It'll be faster this way. Ning Xiuma immediately made a decision. They split up the teams. She was naturally in the same group as the great god. Gu Ziyan, Yin Ziwen, and Yi Feng were in the same group. Because Gu Ziyan was severely lacking in telekinesis, his Qin Gong was greatly reduced. It was inconvenient for him to walk in the knee-deep snow, and he would be a burden to everyone. Therefore, Ning Xiuma used her with telekinesis to create a wooden raft that could slide in the snow. She had Kirin pull it. That group was naturally led by Yi Feng. Ning Xiuma and Kirin had telepathy. This way, no matter who found the ice flame flower first, they would be able to quickly notify the other. Chapter 10:14. Although Ning Xiuma didn't have any experience of living in the ice field, she had at least watched movies like The Vertical Line about adventures in the North and South Poles, so she still had some knowledge. She told them to pay attention to dangerous places like snow holes and crevices. Naturally, they also had to pay attention to avalanches. She knew that Kirin wasn't very reliable in this aspect, so she simply told Yi Feng about her experience and told him everything she could think of. Yi Feng noted it down one by one. Shun Julie listened faintly at the side and said after a moment, "So you're so long-winded too." She was really attentive to her friends. Ning Xiuma ignored him for the whole day and still didn't want to talk to him, so she pretended not to hear Shun Julie's words. After a few more words, Shun Julie finally lost his patience and pulled her hand to leave. "If you continue to be long-winded, I'll leave." Heaven and earth were vast, and the whole world was silvery white. The surroundings were very quiet, as if all sounds were swallowed by the thick snow. A pair of beautiful people in white walked together with the wind. Wherever the two of them passed, the snow was forcefully blown away by the wind, creating a path. Extremely far away, it was still a vast expanse of white, but behind them, there was a perfectly straight path. The scene was very spectacular and beautiful, but if one looked closely, one side seemed to be forced. "Let go. I can walk on my own." Ning Xiuma pulled her hand away. The Almighty had been holding her hand too tightly, so it hurt a little. Shun Jili raised his eyebrows. "You can walk on your own?" Ning Xiuma raised her head. "Of course, my psychokinesis has reached Earth rank level 4. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt Shun Jili let go of her hand. She reacted quickly and tried to land on the ground lightly. However, she did not expect her body to sink and fall into the thick layer of snow. The bone-piercing chill instantly spread through her limbs. Ning Xiuma was agitated and jumped up, but she couldn't get out. Her feet seemed to be sucked in by something. The fire psychokinesis in his body automatically revolved, dispelling some of the chill. When she turned back to look at the Almighty, he was still floating in the air with his clothes fluttering in the wind. Anger welled up in her, but before she could explode, she heard the Almighty say, "The Tianquan snow here is rich in spiritual energy. It absorbs everything with spiritual energy. If you want to leave by yourself, you have to absorb all the spiritual energy here." Ning Xiuma, "Guru, how wide is this Tianquan snow?" Shun Julie's voice was still as light as flowing water, but Ning Xiuma could hear the hint of a smile in his voice. "It's not wide, only about 10 miles in radius." Ning Xiuma, "Within a radius of 10 miles? Ning Xiuma, "Guru, how long will it take for me to absorb all the spiritual power here?" Shun Julie said casually, "According to my estimation, you'll be able to absorb all the spiritual energy here in half a month at most, or 10 days at least." 10 days? 10 days worth of time is too long. "No, Guru, hurry up and pull me out." Shun Julie's thin lips curved up, revealing a smile that made people feel like bathing in the spring breeze. He raised his hand and messed up her hair. The words he spat out made Ning Xiuma want to smash him to death. "Xiuma, cultivate well. I believe you can walk out by yourself." Ning Xiuma. She felt like she had shot herself in the foot. When did the Almighty become so two-faced? That's not right. The Almighty has always been two-faced. Although he looks like an immortal, you really can't judge a book by its cover. She was complaining in her heart when she suddenly heard Shun Juli's voice. Shuema, what are you silently criticizing me for? Chapter 10:15. Ning Shuema's heart skipped a beat. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, Did you peek into my thoughts again? Shun Juli's chest moves didn't stop. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Your thoughts are too intense. I don't want to look at them. They have already jumped in front of me. Ning Shuema was speechless. Her thoughts were already so wild that they could jump around the entire ice field. Would she be able to use her willpower to detect her surroundings if she continued to cultivate? Oh, right. Could Yi Feng's group last for 10 days on the ice field? She was forced to be planted here by the Almighty like a carrot and couldn't move for 10 days. What if something happened to Yi Feng? Ning Shuema said, Almighty, I don't mind if you plant me here. But if something happens to Yi Feng, we must get there in time. However, you would have to pull her out like a carrot. She felt embarrassed just thinking about it. She really cared about her friends all the time. Shun Juli patted her head and said, I know what to do. Ning Shuema gritted her teeth and finally calmed down. She worked hard to operate the fire psychokinesis in her body. On one hand, she maintained her body temperature, and on the other hand, she absorbed the spiritual power in Tianquan snow. Perhaps it was because no one had ever discovered the heavenly spring snow in this place, but the spiritual energy within it had accumulated to a terrifying degree after 10,000 years. When Ning Shuema started to absorb it, she felt the spiritual energy within the heavenly spring snow rush towards her like a monstrous wave. The impact almost caused her meridians to rupture. It was no longer her absorbing the spiritual power. It was the spiritual power rushing into her body. Ning Shuema almost fainted from the spiritual power. She felt the spiritual power in her body rushing everywhere. It was so strong that it almost broke her body. At this critical moment, the Almighty's cold voice sounded like flowing water. It was soothing and calming. Absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Turn real into virtual. Turn virtual into real. A series of chants rang in her ears. She had never heard of them before. In such an uncomfortable moment, his incantation was like a sweet spring to her. She immediately absorbed it with all her might. Usually, she would only be able to understand the meaning of the incantation after seeing it twice. Now, she immediately understood it after hearing it once. She immediately followed his instructions to cultivate, digesting, and absorbing the spiritual energy that came from the snow into her body. As time passed by, the spirit energy that surged in her body was gradually absorbed by her meridians and converted into psychokinesis. It washed the two psychokinesis spiritual roots in her body over and over again. Under such powerful scouring, her two spirit roots were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming thicker and brighter. Ning Shuema didn't dare to be distracted. Once she was distracted, she would feel dizzy from the surrounding spiritual energy. She could only focus all her energy on digesting the spiritual energy. He didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was 2 days, perhaps it was 3 days. Ning Shuema's wood spiritual root was the first to break through the peak under the cleansing of the spiritual power and suddenly lit up. She didn't realize it herself, but Shun Juli, who had been guarding there, clearly saw that there was a circle of green light bursting out from her body. This green light was quite strange. It was green in the middle, and when it spread out, the edges were a beautiful red. Within the red, there was a faint purple. It was like a circle of strange Buddha's light was surrounding her. It resonated with the aurora flashing in the sky from time to time, and it was very beautiful. She had leveled up. Her blood vessels were much smoother in a split second. The surging psychokinesis flowed in her body, as if it was changing her muscles and bones. Everywhere it passed, it was cool and refreshing. Chapter 10:16. Ning Shuema felt as if her bones had become lighter by a few kilograms. That feeling was indescribably comfortable, as if she was floating on the clouds. She had finally reached Earth rank level 5. This was simply the speed of a rocket. It was even faster than using any cheat. At this rate, It was only a matter of time before she reached Earth rank level 6. As long as she reached Earth rank level 6, she would be able to practice the flying sword technique. If she really learned that technique, she would no longer be afraid of falling from high altitudes. If she leveled up, would she be able to break free from the shackles of the snow? Ning Xiuma subconsciously took a deep breath, channeled the psychokinesis in her body, and abruptly pulled upwards. Normally, if she used this kind of skill, she would be able to jump at least 4 to 5 feet high. But now, her body only pulled upwards by a few centimeters. Originally, the surrounding snow had swallowed up her chest, but now her waist was almost exposed. Don't underestimate this level of advancement. The psychokinesis in her body flowed twice as fast as before. Originally, the psychokinesis in her body was like a small stream that flowed slowly on flat ground. Now, it was like a small river that had been injected with new water rushing forward. Her veins were also like a river channel that had been dredged, and the capacity to absorb was stronger. Furthermore, the absorption of the spiritual energy in the surrounding snow was even faster. She originally wanted to open her eyes and look at the scenery around her, but the spiritual power in the snow didn't show any signs of stopping. Besides, her fire psychokinesis was about to rise to a peak. If she worked harder, maybe in less than 6 to 10 hours, she would be able to raise it by another level. She gathered her thoughts and once again channeled her power inside. Just as she expected, after she cultivated for a few more hours, her fire psychokinesis had also leveled up to Earth rank level 3. After such a large round of cultivation, she had absorbed a lot of the spiritual energy in the Tianquan snow around her. Finally, it no longer crazily rushed into her body, allowing her to take a breather. She opened her eyes and saw Shun Julie sitting not far away. Below him was a snow stool. In front of him was a snow table, and on the table was a chessboard with black and white pieces crisscrossing. She looked around again. It was still dark, and the sky was still filled with snow. She could not tell how much time had passed. It should not have been long, right? 1 day, 2 days? 2 days at most. She first contacted the little Qilin. Kieran's loud voice could be heard. Master, I've finally contacted you. Woo-woo, it's been 5 days. Little Apple misses you so much. 5 days had already passed. She immediately sent a message. How are things on your side? How are the others? We did find a few volcanic areas, but we didn't find any of those flowers. That Guzian is really useless. He's been curled up on the raft like a monkey on the bridge. Our daily task is to put those dry rations on him, and when that little girl is hungry, we will heat it up for her to eat. We don't do anything else. The little Qilin's resentment wasn't small. He poured out his grievances to Ning Xiuma. Obviously, everyone is busy running around for him, yet he acts like a big shot. That little girl did more than him. Ning Xiuma was not surprised. Sometimes, it was difficult to see a person's character without experiencing some things. Gu Zian was able to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor when he was rich and luxurious. He also had the pride of a scholar. He was handsome and could play the guqin well. Naturally, he was able to win the admiration of everyone. In particular, such a person could move the hearts of young ladies the most, making their hearts rise and fall with his attitude. Chapter 10:17. Once he experienced real hardships with Gu Zian, the flaws in his character would be exposed. For example, selfishness, laziness, and heartlessness. When he was with Ning Xiuma, these flaws in his character were already exposed. Now that he was with Yi Feng and the others in such a harsh place for 5 days, it was natural that more of these flaws would be exposed. What about Yi Feng? Ning Xiuma asked. Yi Feng is all round, Kieran praised. At night, he built the igloo to keep everyone warm, looked for undercurrents, repaired the broken wooden raft, and fought with the snow wolves. He did almost all of it by himself. I dare to bet that if it weren't for him, that Gu Zian wouldn't have survived a day here. He would have died long ago. What about Ziyuan? How is she? That chick? Well, besides blindly falling in love with a scumbag, that chick is also a responsible person. When the snow wolves attacked, she also fought. Her arm was scratched, and Gu Zian said a lot of strange things. I'm so angry. If Master didn't tell me in advance, I would have killed him with my claws. They actually encountered a pack of snow wolves. Although Ning Xiuma didn't see the battle, it must have been very dangerous. Otherwise, Yin Ziyuan wouldn't have been injured. What's going on? Tell me. Ning Xiuma had been cultivating here for 5 days, so she naturally wanted to know the specific situation over there. Kiran was a chatterbox. As expected, she vividly described the situation at that time. It turned out that their group had been running around for a day without any results. They were all cold, hungry, and tired. Yifeng found a place to shelter from the wind and used ice to build the igloo again. The ice shell under their feet was very hard, so it wasn't easy for Yifeng to get the ice. It took a lot of effort to get a piece of ice. Therefore, Yifeng's igloo was not very big. It could barely accommodate 3 people. Gu Zian had been holding it in for a few days. This time, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He said that it was too crowded in here and that it wasn't good for his recovery. It was also bad for Yin Ziyuan's health. He politely asked Yifeng to build another one. There was really no need to squeeze in with him. If Ning Xiuma were here, she would probably throw Gu Zian out without a second thought and let him build an igloo by himself. Don't be so picky when you're using someone else's. However, Yifeng always put Yin Ziyuan's wishes first. He didn't want to argue with Gu Zian and put Yin Ziyuan in a difficult position. Therefore, he came out quietly and endured his fatigue to build the second house. While he was busy outside, Yin Ziyuan came out of the igloo and helped Yifeng move the ice. She didn't know if it was because she couldn't bear to see him like this. Yifeng naturally didn't want her to do it. He asked her to go back and rest. Gu Zian also came out and said that he couldn't let Brother Yi work alone. He also started to help. However, he didn't have enough psychokinesis. His hands were more delicate than a woman's. He only managed to pry 2 pieces of ice off, and a layer of oily skin was worn out. Not only that, his hand slipped and the ice fell to the ground. It hit his foot, causing a big bruise on the back of his foot. Yin Ziyuan felt sorry for him. She applied ointment for him and asked him to go back to the igloo to rest. Gu Zian stubbornly said that he wanted to go through thick and thin with Yin Ziyuan. If she didn't rest, how could a man like him rest? Yin Ziyuan had no choice but to take him to rest. Chapter 1018. Yifeng spent a lot of energy to build a smaller igloo. Yin Ziyuan's igloo was covered with 2 layers of snow wolf fur, and the door was also made with snow wolf fur to block the wind, so it was warmer. Because all the warm things were used for the other igloo, Yifeng's small igloo had nothing left. Only the half of the bearskin he was wearing could at least ward off the cold wind. Among their group, Yifeng spent the most energy and was also the most tired, so his rest time was also the shortest. He was also exhausted. After the igloo was finished, he asked Kiran to help keep watch for a while, and then he went into the igloo and fell asleep. Kiran pulled the wooden raft every day, so it was actually quite tired, so it fell asleep at the door of Yifeng's igloo. Although Gu Zian and Yin Ziyuan were always together these days, they didn't have time to be alone, so of course, they couldn't find a chance to be intimate. The igloo was transparent, so they could see the layout of each other's igloo. So every move of the 2 people in the igloo could be seen clearly. He saw that Yifeng didn't keep watch at night, but was resting, so he wanted to be intimate with Yin Ziyuan. He always felt that in the past few days, Yin Ziyuan's eyes fell on Yifeng more and more. Although she was still cold to Yifeng and gentle to him, Gu Zian, he had a sense of crisis that his sweetheart was about to leave him. Although Gu Zian made Yin be dead set on him with the twin life curse, he was still worried, fearing that Yin Ziyuan would suddenly wake up during this period. If that happened, then he would really lose everything. So he made up his mind and wanted to take advantage of Yifeng sleeping in the other igloo to completely take Yin Ziyuan for himself. Once a woman's body was taken over, her thoughts would only be with that person. Even if she suddenly regained her memories, she could only accept her fate. He was originally lying side by side with Yin Ziyuan on a few snow wolf skins, with a certain distance between them. Since he had this thought, He reached out and tried to hold Yin Ziyuan in his arms. Yin, who was originally in a daze, was woken up by his hug and kiss. She was an innocent girl who didn't know anything about relationships between men and women. Although she loved Gu Ziyan, she had never thought of having physical contact with him. Gu Ziyan's passionate kiss made her heart palpitate. Yin Ziyuan subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but since Gu Ziyan had already made up his mind, he naturally wouldn't allow her to avoid it. He coaxed her gently in her ear and took the opportunity to kiss the sensitive spots on her face. He boasted that he was talented in both literature and literature, so naturally, there were many girls who liked him. Among them, there was no lack of women who liked romantic occasions. These women were more shrewish and bold, and many of them took the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. His thinking was the thinking of men in that era, occasionally lingering in romantic occasions as a kind of elegant thing. For women who took the initiative to throw themselves into his arms on such occasions, he naturally wouldn't refuse. At most, he wasn't like other rich playboys who were not picky. When he met someone he liked, he would also choose a few pleasing and artistic women to sleep with, so he still had some means in this regard. Although he wasn't a flirting master, he still had some means to make women addicted. Yin Ziyuan was also obsessed with him because of the twin life curse. Gu Ziyan thought that he would succeed smoothly, but he forgot that Yin Ziyuan was a real virgin. She didn't understand this at all. Chapter 1019. Therefore, when Gu Ziyan kissed Yin Ziyuan, she was still obedient and let him do whatever he wanted. However, when he started to have other thoughts and started to touch her, she struggled as if she was scared. Yin Ziyuan also knew a bit of kung fu, so she unconsciously used her knee and bumped into his private part. Therefore, Gu Ziyan groaned and rolled to the side. He was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. Yin Ziyuan finally got her freedom. She was panicked and confused. She didn't dare to stay in the same room with Gu Ziyan. She broke free from his restraint and wanted to run out. Later, when she heard something behind her, she turned around to look at him. She was shocked when she saw Gu Ziyan rolling around in pain. She walked back to him and wanted to see how he was doing. However, Gu Ziyan took the opportunity to push her down and forcefully hold her down. He whispered in her ear that they were going to be husband and wife, and that this was the duty of a husband and wife. If she really liked him, then she had to accept him. When he said this, although Yin Ziyuan was scared, she didn't dare to struggle anymore. Because it was too cold. When her bearskin coat and cotton-padded jacket were taken off, she was shivering in fear and cold. She was shivering in her unlined clothes. Gu Ziyan was completely aroused by her. He half raised his body and began to take off his clothes. He took them off too quickly. After taking them off, he pressed Yin Ziyuan down on the bearskin again. Coincidentally, the commotion in his room had alarmed the little Qilin who was lying outside and taking a nap. When it saw that the situation in the igloo was not right, it immediately turned into a cat and flew over. It didn't know anything about romance, so it didn't know what Gu Ziyan wanted to do. But Ning Xiuma had told it in advance that if it saw Gu Ziyan pressing Yin Ziyuan down, and both of them were undressed, it must stop them. Now, the situation of Gu Ziyan and Yin Ziyuan was very similar to what Ning Xiuma had said. Therefore, Kirin flew in and scratched Gu Ziyan's white buttocks hard. Gu Ziyan screamed. 5 deep bloody wounds appeared on his buttocks. He couldn't help but jump up. He accidentally hit the low roof of the igloo. With a bang, a big bump appeared on his head, and he almost fainted. Such a violent movement naturally woke up the sleeping Yifeng. He opened his eyes and saw this scene. Gu Ziyan was almost naked, and Yin Ziyuan was also undressed. Even an idiot could see what had happened. Yifeng was furious. He rushed over in a few steps and pulled Gu Ziyan over, slapping him with his palm. Fortunately, Yin Ziyuan saw that the situation was not good and shouted in time. Yifeng's furious mind was sobered up. The slap missed and didn't kill Gu Ziyan. Although Gu Ziyan was scared badly, he was still able to justify himself when Yifeng threw him to the ground. He said that he and Yin Ziyuan were already engaged, and if it wasn't for this accident, she would have been his wife for several days. He couldn't restrain his feelings for Yin Ziyuan, and it was understandable that he treated her like this. Yifeng couldn't be bothered to argue with people like him. He only said coldly, You two are still unmarried after all. If I see you bullying her again, I will directly cripple you." After saying this, he pulled Yin Ziyun, who had already put on her clothes, out of the igloo. He put her in his own igloo, while Yifeng himself stood guard outside of the igloo. Chapter 10:20. After such a ruckus, Yifeng, who had not had a good rest for several days and nights, did not dare to sleep anymore. Over the past few days, he and Kieran had been taking turns to keep watch at night. Kieran was not very reliable, so Yifeng did not dare to put the heavy responsibility of keeping watch on him. Only when he could not hold on any longer would he let Kieran take over for a while. After such a thing happened, he simply did not want to sleep. And Gu Ziyan, who had lost so much face this time, did not dare to mess around anymore. He was angry and hateful, but he did not dare to really lose his temper. Although Yifeng had been merciful to him, it was only for the sake of Yin Ziyuan. If he really pissed him off, the situation would be difficult to deal with. Not to mention, he was still counting on Yifeng to help him find the ice flame flower to treat his illness. So although he hated Yifeng so much in his heart, he did not dare to show it on his face. He treated the wound on his butt and laid down to rest again. Perhaps the smell of blood on his body had spread too far, or perhaps it was just a coincidence. In the latter half of the night, they were surrounded by a pack of snow wolves. In fact, they had encountered snow wolves along the way, but they were only in 2s and 3s. Other than giving Yifeng and the others a few wolf fur mattresses, they did not pose a threat to them. But this time, there was a large pack of snow wolves. There were a total of 200 to 300 of them. Kieran was originally sleeping with Yin Ziyuan in the igloo. When she heard the commotion, Yifeng had already started fighting with the pack of wolves outside. The snow wolves here were unusually tall and fierce. Because it was not easy to find food on the ice field, their eyes were all red from hunger. Moreover, they were led by a wolf. By the time Yifeng discovered them, they had already been surrounded. Yifeng ordered Kieran to take care of the 2 people in the igloo while fighting with the pack of wolves in the snowstorm. Because Gu Ziyan and Yin Ziyuan were in 2 separate igloo, Kieran could only guard one igloo and not the other. It also had a problem with Gu Ziyan, so it mainly guarded the igloo where Yin Ziyuan was. When it saw that Gu Ziyan was in danger, it reluctantly went to help. In the face of life and death, Gu Ziyan naturally did not dare to pretend to be weak. He shouted for help and tried his best to defend himself. Fortunately, the door of his igloo was very narrow and only one snow wolf at a time. The snow wolves were ferocious. With his current strength, he was no match for them. If Kieran did not rush over to help him and tear the snow wolves into pieces in time, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for more than a quarter of an hour. Kieran felt that this was not a solution, so it let Gu Ziyan ride on its back and sent him to meet up with Yin Ziyuan. The 2 of them were in the igloo, so Kieran would not be tired from running back and forth. Moreover, the 2 of them would be safer. However, Gu Ziyan was frightened by the pack of wolves outside and did not dare to come out of the igloo no matter what. Yin Ziyuan, on the other hand, saw that the situation was not right and immediately rushed out of the igloo where she was hiding. She wanted to meet up with Gu Ziyan. She rushed out too recklessly and did not inform Yifeng and Kieran in advance. When Yifeng realized that something was wrong, Yin Ziyuan was already surrounded by 4 or 5 snow wolves. Yifeng was originally looking for the leader of the pack of wolves. When he turned his head and saw the situation, he was frightened. He ignored the wolves around him and rushed towards Yin Ziyuan. He finally saved Yin Ziyuan, but one of Yin Ziyuan's arms was bitten by a snow wolf. Chapter 10:21. Yifeng was also scratched in the ribs by a wolf, as he was too anxious to save Yin Ziyuan and was bleeding profusely. Yifeng escorted Yin Ziyuan to the igloo and met up with Gu Ziyan. When Yin Ziyuan was first in danger, Gu Ziyan saw it. He wanted to ask Kieran to help, but when he saw a fierce snow wolf break into his house, he shut his mouth and let Kieran fight with the wolf. He did not dare to say anything. After Kieran killed the wolf in the house, he found out what happened to Yin Ziyuan. At that time, Yin Ziyuan had already been rescued by Yifeng and was retreating. The wolves attacked them from time to time, and the 2 people were injured. Under the continuous attack of the wolves, they could not speed up their retreat. Kieran was anxious and wanted to rush out to help. However, Gu Ziyan was scared out of his wits by the snow wolves. When he saw Kieran about to go out to help, he was so scared that he desperately grabbed one of Kieran's hind legs to stop it from going out. He said that Ziyuan was protected by Yi Feng and nothing would happen to her. Because of this delay, Yi Feng's arm was bitten by a wolf in order to protect Yin Ziyuan. Kieran cursed. "Are you still a fucking man?" It kicked Gu Ziyan, who was hugging its leg, away and rushed out to help the two people. Because of Kieran's help, Yi Feng and Yin Ziyuan finally arrived at the igloo. Because they came fast enough, Gu Ziyan was not bitten by the wolves that rushed in again. Yi Feng and Little Qilin joined hands and killed all the wolves in the house. Little Qilin guarded the entrance of the igloo. Whenever a snow wolf rushed over, Little Qilin would get rid of it, so they didn't encounter any danger for the time being. The three people in the house were all injured. Gu Ziyan had a gentle demeanor at this time and pulled Yin Ziyuan over to apply medicine for her wounds. Yi Feng was afraid that Yin Ziyuan's wounds would not heal easily, so he gave the bottle of medicine that Ning Xiuma gave him to Gu Ziyan and let him apply it for Yin Ziyuan. Yin Ziyuan's wounds were not small, and almost half of the bottle of medicine was used up. After Gu Ziyan bandaged Yin Ziyuan's wounds, he refused to return the bottle of medicine to Yi Feng, saying that the rest of the medicine would be used to change the dressing for Ziyuan in the future. Then, he put the bottle of medicine into his arms and threw a bottle of ordinary medicine to Yi Feng, asking him to heal himself. Yi Feng was naturally afraid that Yin Ziyuan's wounds would relapse. He had always put her safety first, so he did not object and used the ordinary medicine to heal himself. Yin Ziyuan felt sorry. She felt that Gu Ziyan's behavior was a little embarrassing and she felt sorry for Yi Feng. So she persisted in front of Gu Ziyan for once and asked Gu Ziyan to return that bottle of top-grade medicine to Yi Feng. Gu Ziyan felt that he had lost face, so he couldn't help but say a few words in a sarcastic tone, which made Kieran quite angry when she heard it. He said, "Ziyuan, it's a good thing that Brother Yi is no longer your hidden guard. Otherwise, it would be considered a dereliction of duty for a hidden guard to let his master suffer such a serious injury under the protection of a hidden guard. He would be punished by his master. And everything that belongs to a hidden guard should belong to his master, including the medicine and even his life. If Brother Yi was still your hidden guard, then it would be his duty to protect you like this and give you the best medicine. You don't have to feel bad about it. Of course, Brother Yi is no longer your hidden guard, but Brother Yi has always prioritized you. If you return the medicine to him, it'll seem like you're drawing a line between you and him. Brother Yi will be very sad." Chapter 10:22. These words were said in a dignified manner, but they weren't. Yi Feng glanced at Gu Ziyan. He couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Kieran, who was blocking the entrance and killing the wolves, turned around and scolded, "Bullshit." Yin Ziyuan held back for a moment, then finally said, "Ziyan, Yi Feng's identity is now my older brother, not a hidden guard. His injuries are so serious. Normal medicine can't stop his bleeding at all. You should return the medicine so that he can recover quickly. There's still so many wolves outside. They haven't retreated yet, so who knows what they're planning." This was the first time Yi Feng heard her call him older brother. His heart trembled, and his fingers that were applying medicine trembled slightly. He didn't need to ask to know that Ning Xiuma must have told Yin Ziyuan about her past life, and Yin Ziyuan obviously trusted Ning Xiuma, so she naturally believed in that past life. Her words meant that she acknowledged him as her older brother. Ever since Yi Feng left the Sun Moon sect and came to her side, Yin Ziyuan had been even more blunt with him. When he appeared in front of her, she once pointed at his nose and told him scram. She said that he was the person she hated the most in her life, and the person she didn't want to see the most was also him. She said that if he really wanted her best, then he shouldn't appear in front of her again. Those words were extremely hurtful, and it also caused Yi Feng to leave dejectedly. From then on, he really didn't appear in front of her again. It wasn't until her wedding that he appeared with Shun Julie and Ning Xiuma until now. On the way here, Yin Ziyuan was still cold to him, obviously rejecting him. Even if Yi Feng sat across from her, he still felt like there was a thorn in his back. This was the first time she had spoken up for him. It was also the first time she had called him her brother. Gu Zian's heart was in turmoil. Just as he was about to say that he was fine and that he would keep the medicine for her, Gu Zian spoke again. We are now hiding in this ice house. With Kieran guarding the door, they won't be able to get in. They won't be able to take advantage of us anymore and will slowly disperse. We won't be in any danger anymore. Brother Yi can stay in the house and heal himself. There's no need to waste such a good medicine. Don't you agree, Brother Yi? When he was safe, he was very eloquent and eloquent. Even he himself felt that what he said was the truth, so he became more and more confident. Although Yi Feng had willingly given the medicine to Yan Zin, he still felt uncomfortable when he heard Gu Zian's words. He coldly glanced at Gu Zian, thinking that this person's character was so low. What if Ziyuan still loved him after the twin life curse was broken? Wouldn't he be wronged for the rest of his life? Yin Ziyuan also faintly felt that the person she loved was not right in terms of character, which made her feel slightly disappointed. After going through such a series of crises, the disgust she had for Yi Feng in her bones was gradually disappearing. Her gaze could not help but linger on his body. She was quite disapproving of Gu Zian's words. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly heard a loud bang and the ice house shook. Everyone looked out in surprise and found that the pack of wolves had scattered around the ice house. They were no longer blindly rushing in from the door. They were actually using their bodies to desperately hit their ice house. Because the ice house was mainly used to keep out the cold, it was not particularly sturdy. After being hit by the pack of wolves for dozens of times, it showed signs of collapsing. Chapter 1023. Once the igloo collapsed, these people would once again be exposed to the wolves. Yi Feng would be fine, but Yin Ziyuan and Gu Zian would most likely lose their lives. Gu Zian's face turned pale with fright. At this time, he no longer cared about hogging the medicine. He finally returned it to Yi Feng and said earnestly, Brother Yi, Ziyuan is right. This medicine belongs to Brother Yi, so it's better for you to use it yourself. Brother Yi, hurry up and get better. These wolves suddenly changed their tactics. It must be the wolf king among them who is playing tricks. Brother Yi, try to kill the alpha wolf. Without a leader, the wolves will naturally retreat. Although his character was not good, his last sentence was still very reasonable. Yi Feng naturally understood this. He was looking for the alpha wolf just now. After Gu Zian finished speaking, Yi Feng did not respond, nor did he refuse. He applied the medicine on himself. He meditated for a moment to recover his strength. Before his wound was completely healed, he rushed out again. He left Kieran at the entrance of the igloo to protect the two people in the room. Yi Feng's kung fu was extremely powerful. Normally, these snow wolves would not be able to hurt him even if they joined forces. However, because he had not had a good rest recently and was injured, his kung fu was greatly reduced. Even so, not long after he went out, he cleared away the wolves that were ramming around the igloo, allowing Yin Ziyuan and the others to finally be temporarily safe again. Because the igloo was translucent, they could still vaguely see the scene outside from inside the igloo. Yin Ziyuan's gaze could not help but follow Yi Feng, who was fighting outside. No one knew what she was thinking. Gu Zian had to call her a few times before she finally reacted. This made Gu Zian very jealous. He gently held her in his arms again, looked into her eyes, and whispered to her. Naturally, he also took the opportunity to strengthen the control of the twin curse. After this happened a few times, Yin Ziyuan's gaze finally stopped looking outside. She could not help but follow him. After Gu Zian killed Yin Ziyuan, he was actually very concerned about Yi Feng's results. After all, they could only be truly out of danger if Yi Feng killed the alpha wolf. He saw that after Yi Feng killed more than a dozen snow wolves, he was caught off guard and was bitten on the thigh by a wolf. He fell to the ground. Gu Zian was still shocked, but he held back and did not say anything. Instead, he held Yin Ziyuan in his arms, who wanted to look back again in case she saw that scene, and ordered Kieran to save them. Yi Feng was surrounded by the pack of wolves. Gu Zian only saw wolves being slapped away from time to time, but he could not see Yi Feng's situation. Just as he was about to jump out of his skin, he noticed that the pack of wolves flashed in all directions. A shadow that was much more powerful than the other snow wolves descended from the sky and pounced on Yi Feng, who was still lying on the ground. It wanted to kill him with one blow. This was the alpha wolf that commanded the pack of wolves. Yi Feng, who was on the ground and could not get up, suddenly got up. He risked being torn apart by the pack of wolves and directly pounced on the alpha wolf. Falling to the ground just now was his trick to lure the enemy. He paid the price of an injured leg and finally succeeded in luring the alpha wolf. After another fierce battle, Yi Feng finally killed the alpha wolf. The pack of wolves had no leader. Knowing that they could not gain any advantage here, the pack of wolves finally dispersed and resolved this crisis. Yi Feng was injured in many places. Fortunately, he had the medicine that Ning Xuema gave him. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would lose his life here. Chapter 10:24. By the time Ning Xuema got in touch with the little Qilin, the crisis had only been resolved for 4 hours. Kirin told Ning Xuema about what had happened over the past few days. After half an hour, Ning Xuema finally understood the situation over there. Gu Xian's behavior was also within her expectations. Ning Xuema already knew his character, so she just sneered back and then told Kirin to keep an eye on those two people. She must not let Gu Xian take advantage of Yan Ziyuan again. Originally, Ning Xuema had an idea. If Yan Ziyuan still loved that man blindly after the twin curse was broken, then she would fulfill their wish and let them fly together. But after this series of events, she completely understood the nature of this child Gu. He was a standard scumbag. So Ning Xuema secretly made up her mind. If it really came to that, she would get rid of this scumbag and let Yan Ziyuan completely give up on him. She would rather let Yan Ziyuan hate her in the future than watch her jump into the fire pit. She asked a few people about the current situation. The crisis over there had been resolved, and Yi Feng was recuperating. Gu Xian probably felt guilty, or maybe he knew that he absolutely could not leave Yi Feng. So he also took the initiative to go outside to peel the wolf skin and roast the wolf meat so that everyone could recover their strength as soon as possible. Overall, it was peaceful over there now. According to Kirin, Yi Feng had already planned his itinerary for tomorrow. He was prepared to go to the southeast of the ice field to take a look, because he had already noticed that the ice flow there seemed to be a little strange. According to his judgment, there should be a large volcanic belt over there. Ning Xuema finally felt relieved. Just as she was about to interrupt the conversation with Kirin, she was caught off guard by Kirin's question, which made her feel embarrassed. Master, these days you and the great god have also searched a lot of places, right? Did you find any clues? Ning Xuema looked at the snow around her. She was too embarrassed to say that she had been planting radishes here these days, so she said vaguely, "Well, I'm looking for it, but I haven't found anything yet." She temporarily stopped the telepathic communication and turned to look at Shun Juli. He was shocked when he saw that Shun Juli was nowhere to be seen. Did he abandon her and leave? Impossible, right? Or was he invisible? Did he want her to be anxious? Was he that bored? Ning Xuema was a little angry with him, so she didn't pay much attention to him these days. When he spoke to her, she would try her best not to respond. In addition, she had to constantly absorb the spiritual energy of the spirit spring snow, so she had no time to talk to him. In the past few days, he had not spoken more than 10 sentences to him. Every time she opened her eyes to look at him in between training, he was playing chess with himself. He was enjoying himself playing chess. When she opened her eyes, he would sometimes ask her a question or two, but 9 times out of 10, she would not answer. After looking at him, she would close her eyes and continue to train, ignoring his questions. After a few times, Shun Juli no longer touched her soft rebuff. Now he simply disappeared with her. She looked around. There was a lot of snowstorms on the ice field. The wind was biting cold, and the snowflakes were dancing in the air. Only the large piece of snow where Ning Xuema was did not have any movement. It was very peaceful and quiet, as if it was an oasis in the desert where people could breathe. The reason for this situation should be because of this mysterious spirit spring snow. Chapter 10:25. She hated the fact that the Almighty was pulling her as he ran, so she didn't see her surroundings clearly and let him go. She was trapped here and couldn't get out until now. Ning Xiumo once again tried to struggle outwards, but after struggling for a few centimeters, she couldn't break free anymore. It seemed that Shun Julie was right. She had to suck up all the spiritual energy in the spirit spring snow to get out. She closed her eyes and was about to circulate her energy again when she suddenly heard heavy footsteps from afar, as if a small mountain was moving towards her at high speed. Her heart jumped, and she quickly opened her eyes. Looking in the direction of the sound, her expression changed. A snow bear. A super snow bear that was twice as big as the one Yi Feng killed on Ice Island a few days ago was running towards her like a moving small mountain. Its running speed was not slow. Perhaps it was trying to avoid the ice and snow, or perhaps it smelled Ning Xiumo's scent and decided to treat her as its next meal. Therefore, it directly ran towards Ning Xiumo's direction. Such a heavy body, but it ran as if it was flying in the snow. In the blink of an eye, it was already at the edge of the snow. Its silver fur was like satin, and its pair of eyes were like blood-red lanterns. It stared fixedly at Ning Xiumo, who was trapped there. Suddenly, it raised its head and let out a long roar. Its two claws opened wide as its body leaped up, gliding several li in the air. It was like a bear mountain as it came crashing down on Ning Xiumo. Damn it! This stupid bear knew how to glide in the air. Now that Ning Xiumo was planted here, she had nowhere to hide. She could only watch helplessly as that guy pounced on her. Damn it, if she was hit by this bear, wouldn't she become a meat patty? Maybe it misjudged the direction, but the big white bear missed and fell about 10 meters away from Ning Xiumo. Half of its body was buried in the snow, and then it couldn't move anymore. The big white bear didn't get what it wanted to eat, but it was very angry that it was trapped here. It was obviously a hot-tempered creature, as its roars resounded throughout the entire snowfield. It stared at Ning Xiumo and struggled with all its might, but it couldn't move. It waved its two bare claws at Ning Xiumo, and the wind it created blew Ning Xiumo's hair into a mess. Its imposing manner was extremely shocking. After Ning Xiumo glanced at it a few times, she knew that this fellow would not be able to come over for the time being, so she ignored it. However, this fellow's cries were extremely noisy. One after another, the bear's roars rang in her ears without any intention of stopping. Ning Xiumo was greatly disturbed. She simply made a few snowballs and threw them over, wanting to block its wide-open mouth. However, this guy was smart. He used his bare paw to slap the snowball away and continued to roar at Ning Xiumo. Seeing that the delicious food was right in front of its eyes, but it couldn't eat it, it was very angry. After roaring for a while, it had an idea. It opened its mouth, and a large column of water shot out from its mouth towards Ning Xiumo. It wanted to drown Ning Xiumo to death first before anything else. Ning Xiumo was naturally prepared. She raised her hand and quickly weaved a green shield in front of her, blocking the stinky water column. The water column was quite powerful, and Ning Xiumo's arm was numb from the impact. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. If she didn't kill this bear now, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to rest until she got away. Therefore, after blocking this water column, she simply opened her hand, and countless green wooden awls condensed in her palm. She then waved her hand, and the awls scattered like flowers from a celestial maiden, flying towards Big White, who was also trapped and unable to move. Chapter 10:26. The white bear could not avoid it either. Ning Xiumo's wooden spikes, except for the ones that were swatted away by the bear's paws, landed on the bear's body. The big white bear's skin was coarse and thick, so the wooden spikes couldn't even pierce through its oily skin in the slightest. Instead, it angered its temper. With a wave of its paw, rows of ice blades shot towards Ning Xiumo. A human and a beast were trapped here at the same time, and they began to fight. Since they could not move, they could only use their hidden weapons to attack each other. The white bear relied on its thick skin, and Ning Xiumo's hidden weapons only scratched its body. Ning Xiumo was also a quick-witted person. She quickly congealed a shield around her body. After she leveled up, congealing these shields was much easier. She could congeal them almost instantly. Almost all of the white bear's water attacks landed on her wooden shield. Ning Xiaomo, on the other hand, wasn't able to deal with it as easily as it did. That thing's body was big, and its strength was frightening. The water jets and ice blades it spat out were comparable to cannonballs, causing Ning Xiaomo's arm to feel numb from the impact. After attacking and defending, Ning Xiaomo's psychokinesis was depleted by more than half. An idea came to her, and she immediately absorbed spiritual energy from the snow to convert it. After a while, the psychokinesis in her body was replenished again. The white bear seemed to be able to absorb the spiritual energy here as well. After attacking Ning Xiaomo for a while, it would stop for a while, and then attack her again as if it was injected with new energy. The veins on Ning Xiaomo's forehead throbbed. It seemed that any creature could absorb the spiritual energy here. She could not go on like this. Although her psychokinesis could help her recover quickly, her physical strength was still limited. In terms of physical strength, she was obviously not the bear's opponent. Therefore, she had to hurry up and get out of the snow mire. Only when her body was free could she have more leeway. In other words, she had to absorb all the spiritual energy here as soon as possible. Of course, once the spiritual energy in this place was sucked dry, she would be able to escape, but at the same time, the big white bear would also be able to escape. Thus, after both of them escaped, she still had a tough battle to fight. However, as long as she could escape, she would have a chance of winning. If she continued to waste time here, she would definitely die. Having figured this out, Ning Xiaomo fought with the big white bear while crazily absorbing spiritual power into her dantian. Endless spiritual energy surged wildly into her dantian, but it did not leave a trace. Ning Xiaomo even suspected that her dantian was actually a bottomless pit that could not be filled no matter how much spiritual energy she had. The big white bear replenished another round of spiritual energy. It opened its mouth wide, and a water column several times larger than the previous one came pouring down on Ning Xiaomo. Ning Xiaomo's wooden shield shattered instantly. She was shocked and immediately reinforced it with 3 layers of wooden shields. The big white bear roared angrily, and the water column doubled in size. The first layer of wooden shield broke, and then the second layer. Ning Xiaomo's arms were slightly sore, and her forehead was even sweating slightly. However, she did not dare to be careless. She focused all her attention on reinforcing the last layer of shield. At the same time, she was multitasking, increasing the speed at which she poured spiritual energy into her dantian. Slowly, she felt that her waist could move. She was overjoyed and desperately tried to absorb the spiritual energy. Then, her thighs could also move slightly. The spiritual energy in the Tianquan snow was decreasing. She would be able to come out soon. Kacha! Kacha! Ning Xiaomo was shocked. She looked up and saw that the third layer of wooden shield had a few cracks under the big white bear's powerful water column attack. Chapter 10:27. Ning Xiaomo didn't have enough energy to build the 4th layer of the wooden shield. If it were a normal person, they would have panicked by now. However, she was a battle-hardened special agent who had experienced countless life-and-death situations. Ning Xiaomo quickly calmed down. As she strengthened the 3rd layer of the wooden shield, she kept a close eye on the bear's movements, waiting for it to reveal its weakness. The cracks on the wooden shield were getting bigger and bigger. It was on the verge of collapsing. It could shatter at any moment, perhaps in the next second. In this extremely cold place, Ning Xiaomo was so tired that she was sweating all over. The bear also seemed to be tired. Perhaps it was because victory was in sight and the prey was about to be in its hands, but it also relaxed a little. The water column in its mouth finally became smaller. Ning Xiaomo was waiting for this moment. She instantly condensed the wooden shield into a long green sword. She went against the current and stabbed it into the bear's mouth like an arrow. The bear was shocked and instinctively closed its mouth. The long green sword hit the side of its mouth with a clang. Although it didn't pierce through its skin, it cut off a large chunk of the white fur around its mouth. The bear was instantly enraged. It used all its willpower to spit out a huge water column with a diameter of more than 10 meters. It charged straight at Ning Xiuma. If she was hit, she would be going to meet God. Ning Xiuma increased the speed at which she absorbed the spiritual power in her body. When the water column was in front of her, she suddenly jumped out and flew a few meters away. Phew, damn it. She was so tired. She finally got rid of the Tian Quan, snow's restraint. Bang! The big white bear's water column smashed into the place where she originally stood, stirring up countless snowflakes. It was as if an avalanche was crashing down on her head and face. Ning Xiuma's figure flashed again, avoiding the snow that filled the sky. When the big white bear saw Ning Xiuma suddenly jump out, it seemed to stare blankly for a moment. While it was in a daze, the avalanche it created rushed towards it. In an instant, it was buried under the avalanche, leaving only its white furry head exposed. The white bear was speechless. It roared angrily and struggled violently. Its violent movements caused the ground to tremble. This forced it out a little. No, it's coming out soon. She wanted to kill it while it was still trapped in the snow. Ning Xiuma slightly moved her limbs that were slightly stiff after being buried for a few days. Then, with a flash, she charged towards the big white bear like a bolt of white lightning. A cold, glazed sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it towards the white bear's forehead. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere. The sword in Ning Xiuma's hand that could cut through gold and jade, and could even easily cut a lump of iron into two halves, was actually shattered inch by inch. However, there wasn't even a white mark left on the white bear's head. Ning Xiuma was shocked. Back then, she had observed the white bear skin that Yi Feng had hunted. At that time, the white bear skin only had a hole in between its eyebrows. The other parts of the skin were intact. Therefore, she knew that the weak point of this kind of big white bear was between its eyebrows. That was why she had attacked it. She was now at Earth rank level 5, and the power of this sword was extremely strong. Ning Xiuma thought that she could kill this big monster in one hit, but she didn't expect that it would be ineffective. This killing move didn't succeed, but instead angered the white bear. It roared and slammed its claws towards Ning Xiuma. This claw contained a monstrous hurricane. If Ning Xiuma was hit by it, she would be turned into a picture. Chapter 1028. Luckily, Ning Xiuma's footwork was good. Her body was like a feather as she floated away from the bear's palm. She managed to avoid the bear's fatal attack. She flipped in the air and landed on the ground. When she looked at the bear again, her heart sank. The big white bear's mountain-like body had already pulled itself out of the snow. At this moment, it was glaring fiercely at Ning Xiuma with its basketball-sized red eyes. The white breath coming out of its nostrils caused the snow on the ground to dance wildly. It was so big. How was it a white bear? It was obviously a mountain god. Ning Xiuma stood in front of it like a ping-pong ball in front of a huge snowball. Her entire body was not even as big as one of its paws, damn it. She was probably the size of fly in front of it, right? Killing it was like an ant fighting an elephant. This is the Icefield Snow Bear King. It is the second overlord of the ice field. The one that Yi Feng killed could only be considered as a small fry. A voice suddenly sounded in the air not far away. The voice was as elegant as the wind and flowed in the air like an ice spring. Great God! Ning Xiuma turned around and saw Shun Julie floating in the air, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He was indeed invisible just now. He probably saw that she was in danger and showed himself. While Ning Xiuma was in a daze, the white bear's water pillar was already smashing towards Ning Xiuma's head. If it wasn't for her quick reflexes, the water column would have hit her directly. Ning Xiuma managed to dodge in time. The water column hit the ground, and the snow on the ground melted quickly, forming a deep crack in the ice. This water column was so powerful. Even the most powerful high-pressure water gun couldn't do this. I forgot to tell you that it is an Earth rank level 8 beast. That year, 8 elders of the Flying Star sect who were Earth rank level 7 and above tried to kill it together. 5 of them were fatally injured and took 100 years to recover. However, their skills were all crippled. This bear is listed as one of the most dangerous beasts in the entire continent. Shunjili continued to teach her about the bear. Ning Shuama's lips twitched. 8 Earth rank level 7 elders couldn't even win against this thing. She, who had just reached Earth rank level 5, would be no match for it. She could only be tortured. Why was she so unlucky? Every time she met a super abnormal opponent. Damn God, would it kill to give her a small fry of the same level to have some fun? Most importantly, this bee's skin was too tough. She had tried so many ways to stab it, but she couldn't even cut off a few strands of its fur. There was no sense of accomplishment. She was at a disadvantage against this thing. She was unable to deal any damage to it. It seemed that she could only escape. Just as Ning Shuama thought of running away, Shun Juli's voice sounded again. Don't even think about running away. It's a vengeful beast. Once it's angered, it will fight you to the death. No matter where you run, it will chase after you until it achieves its goal. What a crazy white bear. Ning Shuama cursed in her heart, but she was still unconvinced. How did the 8 elders of the Flying Star sect escape? They were forced to the top of a cliff by it. The 8 of them jumped into the icy stream at the bottom of the cliff and barely escaped. There are no cliffs or ice streams here. Shunjuli's voice was still calm. While he was talking, Ning Shuama had been chased by the white bear 8 times. She was bouncing around like a ping-pong ball. Chapter 1029. If it weren't for Ning Shuama's strange footwork, which allowed her to escape danger by a hair's breadth, she would have long been bitten into the white bear's stomach and turned into bear dung. Don't talk about other things. Great God, it's so strong. My weak body won't be able to withstand one of its claws. Quickly come down and help me. Ning Shuama panted as she circled around the white bear king while shouting and ridiculing him. She wished she could fly up and pull the great god down to be her human shield. Damn it, she was being chased by the bear and running around like a wolf, but the great god was floating in the clouds like a fairy. Not even a strand of his hair was messed up. He looked so relaxed that it was as if he was here for a vacation. It made her speechless. She hated it so much that her teeth itched. Shun Julie glanced at her and said calmly, I think you're also very strong. You might not lose to it. Ning Shuama was speechless. You're the strong one. You're more like a pervert. You can only be strong when you're in a desperate situation. Shuama, I'll be here cheering for you. Shun Julie waved his sleeves, and a cloud table appeared under his feet. On the cloud table was a chessboard with black and white chess pieces crisscrossing each other. Ning Shuama was speechless. She didn't even have the energy to complain anymore. If there was a pervert on this continent, it would definitely be Shun Julie. She couldn't rely on the great god now, so she could only rely on herself. However, if she was really in danger, the great god wouldn't just stand by and watch, right? Although Ning Shuama was still being chased by the white bear, she was still in a difficult situation. However, with a great deity overseeing the situation, she felt a lot more at ease. She was already mentally strong, so she could naturally calm down now. She started to look for the white bear's weakness in the fight. Since the white bear was the overlord of this place, it must be very strong to be able to dominate in such a cruel environment. Moreover, it didn't show any weakness at all. While Ning Shuama was running away, she had casually used her condensed concealed weapons to attack it countless times. She had pierced countless places, but she was still unable to injure it. Instead, it had angered it even more, causing it to fly into a rage as it circled around Ning Shuama like a tornado. The dense water pillars and ice blades didn't stop like a storm. There were many times when Ning Shuama was almost hit by the ice blades. If she was hit, she would become an ice hedgehog. She felt like she was a lone boat in the middle of a stormy sea. She was in danger of being swallowed by the waves at any moment. Rip! Her sleeve was hit by an ice blade and broke into 2. That ice blade brushed past her arm. The edge of the ice blade even cut a layer of skin on her arm. Blood seeped out. Ning Shuama's arm slightly trembled and her body staggered. She narrowly avoided being hit by the big white bear's jet of water. Fortunately, she hastily retreated 2 steps to avoid it. The jet of water brushed past her hair, and her charming face was scraped by the hurricane created by the jet of water. Ning Xiuma desperately jumped back a few feet. She couldn't help but look up at the great god who was not far away. She was in danger here, but Shun Jiuli was sitting on the clouds like a deity overlooking the mortal world. He wasn't moved at all. He really didn't care about her anymore. If she had reacted a little slower, she would have gone to the king of hell for tea. Yet, he was still playing chess as if nothing had happened to him. Was chess that important to him? More important than her life? She had just played chess with him for a day. How could he treat her like this? Chapter 10:30. The Almighty probably wanted her to know that she couldn't leave him. Once she left, it would be difficult for her to move forward. Did he want her to know that she couldn't be angry with him? Or else she would have to pay the price in blood. Although Ning Xiuma told herself not to think too much and not to care too much about it, there was still resentment in her heart that came from the bottom of her heart. A fight between masters was a matter of life and death, so she couldn't be distracted. Moreover, she was fighting against a bear that was much stronger than her in terms of ability and strength. She was immediately in danger. Carelessly, her calf was cut by the ice blade. Although it wasn't a serious injury, there was still blood flowing out. Although the ice blade shot by the big white bear wasn't poisonous, it was different from normal ice blades. When she was hit by it, it was as painful as being stung by a bee. The intense pain caused Ning Xiuma's drifting mind to return to reality. Now wasn't the time for her to be calculative. She had to fight for her life. Don't be distracted. Shun Jiuli's voice sounded in her ear. Ning Xiuma pursed her lips and ignored him. She didn't look at him and focused all her energy on the big white bear. Just like that, one person and one bear, one running and one chasing, fought for more than an hour. Within a radius of a few miles, all the snow had been flattened by the white bear. It had turned into a slippery, hard ice surface. However, there were countless ravines on the surface of the ice. Naturally, those were the result of the white bear's water jets. Shun Jili was still playing chess. He seemed to be leisurely, but in fact, he was constantly paying attention to all the movements below. If one looked carefully at the chessboard in front of him, one would be able to see that he was playing very carelessly. There were many flaws, and it wasn't his usual style. Sometimes he held the black pieces, sometimes he held the white pieces. His fingertips were holding the pieces so tightly that they were faintly white. However, he was unwilling to put them down. There seemed to be a dark tide surging in his eyes. He had always used thunderous methods to train his disciples. A person's greatest potential would only be stimulated in the most dangerous situations. Therefore, he would often throw his disciples to a place where they would fight to survive. As long as they didn't meet with any real life-threatening danger, he wouldn't intervene. Therefore, the disciples he taught were all very independent, and their kung fu improved very quickly. Even when he saw his own disciple fighting for his life below, his heart was as calm as still water, as unmoving as a mountain. He wouldn't care about it at all. But this time, he started to feel uneasy. The bloodstains that appeared on her body after she was injured almost stung his eyes. There were several times when he almost couldn't help but make a move. He even crushed one of the chess pieces. But no, this kind of bear wasn't something that could be encountered all the time. It required a lot of luck. If she could defeat this bear by herself, her skills would be greatly improved, and she would also have unexpected gains. But if he helped her, all her previous efforts would be wasted. Moreover, because he had been too worried about her recently, he couldn't bear to let go of her no matter what he did. This was a taboo in training disciples to grow quickly. She had to grow up quickly. She had to become strong quickly. Only then would he be able to stop worrying about her. When that day came, another hour passed. Such a fierce fight made Ning Xiuma's clothes soaked with sweat. Even the tip of her nose was covered with droplets of sweat. During this hour, she didn't look at Shun Jili again. All her attention was focused on the big white bear. The psychokinesis in her body was completely stimulated by her frequent use of it, and it flowed faster and faster. Chapter 10:31. At first, Ning Xiuma was not very familiar with some of her moves. However, after fighting with the white bear for so long, she finally became more familiar with them. Her fire control skills had also improved greatly during the fight. Now, when she used fireballs to attack, she could shoot out 6 at once. Each fireball was the size of a small round table, and they surrounded the white bear from all directions. Although the white bear's water was the nemesis of fire, it could not withstand the number of fireballs that Ning Xiuhua shot out. Moreover, the angle of attack was very strange, so the white bear could not guard against it. It slapped with its claws, poured water, whipped its tail, and jumped up to dodge. It used all kinds of tricks, and only then did it manage to dodge the fireballs. At this moment, Ning Xiuhua's heart skipped a beat. When she used her wooden awl and wooden sword, the white bear did not even try to dodge. However, it seemed to be busy with the fireballs that she shot at it. It was actually afraid of fire? Ning Xiuhua was very good at finding the opponent's weakness in battle. Once she found the weakness, she would kill it. Therefore, she quickly adjusted her fighting style. She used the fire element to attack and the wood element to defend. This was a truly dangerous fight. Although there was a great disparity in strength, because of Ning Xiuhua's numerous tricks and rich battle experience, she did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Her fireballs became more and more condensed, and the power of her fireballs became stronger. Finally, one of them hit the white bear's chest. Although it did not cause any substantial damage, it still burned a large part of its fur. The white bear was a male. It relied on its smooth, satin-like fur to attract the opposite sex. It was a very vain creature. Usually, it was very narcissistic about its white fur. When it had nothing to do, it would let the female bear it liked smooth its fur. The female bear would be very careful when smoothing its fur, because once a few strands were smoothed, it would fly into a rage and slap the female bear away. This showed how much it cared about its white fur. Now, its incomparably precious white fur was burned by this little woman who was not even a pellet in its eyes. It was bald. Its chest hair was bald. The big white bear was enraged. The hair on its body stood up like sharp needles, and it let out an earth-shattering roar. Its claws danced wildly, and a large iceberg quickly formed above its head. With a wave of its large claws, the large iceberg flew towards Ning Xiuhua. At this time, it didn't want to catch her and eat her. Instead, it wanted to smash her into a meat patty, slap him into a pulp, in order to take revenge for this grudge. Boom! The iceberg slammed into the ground, causing the ice shards on the ground to dance wildly. That little human who dared to burn its fur must have been slapped to death, right? It was impossible for her to dodge such a huge iceberg. This was his ultimate move. Back then, he had used this move to kill a snow eagle flood dragon that was opposing their bear clan. The entire bear clan took delight in talking about this. Even such a powerful snow eagle flood dragon was unable to dodge its iceberg, so it was even more impossible for that little person to dodge. The big white bear was still confident. Therefore, after the ice shards fell from the sky, it scanned the surroundings with its blood-red eyes. Sure enough, it did not find any trace of the little person. She must have been smashed to death. The big white bear proudly looked up to the sky and roared. It raised its claws and wanted to push the iceberg aside, wanting to pick up some meat paste for its meal. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was the sound of a gust of wind behind its head. Before it could react, a fireball hit the back of its head. Chapter 1032. The power of the fireball was so great that the mountain-like big white bear staggered. It rushed forward a few steps, only to feel a burning sensation on the back of its head, and its mind was in a daze. It subconsciously stretched out its paw to scratch the back of its head. Bald. Bald again. The big white bear's vision darkened, almost fainting from anger. It turned around to look for the culprit, Ning Xiuhua, but it only saw a white shadow sweep across its head, and its head was also kicked by the other party. This is simply unbearable. Its honorable head had been stepped on by someone again. The big white bear's half-bald head was so angry that it was about to go crazy. It spread its paws and desperately chased after Ning Xiuhua's shadow. It used all its strength, ice blades, icebergs, water columns, all its special skills, fiercely attacking Ning Xiuma, but this time it strangely discovered that the other party had transformed from 1 to 4, then from 4 to 8, and finally from 16. 16 Ning Xiuma simultaneously attacked it, making it impossible to defend. Ning Xiuma used the shadow clone technique. She was now very proficient in using this technique, especially after her psychokinesis was upgraded from the original maximum of 8 to 16. Originally, after her shadow clone was destroyed, she had to fight for a long time before she could use it again. But now she was forced to unleash her greatest potential. Every time the big white bear destroyed one, she would immediately create a second one to replace it. So it was always 16 Ning Xiuma that surrounded and attacked it. The big white bear was in a rage. It couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. But it was also smart. After the initial anger and helplessness, it also thought of a way to distinguish the other party's real body. Although Ning Xiuma shadow clones also made the same attack action and also released fireballs, but the real lethal fireballs were released by her. The big white bear paid the price of losing another 2 strands of fur. It finally recognized Ning Xiuma's real body and attacked it crazily. Ning Xiuma had no choice but to quickly change positions with her doppelganger. After 3 or 4 rounds, the white bear was once again in a daze. Shunjili had been watching from the cloud. When he saw Ning Xiuma's tricks, he almost wanted to laugh. This little girl was as cunning as a fox. Her performance in battle always had the ability to impress him. He almost wanted to clap his hands and cheer for her. He rarely appreciated a person, but now Ning Xiuma made him look at her in a new light. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a smart person. Even when he was young, he should have been like her, right? This girl was as smart as him. His taste in choosing people was really good. The people he liked were really super strong. Now Ning Xiuma had started to gain the upper hand. She had already grasped the big white bear's movements and attack patterns, so it wasn't as difficult as before to deal with it. For the first time, the big white bear was so tired from fighting that it was covered in sweat. The sweat almost soaked its fur as if it had been washed with water. Ning Xiuma naturally didn't have it easy either. She was also covered in sweat, and she was so tired that she wanted to die. She couldn't wait to lie down on the snow and roll around a few times to rest. But she couldn't. She didn't have the right to rest before she defeated this fellow. Although she had burned off a few parts of the big white bear's fur, making it look like a spotted pig with mangy skin disease, she hadn't really caused any fatal damage to it. Chapter 1033. Ning Xiuma's hidden weapons had almost tested every part of its body. There was no weak point. She still could not find its weak point. During the fierce battle, she was constantly sizing it up, trying to analyze where its weak point was. Its weak point should be on its hind feet. Shunjili suddenly said from afar, Ning Xiuma. Indeed, the big white bear had been fighting with her while standing upright, and her hidden weapons did not even miss its anus. These were not its weak points. Then if it really has a weak point, then it's most likely the 2 soles of its back feet that were constantly stepping on the ice. Ning Xiuma swept her hand across its thick pillar-like hind feet, the corners of her lips twitching. How could she make this bear lift its hind feet and let her stab it with her sword? She also couldn't drill under its feet. 1 person and 1 bear fought for a while. Ning Xiuma carefully observed for a moment and found that the big white bear was unusually cautious of its hind feet. It would not lift them easily, especially its left foot, which was the most important part of its protection. If the wooden thorns that Ning Xiuma shot at it hit other parts of its body, it would ignore them, but when it was near its left foot, it would use its claws to brush it away. Its weak point should be on its left foot. Ning Xiuma's eyes flickered slightly. Then she suddenly changed her attack method. She no longer used a fire attack that could burn off the big white bear's fur, but instead used the useless wooden thorns to attack. The wooden thorns that she shot out were nearly a foot long, incomparably sharp, but the accuracy was not very good. Most of them did not hit the big white bear's body, but directly hit the ice behind the big white bear. Is this little thing out of strength? It's so inaccurate. Even if it stood there and let her shoot, she could only hit it a few times. Haha, this little thing's body is small. Its strength is naturally small. It should be exhausted soon. The big white bear became complacent again. It roused its spirit and attacked Ning Xiuma even more fiercely. Ning Xiuma was probably really exhausted. In the fierce battle, her body suddenly staggered and fell forward. The ice beneath her was slippery, and she could not stop her momentum. Her entire body slid onto the left hind leg of the big white bear. The big white bear was stunned. Naturally, it did not want to let go of this rare opportunity to flatten this little person. He immediately lifted his left foot and stomped down on Ning Xiuma's body. Its hind legs were as thick as pillars, and one of its feet was as big as a round table. If Ning Xiuma was stepped on by it, she would be trampled into a pile of meat. In the clouds, Shun Juli's expression changed. He stood up abruptly and was about to make a move to save them when his eyes suddenly widened. Whitey, who had already lifted its left leg, suddenly remembered something. Before its foot could touch Ning Xiuma, it suddenly landed on the ground. Its action was a little too hasty, and a huge inertia caused its body to shake violently, and it took another 2 or 3 steps back. Pooh! Ow wow! A loud sound like a tire had burst sounded. The big white bear's left foot had coincidentally stepped on a sharp wooden thorn. It let out a long and miserable howl, and its huge body fell backwards, and Ning Xiuma had already rolled forward cleverly to avoid the falling body, and rolled to the other side that she had already calculated beforehand. The sound of the big white bear falling to the ground was earth-shattering, and the surrounding snow shook a few times as if there was an earthquake. Countless snowflakes were stirred up and fell onto the big white bear on the ground. Chapter 1034. The big white bear could no longer get up. It curled up and trembled on the ground. There was a huge wooden spike embedded in its paw, and blood flowed down the side of the spike like a small stream. Its weak spot was indeed under its left paw. In just a short moment, the big white bear was already on the verge of death. It stared unwillingly at Ning Xiuma, who was slowly approaching it. It couldn't believe that it would lose to such a small person. Ning Xiuma approached it with a tense expression. Then, she raised her hand and pulled out the wooden spike from its paw. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. The big white bear let out a long howl and finally breathed its last. Ning Xiuma's move seemed like a dangerous move, but in reality, it was all part of her meticulous calculations. Every single wooden spike she shot out that seemed to have missed its target had been precisely calculated by her. There was a formation in place. The big white bear moved as if it was flying. When its battle prowess was high, it didn't use much strength when it landed. It could even step on snow without leaving a trace. Under normal circumstances, even if the big white bear stepped on one of the wooden spikes Ning Xiuma placed there, it would just brush past it and wouldn't be injured. However, when Ning Xiuma fell on its hind paw, it gave the big white bear a fright. It mistakenly thought that Ning Xiuma was going to attack its weak spot, so it would subconsciously step on it. When it remembered that its weak spot was also there, it would subconsciously retract its paw. Under such circumstances, it would definitely stumble back. It didn't have time to use the light body technique, so it fell into the trap she had set up beforehand. She had used all of these methods one after another, and everything was within her calculations. And so she won. She won against this big fellow that was 3 stages higher than her. Even 7 or 8 experts couldn't do anything to it. There's an inner core crystal on its body. Dig it out and use it. Shun Juli's voice rang out from behind Ning Xiuma. He even praised her. Well done. Ning Xiuma didn't turn around. She had read many books about exotic beasts, so she naturally knew where the inner core of this kind of bear was located. After the bear's Achilles heel was pierced, the originally pliable and tough skin that could not be pierced by any sword became much easier to cut. Ning Xiuma quickly found a large section of dark blue crystal on its body. This was the first time she had seen such a pure crystal pillar. It was as if there were water ripples flowing on top of it. It was exceptionally beautiful. Retrieving the crystal pillar was not easy, and she was extremely tired. So after retrieving it, she hugged the crystal pillar and sat on the ground, not wanting to move at all. Absorb the psyche power on this crystal pillar with the art of rejuvenation. Shun Julie's voice sounded again. Ning Shumao simply lay down on the snow, closed her eyes, and said nothing. She was so tired that she didn't even have the strength to speak. What's wrong? Are you angry? Shun Julie squatted down beside her. Ning Shumao still didn't open her mouth, and she didn't have any intention of opening her eyes. This bear is a spiritual creature born from heaven and earth. It is already cultivated for thousands of years. It is the only beast with the strongest water spiritual root in the world. The Psyche water crystal pillar in its body is different from others. It has a directional attribute. In a fight, it will take the initiative to face the strongest attacker. If it is killed, this crystal pillar can only be used by the strongest opponent. If I make a move, you will have no fate with this high-quality water spiritual root. So unless it was absolutely necessary, he couldn't make a move. Otherwise, Ning Shumao wouldn't be able to obtain this water psyche crystal. Chapter 1035. After you get this item, the sooner you absorb it, the purer it will be and the more effective it will be. After 10 hours, half of the effect will disappear. Water is wood. It will be very beneficial for your wood psychokinesis. Shun Julie explained to her and pulled her up. Be good. Absorb it while it is still fresh. It turned out that he had been watching from the side without making a move for her own good. He wanted her to get this crystal. Half of the gloominess in Ning Shumao's heart dissipated. However, understanding was one thing, and feeling was another. Thinking about how the Almighty was playing chess leisurely by the side when she was fighting for her life, she felt angry. He seemed to be more anxious about the progress of her practice than she was, as if he wanted to make her a peerless master. He was obviously pursuing her, but he was evasive about the marriage. It was as if he was avoiding something. What was he planning to do? Ning Shumao boasted that she understood human nature the best and could read people's minds the best. But she really could not see through him. She was angry, but she would not make things difficult for herself. She did not want to waste a single bit of the psychokinesis in the crystal pillar. She was about to absorb the water psychokinesis in the crystal pillar according to the method he told her. Suddenly, Kieran's voice sounded in her mind. Master, Master, where are you? Its voice sounded a little out of breath, as if it was breathing unsteadily. Ning Shumao's heart sank a little. Could it be that they were in danger? Little Apple, what happened? Why are you panting? Master, we have encountered a monster. It was covered in white scales, and its body was like a dragon, but it had 2 curved and sharp horns. It had a big mouth and fangs that were half a foot long. There was also an ice ball on its tail. What kind of monster is this? Ning Shumao drew a sketch of the monster in her mind. Then she realized that it was a monster that she had never heard of before. But this was not what she cared about. She only cared about the safety of those people. How is it? Is that monster powerful? You guys are not its match. It's so powerful. We are no match for it. Its body is twice as big as mine, and its strength is also greater. Even if Yifeng and I work together, we are still no match for it. Ning Shumao stood up. Tell me where you are. I'll go rescue you. No, there's no need. Although I can't beat it, it can't run as fast as me. If it really doesn't work, I can fly. Now we should get rid of it. Ning Shumao was relieved to hear that they were out of danger. Did you meet that monster by chance? How many are there? Oh my God. One of them almost broke his leg from running. If a few of them come, I'm afraid I'll die. So there was only one. Ning Shumao was even more relieved. Where did that monster come from? How did you provoke it? Ning Shumao wanted to understand the habits of this monster. But her question immediately ignited Kieran's negative emotions. It seemed that it had been holding back for a long time, and now it immediately complained to Ning Shumao. It's all that idiot Guzian's fault. He found a large egg at the bottom of an ice slope. Yifeng said that the egg looked ominous and couldn't be eaten. But Guzian laughed at Yifeng because he didn't even dare to eat an egg. He broke the egg on the spot, saying that the egg was nutritious and could replenish one's strength if eaten raw. In the end, when the egg was broken, it attracted the mother of the egg. It was that big monster. It flew into a rage and chased after us to bite us. If I hadn't run fast enough, we would have been finished this time. Chapter 1036. In such a snowfield, a young master like Guzian, who had not experienced any great storms, was just a burden. He could not accomplish anything, but he was good at spoiling things. It made people speechless. Kirin seemed to still be in the process of escaping, so after it said a few more words, it hurriedly ended the call with Ning Shuma. In fact, Kirin was indeed still running for its life. It was like a bolt of blue lightning flying across the vast white snowfield. The sled behind them was almost flying. It had barely touched the ground, and the wind mixed with the snow made their cheeks hurt. A huge monster that looked like a dinosaur and was covered in white scales was chasing after them. The monster's speed was so fast that it was almost on par with the little Cheelin. When Guzian turned around, he saw the monster staring at him with its lantern-sized eyes. It was glowing with an ominous glint. Its huge mouth opened and roared from time to time. Guzian could almost see its huge, sharp teeth with a few strands of flesh hanging from them. He was so scared that his legs were trembling. His face was pale, and his hands were trembling so much that he almost lost his grip on the sled. The monster opened its mouth, and a strong, fishy wind blew toward them. Ah! Yan Ziyuan cried out in alarm. She lost her grip on the sled, and her hands loosened. Her whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Behind her, the white monster was waiting with its huge mouth open. Guzian shouted, "Ziyuan," but he only held on tightly to the sled and turned his head away. He could not bear to see Yan Ziyuan being torn apart. Yifeng also flew out the moment Yan Ziyuan was thrown out. He raised his speed to the maximum and finally caught Yan Ziyuan before she fell into the monster's mouth. But he was too fast, and he could not stop in time. He could only watch as he flew into the monster's mouth. When the monster saw that there was one more person, it was naturally very happy. It quickly opened its mouth wider, waiting for a big meal to be delivered. Yan Ziyuan could almost see the monster's house-sized mouth. A huge blood-red tongue with flesh spikes curled up, and stinky saliva dripped down the monster's mouth drop by drop. She was so scared that her face turned pale and her heart felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. Her vision suddenly turned black as a large hand covered her eyes. Yifeng's slightly cold voice sounded in her ears. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." These simple words gave Yan Ziyuan great comfort. It was as if a warm current was washing over her heart, making her have an inexplicable urge to cry. She was tightly held in Yifeng's arms, but his strength was so gentle that it was as if he was protecting a precious and fragile porcelain. She did not feel any pain at all. Yan Ziyuan was pressed against his chest. Her eyes were covered by his hand. Hearing his fast and powerful heartbeat, she suddenly felt at ease. It was as if there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of them, as long as she was with him, they could go through it together. Yifeng calmly looked at the enlarged mouth in front of him. At the moment when he was about to fly in, he kicked the monster's sharp teeth. The strength of his kick was so great that it broke the monster's teeth. Using this reaction force, his body shot up, and after a few quick jumps on the snowy ground, he flew towards the sled. All of this happened in a flash. The monster thought that a big meal was about to be in its mouth, but it did not expect that the fat meat in its mouth would fly away and one of its front teeth would be broken. It was furious and roared again and again. Chapter 1037. The roar was so loud that Guzian almost fainted. His face was drained of color as he gripped the sled tightly. He urged Kirin, who had deliberately slowed down to wait for Yifeng, to speed up. If it wasn't for the fact that Guzian's blood was the antidote to the curse, Kirin would have thrown Guzian out to feed the monster. How could there be such a scum in this world? Yifeng finally rushed back with Yan Ziyuan in his arms. Because of this delay, the white monster was very close to them. Kirin waited for Yifeng to regain his footing before picking up speed. Finally, they managed to put some distance between them and the monster. The wind on the icy plains was strong to begin with, and with Kirin's lightning-fast speed, the wind was so strong that it could almost flip a person over. The real wind was like a knife cutting through the air. At this time, it was snowing. The usually soft and light snowflakes were like small cannonballs under the relatively high speed, smashing down on Yifeng and the others. Yifeng gripped the sled tightly with one hand and raised his sleeve to protect Yin Ziyuan. At the same time, he used Sharkman's power of origin to keep her warm. Yin Ziyuan had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She wanted to push him away, but she also wanted to hug him tightly. This feeling was sweet and sour at the same time. It made her slightly absent-minded. The person in front of her who was hugging her was very warm. At the same time, he was also protecting her tightly, as if he was afraid that she would be hurt. On the other hand, Gu Ziyan was very unlucky. The wind blew so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. His fingers were frozen, and his hair was blown wildly by the wind. He had lost his gentle and elegant image of a noble young master. Now, he was clutching the sled tightly like a madman. He screamed in horror, "Slow down. Slow down. I'm going to be thrown off. Ziyuan, tell Kirin to slow down. Slow down." Kirin was furious. It said fiercely, "Shut up. If you dare to say another word, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Gu Ziyan immediately kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say another word. He could only continue to hold onto the sled tightly. Like a frightened quail, he curled himself up into a ball and looked at the monster that was getting closer and closer to him with fear and trepidation. He no longer cared that Yifeng was holding Yin Ziyuan. "Kacha, Kacha!" The sled beneath him suddenly made a strange noise. Yifeng's expression changed slightly as he frowned. This was bad. The sled was about to fall apart. Coincidentally, one of the logs under Gu Ziyan broke. His body tilted, and he was almost thrown off. In his panic, he couldn't help but shout, the sled is breaking." Naturally, Yin Ziyuan also knew that the sleigh was about to break. Her face turned pale, and she couldn't help but tighten her grip on Yifeng's hand. Yifeng hugged her tightly with one arm and comforted her softly, "Don't be afraid." Yifeng's voice seemed to have a strange, soothing effect. It made her panicked mind slowly calm down. The little Qilin tried to slow down in order to slow down the speed of the snow sleigh's destruction, but the white beast was relentless in its pursuit. As soon as it slowed down, the white beast fiercely opened its mouth and fiercely closed it again. The sound of its white teeth biting down was extremely loud. Gu Ziyan was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He kept urging, "Faster, faster. Oh no, you can't go too fast. It'll fall apart. What should we do? Yifeng, don't you have any ideas? It's a pity that I've lost all my power. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to stop it." The wind was too strong, and his voice was broken in the air. Chapter 1038. Yin Ziyuan was barely able to hear what he said. However, she was also concerned about him. Hearing the change in pitch of his voice, she could not help but ask Yifeng, "Yifeng, what did he say?" Yifeng looked back at the monster that was about to catch up to them. Then, he looked at Yin Ziyuan, who was in his arms. Steeling himself, he pulled her hand and placed it on the sled. "You can do it. Hold on tight." Yin Ziyuan subconsciously tightened her grip on the wooden handle. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her back. Yifeng's body was sent flying backward. His cold voice could still be heard clearly in the wind. "Kirin, you take the two of them and leave first. I will bring up the rear. Bring up your sister's bloodline." He was simply no match for the monster. Bringing up the rear would only make him a snack for the monster. Was he planning to use his own flesh and blood to help the two of them? That stupid fish. Kirin opened its mouth and turned around to grab Yifeng's robes. Then it tossed him onto its back. The wind was too strong, and Kirin could only shout. Master said, "We must go through thick and thin together. If we're going to leave, we will leave together." After that, it used the same method to toss Yin Ziyuan onto its back. Just as it was about to reluctantly hold Gu Ziyan in its mouth, Gu Ziyan saw the huge mouth right before his eyes. Fear welled up in his heart, and he could not stop himself from taking a step back. He avoided Kirin's mouth. Kirin, holy shit. At the same time, the fragile sled was no longer able to withstand Kirin's lightning-fast speed. With a crash, it broke into pieces. Gu Ziyan rolled and was thrown out The inertia was too great, and he rolled like an unstoppable ball. When he finally managed to stop rolling and open his eyes, he was so frightened that he nearly fell to the ground. Behind him, the white monster was less than 10 steps away from him. Seeing that he was alone, the white monster's eyes filled with excitement and ferocity. It opened its mouth and charged toward him. Ah, help! I was left behind. Kieran, I was left behind. Zun. Gu Zian let out a shrill cry. His voice had completely changed. It was almost inhuman. Kieran cursed under his breath and had no choice but to turn around and run back. Gu Zian was about the same distance away from the two beasts. When Kieran arrived, the white behemoth had also arrived. Its big mouth was facing Gu Zian, and its saliva was almost dripping onto his head. Gu Zian seemed to have fainted from the shock and was paralyzed on the spot. The white behemoth was stunned when it saw the little Qilin that had run away come back like a bolt of lightning. While it was in a daze, the little Qilin had already gathered all its strength. Its big head fiercely slammed into the relatively soft part of the behemoth's body, causing the behemoth that was twice its size to stumble back a few steps. Kieran's head was also dizzy from the impact. It shook its big head and took the opportunity to pick up the unconscious Gu Zian with its mouth and threw him on its back. At the same time, it muttered, "Why is there a foul smell?" Then it sped up and ran a few steps. A pair of fleshy wings spread out on its body, and it flew up like a small glider. It was actually very sad. If it was not so urgent, Kieran would not let anyone else ride on its back except for its master and the Divine Lord. Now that the situation was urgent, it had no choice but to carry them on its back and fly for a while. The white behemoth obviously could not fly, but it was unwilling to give up and chased after them for a long distance. When it saw that it could not catch up, it resentfully stopped. Chapter 1039. The monster roared a few times at the sky where Kieran had disappeared. Its long and sorrowful cries resounded through the sky. Kieran carried Yi Feng and the others into the air. Gu Zian finally woke up. When he woke up and saw himself flying in the air, he was so scared that he trembled. When he was unconscious, Yi Feng had been holding him tightly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit on Kieran's back. When Yi Feng saw that he had woken up, he also let out a sigh of relief and said lightly, "Hold on tight." In order for them to have something to hold on to, the little Qilin deliberately changed the Qilin armor on its back into a few handles. Yi Feng moved aside and let Gu Zian hold on to one of the handles. Gu Zian also knew that this was a moment of life and death, so he quickly held on tightly. He had been frightened too much today, and his mind was on the verge of collapse. When Gu Zian's frightened soul returned to its original position, he suddenly felt that a certain part of his lower body was a little cold and painful. He was shocked. Could it be that the monster ate his family jewels? He quickly touched his lower body and made sure that it was still there. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. Yi Feng coldly watched him touch himself. He buried Yin Ziyuan's face in his arms, not letting her see this unsightly scene. Gu Zian's touch was completely subconscious. When he realized how embarrassing it was to do it, he had already finished touching himself. Even if Gu Zian's skin was as thick as a city wall, his handsome face couldn't help but turn red at this moment. He was embarrassed in front of his love rival. Not only did he touch himself, he was also so scared that he wet his pants. If those two people knew about this, then he, Gu Zian, would really find a hole to hide in. However, Kieran's back was wide enough, and he was sitting behind Yi Feng and the others. They shouldn't be able to smell it, right? Gu Zian could only clamp his legs together and pretend that nothing had happened. He adjusted his wolf fur robe to make himself look more natural. He wanted to change the topic to end this awkward situation. He cleared his throat and said, "Ziyuan," before he could finish his sentence, Kieran interrupted, "Gu Zian, why is your butt so wet? Damn it, did you pee your pants just now?" Gu Zian was speechless. His face turned even redder as he tried to defend himself. "No, of course not. It's snow water. Just now, there must have been snow stuck to my body, so... Fuck, who are you trying to fool? Snow water smelled like urine? Don't try to fool me." Kieran bluntly exposed him. "Gu Zian, He couldn't find the words to refute her. On the other side, Kieran bluntly scolded him. Ain't the grown man like you actually peed your pants? Don't you feel ashamed? Don't you dare pee on me again. If you dare to pee on me, I will immediately throw you down and trample you to death. Gu Ziyan, his face had already turned the color of pig liver. Yan Ziyuan couldn't help but turn around and look at Gu Ziyan with a complicated expression. Ziyan, Kieran was still complaining, but Gu Ziyan couldn't hear her at all. His mind was filled with the words embarrassing. Not only did his beloved find out about this embarrassing incident, but his love rival also saw it as a joke. He originally wanted to call Yan Ziyuan over so that she wouldn't be with Yifeng. Now that Kieran had exposed the fact that he had peed his pants, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He was too ashamed to call Yan Ziyuan over. Chapter 1040. Yifeng did not look back at all. It had nothing to do with him whether that person peed in his pants or not. The wind was biting cold. No matter who it was, opening their mouth would result in a stomach full of wind. The little Qilin was flying too fast, so Yinzin didn't dare to move carelessly on its back. She wanted to ask about Gu Ziyan's situation, but after being hit by the wind several times, she finally gave up. Kieran did not fly for a long time in the air. Yan Ziyuan and Gu Ziyan's psychokinesis was either weak or non-existent, so they could not withstand the strong wind in the air. The two of them could not withstand a long flight, so Kieran flew for less than half an hour before Gu Ziyan painfully shouted for it to stop. Kieran laughed at him for a while, then slowly descended when it saw that the white monster was no longer there. During this time, Yan Ziyuan had been very quiet, staying beside Yifeng. No one knew what she was thinking. Yifeng had been protecting her, slowing down the wind for her. He lowered his eyes and looked at Yanzhen, who was sitting quietly beside him with her head lowered. Suddenly, he felt a little warm in his heart. She was now willing to sit beside him and let him shelter her from the wind and rain. This was like a dream. The pain in his heart for the past few days was like the ice and snow of early spring, slowly melting away. His empty and frozen heart was filled at this moment. It was warmed and gradually became alive. Again and again, it beat vigorously. Although the conditions were bad and they were still running for their lives, Yifeng felt satisfied. He hoped that time would stop at this moment, and she would be by his side safely, relying on him wholeheartedly. Under his wings, she would be happy and worry-free for the rest of her life. If this is a dream, please let me wake up later. The little Qilin slowly landed in an open space. It shook the scales on its body and felt that it was scum after flying with Gu Ziyan on this journey. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't leave it, it would have dived into the sea to wash itself. It was a Kieran that loved cleanliness. After Yifeng landed safely with Yan Ziyuan in his arms, he subconsciously hugged her to protect her. Gu Ziyan rolled and crawled down from the little Qilin's back. He staggered and stood firm on the ground. After seeing Yifeng's action towards Yan Ziyuan, the fire in his heart flared up. In a flash, he felt as if his hat had been cuckolded by a lot. He resisted the urge to get angry and squeezed out a gentle and handsome smile. Ziyuan, come here. Why do you always stay with other men? Yan Ziyuan was stunned and hesitated for a moment. She looked at him and then looked at Yifeng. Her clear eyes flashed with some confusion, and her feet moved slightly towards him. Gu Ziyan's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling that Yan Ziyuan was going to be out of his control again. He immediately cast a spell secretly and strengthened the control of the double life spell. He looked at Yan Ziyuan with tenderness that almost turned into tears. Ziyuan, come here. Let me see if you're hurt. Come my side. Yan Ziyuan's eyes flashed with pain and confusion. In the end, she finally fell in love with Gu Ziyan. She broke free from Yifeng's hand and walked towards Gu Ziyan. She said with concern, Ziyan, how are you? But she couldn't help but look at Yifeng. Gu Ziyan took the opportunity to hold Yan Ziyuan's hand and looked at her affectionately. Ziyuan, as long as you're okay, I'm alive for you. At the same time, he strengthened the power of the double life spell again. Chapter 1041. Yan Ziyuan's gaze finally lingered on him and no longer looked at anyone else. Yifeng lowered his eyes and looked at his hand. Her body heat still lingered on it, but she had already turned her back to him and walked step by step towards another man. He could only stand there stiffly. There was no reason for him to persuade her stay. She didn't look back either. She walked to Gu Ziyan's side and was pulled into his arms. She snuggled up to him and asked about his well-being. From the beginning to the end, she didn't turn back to look at Yifeng. Yifeng's numb heart seemed to ache again. He closed his eyes slightly and calmed the undercurrent in his heart. He woke up from his dream so soon. Perhaps their fate had to end here. After all, now was not the time to sort out his chaotic emotions. Yifeng calmed down in a moment. He temporarily put his heartache aside and used the method Ning Xiuma taught him to find the ice flame flower. He began to slowly search for traces to determine which direction they should go. Previously, they were chased like pigs and wolves, and now they didn't even know where they were. Yifeng was naturally the soul of this team. Only after he determined which direction to go could Kirin escort them. This was a forest of ice towers. Small icebergs of various sizes rose from the ground and shone faintly under the starlight. The light blue and dark blue icebergs were strangely shaped. The starlight reflected on them, and they were exceptionally beautiful. Yifeng was in a trance for a moment. He had once brought Yiyu to a crystal island. There were crystal towers on the island, and they were similar to the ice towers here. At that time, Yiyu was so happy when she saw this beautiful scene that she laughed and jumped beside him. She even hugged his neck and spun around a few times. She even sang a song and danced for him. At that time, she hugged his arm and said that she liked it there. She wanted to build a palace there and make it her home. Because that island was quite far from where Sharkmen lived, it took a day's journey to and fro, and Yifeng had to deal with the affairs of the clan. It was impossible for him to build his home there. Therefore, Yifeng didn't take her words seriously and just laughed it off. After that, he didn't go there for a long time. When he went there again, he found a man that Yiyu secretly hid on that island. After Yiyu's death, Yifeng imprisoned himself on that small island to help her recover her soul. He spent a few hundred years on that small island. He built the Sharkman Palace on that island according to the layout she liked when she was alive, fulfilling her wish. Unfortunately, she never saw it again. Now, looking at the place that was almost similar to the scenery of the small island, and then looking at the two people in front of him who were talking in a low voice, Yifeng felt as if his heart was being pricked by needles. He suddenly strode forward and silently began to chisel the ice to build the house. After this round of running, Gu Ziyan's legs were weak and his bones felt like they were about to fall apart. He glanced at the busy Yifeng and didn't say anything. After thinking for a while, he pulled Yin Ziyuan's hand and said, "Ziyuan, let's check the surroundings. If there's no danger, we'll rest here." Yin Ziyuan also felt like her body was about to fall apart. She actually wanted to rest more. She couldn't help but look at Yifeng. Yifeng was only focused on chiseling the ice and didn't raise his head to look at them. For some reason, Yin Ziyuan was a little afraid of being alone with Gu Ziyan. However, the twin life curse made her unable to go against Gu Ziyan's wishes. Chapter 1042. Therefore, she paused for a moment and said, "Let's not run around. There might be monsters or something like that. Let's not separate for the time being." Gu Ziyan's expression did not look too good. When Yin Ziyuan said this, she could not help but look at Yifeng a few times. It was obvious that she had unknowingly taken Yifeng as her pillar of support. She was his future wife. He should be her sky, and she should rely on him. But now, she could not help but look at Yifeng. This was with the effect of the twin life curse on her. Without the twin life curse, she would not even be bothered to look at him at this time. She clearly loved him so much. She was obviously so obsessed with him, but he did not know when her attention had been diverted. Her thoughts were all on her secret guard after he escaped with Rong Yin that day. He fled back to Daliang City in a panic. He thought that Yin Ziyuan had died and was very sad. He was depressed at home for 2 days. Lord Yin heard the news that he had returned to the city from somewhere and personally came to ask about his daughter's whereabouts. Gu Ziyan naturally could not say that he had given up on Yin Ziyuan at the most critical moment, so he vaguely glossed over it. He only said that they had met a strange person and that the strange person had taken the boat to the chaotic river. In the end, he had led everyone out of danger with a plan. Unexpectedly, they encountered a storm, and the boat capsized. Only he and Rome Yin escaped. He had looked for Yin Ziyuan nearby for a long time, but there was no trace of her. His story was 70% true and 30% false. Lord Yin believed him without a doubt. He also thought that his daughter had died and was very sad. He blurted out, "It must be the Yifeng who is playing tricks." Under Gu Zian's questioning, Lord Yin told him what had happened 3 years ago. Yifeng's arrival was the same as what Yin Ziyuan had told Ning Xiuema. He had captured Lord Yin and wanted to be Yin Ziyuan's bodyguard. Lord Yin had been on tenterhooks for the past few years, afraid that Yifeng would harm his daughter's life. Later, when he saw that he had been protecting Yin Ziyuan, he was slightly relieved. However, he always felt that this unknown man with amazing martial arts was harboring evil intentions. He had always been on his guard. Now that he heard that his daughter had died, he immediately thought of this matter. He thought that Yifeng was behind the scenes and hated Yifeng to the bone. Because he did not see his daughter's bones, Lord Yin was not willing to give up. He sent many troops to the chaotic river to search for his daughter's whereabouts. Who knew that not long after he sent out the troops, Yin Ziyuan would actually come back? Lord Yin was naturally overjoyed. However, he did not expect that Yin Ziyuan would ask her father to help her save Yifeng the moment she came back. Gu Zian still remembered Yin Ziyuan's condition at that time. Her hair was disheveled, and she had lost a lot of weight. Her clothes were also dirty because of the long journey. At that time, Lord Yin was at Gu Zian's place. Yin Zian directly barged in and knelt in front of Lord Yin. She said that Yifeng was Sharkman. He had saved her life in the chaotic river, but was taken away by Yi Qingwan. She did not know if he was dead or alive. She begged Lord Yin to find someone to save Yifeng no matter what. At that time, Gu Zian was sitting next to her and even called out to her a few times. However, Yin Ziyuan ignored him and ignored him. Lord Yin hated Yifeng to the bone. Even if he knew that Yifeng had saved his daughter, his view did not change much. It was impossible for him to save Yifeng. Moreover, he did not have any connections to save someone from Yi Qingwan. Chapter 1043. In fact, even if he had this ability, he didn't want to use it. He wanted Yifeng to die at Yi Qingwan's place and never come back. City Lord Yin pretended to agree to his daughter's request, but he didn't do anything. Yin Ziyuan asked her father about the rescue almost every day, which made City Lord Yin very annoyed. He felt that his daughter was bewitched. As long as he found a good husband for her to marry, she wouldn't think about that Sharkman anymore. Coincidentally, at this time, Gu Zian finally recognized his own feelings and came to the Yin residence to ask for marriage. City Lord Yin knew that his daughter used to like Gu Zian. Originally, he thought that Gu Zian didn't have any family background, so if his daughter married him like this, it would be a waste. But at this time, he wanted to divert his daughter's attention, so he happily agreed. He didn't expect that when Yin Ziyuan heard this news, her reaction would be fierce. She didn't agree at all. Some people were the kind of people who wanted more the more they couldn't get it, and Gu Zian was the representative of this kind of people. When Yin Ziyuan liked him, he felt annoyed and wanted to kick her away. But when Yin Ziyuan really gave up on him and fell in love with someone else, he felt uncomfortable. He also felt that Yin Ziyuan was good, so he didn't want to let her go. Yin Ziyuan's rejection of the marriage made him lose face, but his desire to get her was even stronger. Just at this time, that black, clothed masked man came to find him. At that time, Gu Zian was at his wit's end. Naturally, he hit it off with that black-clothed man. This was a reason why Yin Ziyuan fell under the twin life curse and fell head over heels in love with him. She was willing to accept his proposal and wholeheartedly become his bride. Gu Zian thought that he would finally succeed, but he didn't think that something like this would happen on the day of the wedding. When he was poisoned, he had actually suspected that Yihan Shanyue had poisoned him when he was drinking, but he felt that it wasn't very likely. Because in his impression, Master Han was a proud and arrogant person. He wouldn't use such petty tricks. Moreover, on the day of the wedding, when he had just woken up from his coma, Ning Xiuema had said that the antidote was the ice flame flower. This Master Han didn't want to meddle in other people's business and didn't want to come. For the sake of his own life, He had begged and begged again and again before he was able to invite this great master to follow him. Gu Ziyan didn't know the special solution to the twin life curse. Naturally, he didn't know that Ning Xiuma and the others came to the ice field to find the flower for Yan Ziyuan. Therefore, he couldn't figure out why Master Han would trick him to come here and risk his life. No matter how he thought about it, he still felt that Master Han was doing this for Ning Xiuma's sake, so that Yan Ziyuan wouldn't be a widow. Along the way, Ning Xiuma was cold enough to him. Yi Feng was originally cold to him. As for that Master Han, he had always been proud and aloof. He simply ignored him. He also knew that these people didn't fall out with him because of his relationship with Yan Ziyuan. Therefore, he endured it and tried his best not to provoke them. He didn't want to find trouble for himself. But in his heart, he had made up his mind. Once his body recovered, he would urge Yan Ziyuan to completely cut off all ties with these people and never come in contact with them again. This way, he could live the life he wanted with Yan Ziyuan. With two beauties by his side, from time to time, he would participate in a scholarly gathering, play the zither, do some painting, and discuss life. That would be a romantic and comfortable life. Of course, to be Gu Ziyan's woman, in the future, 3 obedience and 4 virtues were a must. After he went back, he would slowly let Yan Ziyuan learn these things. Chapter 1044. In the future, Yan Ziyuan would be able to take care of the affairs of the mansion for him. She would be a good wife, take care of her husband, and teach her children. She would wash his hands and make soup for him. When she was tired, she would massage his shoulders and legs. She would be a real good woman. This was Gu Ziyan's entire plan. He thought that after Yan Ziyuan was cursed with the twin life curse, as long as she married him, even if the twin life curse was broken in half a year, she would still be loyal to him and would not have any other thoughts. However, he did not expect that in these few days of getting along, Yan Ziyuan's eyes would become more and more attracted to Yi Feng. In her deepest subconscious, it seemed that she still relied on Yi Feng. It was just that she did not know it yet. If this went on, if she got along with Yi Feng for a few more days, it was hard to guarantee that Yan Ziyuan would not be attracted to Yi Feng again and break off the engagement. He knew Yan Ziyuan's temperament very well. Once she got serious, she would not care about anything. This made Gu Ziyan have a very serious sense of crisis. Once his safety was guaranteed, he would consider ways to get Yan Ziyuan once and for all. Just now, he really wanted to take Yan Ziyuan to a place where no one could see and use his outstanding flirting skills to get Yan Ziyuan so that she would not have any other thoughts. However, he did not expect that Yan Ziyuan would actually refuse. He looked at Yi Feng. After a few days of practice, Yi Feng was quite good at building ice houses. In just an hour, he had already built half of it. It seemed that there would be no problem for 3 people to sleep in it. This damn Sharkman. Since Gu Ziyan almost raped Yan Ziyuan, he had been sleeping with them. He was always with them, so he did not even have time to be alone with Yan Ziyuan. At this time, his feelings towards Yi Feng were very complicated. He could not bear to leave him, but he also hated him. With Kirin glaring at them from the side, Gu Ziyan could not force Yan Ziyuan to leave. So, he smiled and said, "We're just going to walk around here for a while to stretch our muscles. We won't be too far from here." To this point, Yan Ziyuan did not raise any objections. Sure enough, she obediently allowed him to hold her hand and stroll around the ice tower. Kirin had been instructed by its master to follow Yan Ziyuan and Gu Ziyan as long as they were alone. Gu Ziyan originally wanted to take Yan Ziyuan to a remote place to do his deed, but when he turned around, he saw Kirin's sharp eyes. Under the gaze of such a pair of eyes, he didn't dare to have any dirty thoughts. Later on, he held hands with Yan Ziyuan and enjoyed the beautiful scenery nearby. He was very talented. Not only did he know how to play the piano, but he also knew how to recite poems. In addition, the unique scenery here made him very interested in poetry. He casually recited a poem and won Yan Ziyuan's praise. Occasionally, he would even make her laugh nonstop. "Ziyuan, I heard that you can sing very well. Why don't you sing for me?" Gu Ziyan was in the mood again. Sure, Yan Ziyuan was also very straightforward. She was very proud. "I can not only sing, but also dance. Do you want to see?" "Yes." Yin Ziyuan was naturally very happy to be able to show off her talents in front of her sweetheart. She lowered her head and thought for a while. Sure enough, she sang, "Oh, the sea breeze blows, walala, the waves roll. I play the wind and waves swing. Oh, the sea breeze blows, walala, the waves roll, my skirt swayed under the stars." This was a song that was deep in her memory. It was as if it was engraved in her heart when she was a child. Even she did not know when she learned it. Chapter 1045. In fact, she had never been to the seaside before coming here, but she would occasionally see the sea in her dreams. She dreamed that she was singing and dancing on top of the waves under the starlight, singing this song. The tune of this song was beautiful and soothing, as if an innocent mermaid had unfolded her skirt in the wind and danced with the rise and fall of the waves. It was quiet, peaceful, and the world seemed to be moved by her singing. The originally howling cold wind seemed to be much smaller. They were not far from Yifeng, so Yifeng could naturally hear the noise they made. When the song rang out, Yifeng's hand trembled. An ice brick in his hand fell to the ground and hit his foot. Beads of blood came out, but he did not seem to notice. He turned his head and looked at Yin Ziyuan's dancing figure. His face was happy and sad, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. This song was sung when she was still Yi Yu. He had written the lyrics, composed the music, and sung by Yi Yu's heavenly voice. It could make all the sharkmen intoxicated. He did not expect that she would still remember this song after becoming Yin Ziyuan. Singing it at this time, Xin Ziyuan, could it be that you have not completely forgotten your previous life and still have some memories? He was a little absent-minded. He did not even notice when Gu Ziyan and Yin Ziyuan came back. "Aya, Yifeng, your foot is injured. Why are you so careless?" Yin Ziyuan's voice suddenly rang out. Yifeng seemed to wake up from a dream. He looked down at his foot and saw that the wound was not small. The blood soaked his entire foot red. He did not feel pain until now, but his many years as a shadow guard made him very resistant to pain, so his face only paled a little before he calmly pulled his foot back. It's no big deal. This small injury was nothing to him, so he was too lazy to bandage it. He only used a water spell on his foot to wash away the blood, and then went to build the ice house. Gu Ziyan sized up the igloo, and his heart was moved. This igloo was much bigger than the previous ones, and it was also much sturdier. Was Yifeng planning to rest here for a while longer? Are you planning to stay here for a long time? Another hour later, the construction of the igloo was finally completed. Yifeng laid out a few layers of snow wolf pelts inside and invited them in to sit down. He said, "You guys can rest here for a while and recover your strength. I will go out to look for the icy flame flower. This way, we can move faster." It would be much faster for him to travel alone on the ice field, and Yin Ziyuan would no longer have to suffer from frequent travel. Although she didn't say anything along the way, Yifeng had already noticed that her hands and feet were all frostbitten because of running in the snow. Her small hands were as cold as carrots, and her cheeks were frozen solid. He built this igloo so that Yin Ziyuan could have a good rest and warm up here. And with this igloo, the ferocious beasts in the snow would not be able to attack them for a while. And with Kieran by their side to protect them, there should be no danger at all. He explained his idea, and Gu Ziyan was naturally very supportive. He was already tired, and to have such a place to shelter from the wind and snow was naturally what he wanted. Of course, in order to show his generosity, he still said some high-sounding words, saying that if it wasn't for Zin, he would rather go out to explore and so on. Yifeng, of course, did not pay any attention to his words. He did all this not for Gu Ziyan in the first place, and there was no need for him to owe him a favor. Chapter 1046. Yin Ziyuan didn't say anything. Firstly, she was really too tired. Her hands and feet were still trembling. Secondly, she felt that if Yifeng didn't bring her and Gu Ziyan along, the efficiency of looking for the flowers would be higher. Yifeng said a few words and then walked out. He told Kieran what he wanted. Kieran was busy bathing itself and nodded. "Don't worry. With this mythological beast here, the two of them are very safe." Yifeng looked back at Yin Ziyuan and saw that Yin Ziyuan's eyes were still on Gu Ziyan. She didn't even look at him. His eyes darkened, and he turned around to leave. White snow, black clothes, strong wind, long sword. Yi Feng's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. It seemed that loneliness always lingered around him. It made her feel inexplicably annoyed and a little distressed. Yin Ziyuan looked at Yi Feng's departing figure and was slightly absent-minded. It took her a long time to come back to her senses when Gu Ziyan called her name. Ziyuan, I heard that he was your brother in your previous life? Gu Ziyan's expression was unclear. Not knowing why, Yin Ziyuan was slightly annoyed. Yes, Yi Feng really dotes on you. It seems that you two were very close in your previous life. Gu Ziyan probed. It should be. I don't remember. Yin Ziyuan's mood was getting more and more annoyed. It seemed that she didn't want Yi Feng to be her brother. Not knowing why, Yin Ziyuan suddenly felt a little disgusted with Gu Ziyan in front of her. She was shocked. How could she have such thoughts about Gu Ziyan? He was the master of Ziyan, whom she liked since she was a child. He was the one she wanted to marry. She tried her best to hypnotize herself, but there was always a voice in her heart asking, is it like this? She was in a daze for a moment. Gu Ziyan obviously saw her impatience. His eyes deepened. Ziyuan, come here and sit beside me. Yin Ziyuan was stunned. What? Gu Ziyan smiled faintly. Are you tired? Is your back sore? Come here. I'll help you unblock your muscles and bones. It'll make it easier for you. His tone was gentle and his words were sweet. Yin Ziyuan was hypnotized. She obediently walked over and sat beside him. Okay. They had been on the move for the past few days, and everyone could no longer care about their image. Yin Ziyuan was the same. Her hair was a little messy, and the bearskin robe wrapped around her body made her look a little bloated. But even so, her disheveled state did not diminish her beauty by much. There was also a strange fragrance on her body that was faint and would not dissipate. Gu Ziyan gently massaged her shoulders. His nose smelled the faint fragrance on her body, and he was a little restless. His lips touched her ear, and he sighed softly. Ziyan, if it weren't for this strange disease of mine, we would be husband and wife now. Yin Ziyuan was kissed by him. Gu Ziyan often said this to her recently, and every time he said it, it meant that he wanted to bully her again. It was strange. She obviously liked him, but her body seemed to have its own will and was afraid of his touch. She subconsciously dodged to the side and avoided his lips. She took the opportunity to lie down on the wolfskin mattress. I'm sleepy. Gu Ziyan's eyes darkened again. Although her will was controlled by him, her body was rejecting him. He made up his mind and lay down beside her. Their bodies were close together, and he stretched out his arms to hug her. Let's sleep together. Chapter 10:47. Just as he was about to forcefully pull her into his embrace, a blue light flashed. Something drilled into the space between him and Yin Ziyuan. Gu Ziyan was caught off guard and pulled the thing into his arms. The cold scales made Gu Ziyan's hands tremble. He anxiously opened his eyes to take a look, and he happened to meet the little Qilint's round eyes. You scum, let go of me! Kirin roared in his ears. Gu Ziyan did not expect that the person he loved would be hugging a Kirin instead. He was so scared that he quickly let go of Kirin. The little Qilin rudely used its claws to push his arm to the side and kicked him again, making him move a little further away. Gu Ziyan did not dare to argue with this idiot, so he could only swallow his anger and move to the side. Kirin stretched its limbs and then directly lay between the two of them. It yawned and told Gu Ziyan, you keep watch for the night, I'm going to sleep. Call me if there's any danger. It closed its eyes and meant to sleep. Gu Ziyan was speechless. With this idiot here, all his romantic thoughts were gone. He glanced at Yin Ziyuan, who seemed to be a galaxy away from him. She did not have any other reaction. She pulled a wolfskin blanket over her body and yawned. After a while, she fell asleep. He then looked at Kirin. Kirin glared at him. Why are you looking at me like that? You're a man. Can't you do something as simple as keeping watch? Although Kirin's size was smaller now, its aura was not small. When it glared, it was intimidating. Gu Ziyan did not dare to provoke it. The others probably would not do anything to him for Yin Ziyuan's sake, but this Kirin might not be the same. This guy was more irritable and difficult to talk to. It could do anything in a hurry. Therefore, Gu Ziyan did not dare to provoke it. He even wanted to curry favor with it. You must be tired after running around for the whole day. Take a rest. I'll keep watch. I'll call you if there's any danger. That's more like it. Kieran closed its eyes in satisfaction. It finally had the time to contact its master. After a while, a reply came from the other side. Kieran, how are things on your side? It's very safe. Gu Ziyan and Yin Ziyuan are resting in the ice house now. What about Yifeng? Yifeng went out alone to look for the ice flame flower. He left me behind to take care of the two burdens. Ning Shuima thought for a moment and understood Yifeng's meaning. She did not object and asked Kieran a few more questions. She knew that Kieran was very vigilant and had been acting as a third wheel in front of Yin Ziyuan and Gu Ziyan. She was even more relieved. Finally, she instructed Kieran, if Gu Ziyan touches Ziyuan again, you can scratch him. Everything will be fine as long as you leave him alive. Do you understand? Understood. Kieran answered loudly. With its master's words, it could do whatever it wanted. If Gu Ziyan was sensible enough to stop harassing Yin Ziyuan, it would be fine. If he dared to touch her again, it would scratch him until his face was full of peach blossoms. It would let him know that he had to pay a heavy price for flirting with girls under its watch. Its cat-like eyes glanced at Gu Ziyan, making Gu Ziyan shiver inexplicably. He had the illusion that he was being schemed against. After a few hours of digestion and absorption, Ning Shuima finally absorbed all the water psychokinesis on the blue crystal pillar under the guidance of Shun Jili. Chapter 1048. This crystal nourished Ning Shuima's wood psychokinesis, increasing the wood psychokinesis in her body by a lot. She only felt that her whole body was full, and her whole body was as light as a feather. Get up and try your skills, Shun Jili said. Ning Shuima jumped up. She used a lot of strength this time, and with a light jump, she went straight into the air. She hurriedly adjusted her body in the air, did a beautiful backflip, and then lightly landed on the ground. The ancients often used the phrase as light as a swallow to describe people's qigong, and now Ning Shuima finally tasted the feeling of being as light as a swallow. No, she felt as light as a feather. It was as if a gust of wind could blow her directly into the clouds. Your power is already close to Earth rank level 6. Once you break through to Earth rank level 6, your body will no longer be affected by the suction force of the Earth, and you can practice the flying sword technique. Shun Jili's voice was filled with gratification. This little girl had always been unlucky, but this time she had a series of fortuitous encounters, which greatly increased her power. Even he was surprised by the speed of her power growth. At this rate, perhaps in less than 2 years, she would be able to cultivate to Earth rank level 8, with her power increasing so quickly. Ning Shuima was so happy that her eyebrows were curved. At this moment, her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were bright. In this world of ice and snow, she was like a red tassel slowly blooming in the white snow, full of a kind of soul-stirring beauty. Shun Jili's mind was in turmoil. He raised his hand and pulled her close, encircling her in his arms, and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Shuima, quickly level up. Recently, he had been kissing her frequently, and Ning Shuima had already stopped resisting. Sometimes, she would even hug his neck in response. But now, before his lips could touch those seductive red lips, her 2 fingers pressed on his lips and slightly pushed outwards, making him unable to kiss her. He slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at her, his eyes filled with questions. Ning Shuima firmly pushed him away with a smile that was not a smile. Great God, I don't want to be taken advantage of by you for no reason. Everything will have to wait until I reach level 8 before you give me an answer. Although she was very sure that she liked him, she also had her own bottom line. She would not confuse herself to him. Before that, I'll just treat him as my master. She didn't want to let herself fall into a true master-disciple relationship, so everything should wait until his attitude was clear. Shun Jili looked down at her. It seemed that he could no longer be intimate with her before he gave her a definite answer. He didn't say anything else, and only raised his hand to pat her head. Then hurry up and level up. Guru, among your disciples, who leveled up the fastest. Ning Xiuma shook her head to avoid his hand and walked backwards. You. Shun Juli spat out a single word. I'm indeed the smartest. Ning Xiuma said proudly, like a little witch asking a magic mirror. You're not modest at all. Excessive modesty is arrogance. Ning Xiuma raised her head handsomely. I'm just telling the truth. Oh, that's true. But you're not the smartest. I'm the smartest. Haha. You're an old fox. Old fox. Shun Juli repeated this word with a smile that was not a smile. His figure suddenly approached her. Ning Xiuma immediately stepped back and smiled. My mistake, my mistake. You've lived for thousands of years, but you're still a young man. Shun Juli was speechless. Ning Xiuma still walked backwards. Guru, you must have been abnormally smart when you were young, right? Tell me about your teenage years. She was actually very curious about the guru's past. Chapter 1049. Shun Juli lowered his eyes and said, It's been too long. I don't remember. That was true. He had lived for so long. How could he remember things that happened thousands of years ago? Asking him to remember when he was a teenager should be like asking her to remember when she was a baby. It was so long ago that it felt like a century ago. What were the Almighty's parents like? Which couple would give birth to such a freak? Shun Juli shook his head. I don't have parents. The Almighty was actually an orphan. Ning Xiuma immediately felt that her sympathy was overflowing. They must have passed away a long time ago. So you've been alone all this time. Shun Juli's eyes flashed slightly. He automatically ignored her first question and only answered the second one. Yes, I've been alone all this time. A person's loneliness, a person's desolation. Although he was among all living beings, he was also drifting away from all living beings. His mind was in a trance, and a conversation inexplicably appeared in his mind. Supreme Divinity, aren't you bored being alone all this time? How about I always accompany you in the future? No need. I don't need anyone to accompany me. Aya, it's so boring to be alone. You see people getting married and enjoying family happiness. Aren't you envious just by looking at them? I'm not envious. You must be envious. You also want your own family, right? Why don't you marry me? You tried all kinds of ways to climb into my bed just to make me marry you. Of course. You think I just want to have a one-night stand with you? You're a girl. Aren't you ashamed to talk to a man like this? Now that you mention it, it's indeed a little embarrassing. Why don't you try to propose to me? The conversation came to an abrupt end. Shun Juli's heart was slightly shocked. He couldn't help but want to think about the conversation, but he couldn't remember anything. All that was left was an indescribable sour feeling. However, this situation was much better than the past. He couldn't remember anything from a long time ago. He calmed himself down and didn't want to think about it anymore. The past was hard to recall. No matter how sweet and thrilling it was just the past. He couldn't even remember anything. Therefore, he could only grasp the present. He had to hold on to the delicate girl in front of him so that he wouldn't have any regrets. Ning Xiuma contacted Kiran again. Knowing that nothing unexpected had happened, she was relieved. Let's go and continue looking for the ice flame flower. The sooner we find it, the sooner we can leave this damned place. Ning Xiuma took the lead and ran forward. She didn't know why, but this place always gave her an ominous feeling. She really wanted to leave as soon as possible. She had just run a few steps when she suddenly felt a burst of heat in her dantian. Her ears buzzed as if her blood was rushing to her head. He immediately felt a little dizzy. She was stunned and immediately stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Shun Juli had been following her closely. I suddenly felt dizzy. Ning Xiuma shook her head. That strange feeling had already disappeared. Shun Juli didn't say anything. Instead, he grabbed her wrist and checked her pulse. After a while, he let go of her hand. I don't feel anything wrong. It's probably because I haven't slept well these few days. Ning Xiuma didn't mind. She naturally couldn't rest well in such a damn place. Moreover, she had been absorbing the snow spiritual power before and didn't rest at all. She looked forward again. As far as her eyes could see, it was snow white. Chapter 1050. Fortunately, his kung fu was not low. Otherwise, he would have gotten snow blindness if he didn't wear sunglasses for a few days. Where the hell is this ice flame flower? Kieran and the others have searched so many volcanoes, but they couldn't find one, Ning Shuamo said angrily. The ice flame flower is naturally at the intersection of ice and lava, Shun Julie explained. Ning Shuamo was stunned. You mean this flower should be near the crater of the volcano? The crater of the volcano is covered by a thick layer of ice. Do we have to go deep into the ground to look for it? Julie held her hand and walked. It's important to find a fated person to pick the flower. Let's go. Let's see how lucky you are. He was tricking her again. Ning Shuamo looked up unintentionally and saw the clouds in the sky surging and rolling. When did the weather change again? Was it going to be another big snowstorm? Rumble. A series of muffled thunder sounded in the distant sky. Ning Shuamo was surprised. It's common to see storms in the ice field. Why is there thunder? Didn't the weather warm up and thunder only started in spring? No matter how much it snowed in winter, there wouldn't be thunder. Why did the weather here violate the laws of nature? Shun Julie also looked up at the sky. His eyes flashed with a touch of darkness. He said lightly, "The weather here can't be judged by common sense. Okay, let's go." The two of them braved the wind and snow and walked forward. What should we do when the snowstorm comes later? Ning Shuamo looked at the lead gray sky and asked him, "What's there to be afraid of? Let's just go." Ning Shuamo said, "Aren't we going to find a place to hide from the wind and snow? Yifeng often builds an igloo." Shun Jili raised his hand and rubbed her head. "So you want an igloo? That's easy. I'll build one for you when the wind and snow get heavy." Just as he was speaking, a snowy mist rolled over from the distance. It was clear that a storm was about to arrive. "The storm is coming. Where's your ice house?" Ning Shuamo tilted her head and looked at him. Shun Jili pulled her to a place where there was no wind. Then he waved his sleeve to the ground. Then Ning Shuamo's eyes widened. It was as if there was a knife cutting across the icy ground. Pieces of neatly cut ice bricks jumped up from the ground and automatically arranged themselves in just a few minutes. A beautiful igloo was formed on the snowy ground. The style of the igloo was quite similar to the layout of her side palace on the Tianyin Peak, except that it was much smaller. The green jade brick turned into an ice brick. There were even engraved patterns on the ice bricks at the entrance. They were simple and beautiful. He waved his sleeve again, and a wave of water came out from his sleeve, pouring onto the ice house. The weather was so cold that a drop of water would turn into ice. After the wave of water hit it, it froze solid in the blink of an eye. It looked like a crystal palace. The Almighty built a house in the blink of an eye, as if he was blowing air. Ning Shuamo couldn't help but sigh. "Almighty, it's so easy for you to build a house. Why didn't you build one when we were traveling together?" If he had shown this ability earlier, they would have suffered less. Shun Julie said lightly, "Only the Venerable Di Zun knows this ability. Han Shangyue doesn't." Ning Shuamo understood. The Almighty didn't want to reveal his identity as the Venerable Di Zun. This was also true. It seemed that only a few people knew that Han Shangyue was the Venerable Di Zun's incarnation. Naturally, it had to be kept a secret. She was also interested. She pointed her finger forward, and countless vines grew from her fingertips.